yes to forever with
mostly those Russians who have a good living standards or even middle class. So they will mobilize slowly, but they will mobilize against their government, and Russia will face problems inside. So far, it's not immediately visible, even if many Russians already have started to immigrate. They are leaving Russia, they are going in Turkey, Israel, Georgia, in the countries that are not under sanctions, where they're opening bank accounts. I have direct information from my friends from these countries that in recent days there are hundreds and thousands of Russians who are looking for apartments and trying to open banking accounts in these countries. And mainly these are middle class Russians who live in Russia comfortably and who are now very much worried about their future. So these sanctions will have effect, and it's counterproductive to say that there will be no effect. This is also going in the direction of Putin propaganda to say that we don't care about sanctions. They care, but there should be more sanctions coming, especially targeting these energy sectors.
You were a former minister of European integration for Georgia. If Putin makes a move beyond Ukraine, some people think it would be Georgia. What do you think? Is that your assessment?
I think nothing is excluded at this point, because I was among those who thought that the invasion of Ukraine was possible from January, and many analysts were just saying that it was not reasonable that Russia would pay the price, and attacking Ukraine will totally destroy his policies before that, trying to control Ukraine by other means. But again, no one really knows what is in the mind of Vladimir Putin. But I'm sure he is convinced at this stage of his life, his political career, that he has some things to accomplish. And one of these things is this reunification of what he calls Russian world, like Ruski Mir. And in this undertaking, Ukraine occupies a central role. Last year, he got the control of Belarus. Belarusian president, dictator Lukashenko, was resisting for many years. But as he lost elections and he was facing a popular uprising, he totally gave his sovereignty in the hands of Vladimir Putin. Now he's like one of the regions of the Russian Federation. So Putin was encouraged by this, and he moved forward. He was also encouraged by the weakness of the West, illustrated by the events in Afghanistan last September, October. So he's in a bubble. He's in his very close narrative, and it's very difficult to make him understand. I think it's not only politicians or politologists who should discuss the current situation, but also psychologists, because he became totally rigid, and even the French president several times outlined this impossibility to discuss with Putin. I think he will face internal problems more and more, and this approach of making sanctions stronger, but also giving some security or security guarantees to those countries who are around Russia, including those who are not NATO members,
yes,
would be really great. And I think some limited presence of Western armed forces in the countries like Moldova or Georgia is not impossible.
Yes,
And it
yes.
could really change the situation and change the plans of Vladimir Putin if he had plans to attack this town.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gordadze, for your time and your analysis. Tornike Gordadze. Well, to continue discussing this, we can welcome French 24's own Europe editor, Catherine Nicholson. Hello to you, Catherine. We see these two emergency meetings today, starting with NATO in Brussels. What came out of that meeting?
Well, we've had clear condemnation of that attack overnight on the nuclear plant in Ukraine, including not just from NATO members, but also from Finland and Sweden, traditionally more neutral countries, not NATO members, but countries where support for joining NATO, or at least having close cooperation, has drastically increased in the last few weeks. A big question for NATO, though, is beyond condemnation, how to actually respond to all of this. NATO members have already sent thousands of troops, for example, into the region close to Ukraine. Of course, Ukraine is a NATO member. They've sent weapons to Ukraine. They've given training to Ukrainian troops as well. But there is a sense that something else is necessary. French Foreign Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian joined this strong condemnation of the attack on the nuclear plant. He called on Russia to, quote, stop its aggression, although, as we've heard from Vladimir Putin's phone call with President Macron yesterday, Vladimir Putin seems to have no intention of stopping at all. The Czech foreign minister said he doesn't want to see NATO dragged into a conflict. And a big area where this seems to be sort of the threat or the danger is on a request from President Zelensky of Ukraine. He's been asking for quite some time now for NATO to enforce a no-fly zone over his country. That would mean essentially being prepared to shoot down Russian planes flying over Ukraine. Some NATO member states have signalled a willingness today to discuss the issue, but none of them say they consider it to be a viable option. I put the question to Nathalie Loiseau, in fact, she's former Europe Minister of France, and she's currently the head of the European Parliament's Defence and Security Committee. This question of a no-fly zone.
It's a question of NATO and European allies, and we don't want to be part of the war. We are not at war with Russia. We are helping Ukrainians who are under attack. A no-fly zone would mean that we would enter into the war in Ukraine, and so far it has not been a decision taken by NATO. NATO is a defensive alliance under which wars.
I mean,
is open for the Commission to inquire into these issues as well.
Peace talks resumed on Thursday between Russia and Ukraine, where the two sides agreed to create humanitarian corridors to evacuate civilians. Delegations gathered in the west region of Belarus for the second round of talks in 4 days, but both sides left after several hours of negotiations without a ceasefire agreement, and as war continues to rage. Ukraine says at least 350 civilians have been killed since Vladimir Putin launched the attack on Ukraine last week. Meanwhile, its capital, Kyiv, has been in a week-long assault, and the advance by Russian troops, for now, at least appears to have stalled. Troops have yet to advance beyond villages on the city's northwest edge, but there is fear in the capital about what's next. Already, there are long queues at supermarkets, ongoing curfews, air raid sirens, and sleepless nights spent with strangers in bomb shelters. James Mulholland has more.
Thick, black smoke rises from an office building on the outskirts of Kyiv as insecurity grows all around the capital. A resident filmed these two planes just moments before a strike.
This is what the Russians are doing to us.
20 kilometers away in central Kyiv, people are using whatever they can find to blockade roads, while others queue up outside the supermarkets. The meat and vegetable aisles are empty. Fresh food is difficult to come by. For many families, the underground has become their new home. And every day, women are giving birth in this hospital's basement, turned into a maternity ward when the war broke out.
The sirens go off every half hour. It doesn't make things easy. We care for them in between alerts.
Across Kyiv, ordinary residents safeguard the streets, prepared to risk their lives to save their city.
And with the backdrop of a war in Europe, French President Emmanuel Macron said he would run for a second term in April's elections. The president waited until the last day to declare his candidacy.
At just 39 years old, Emmanuel Macron arrived at the Élysée Palace as France's youngest president, marking a meteoric rise in French politics. He studied philosophy and public affairs at the graduate level before being admitted to the École Nationale d'Administration, France's elite school for the training of civil servants. After working for the investment bank Rothschild, he eventually landed the role of Deputy Secretary General at the Élysée at the age of 34, under Socialist President François Hollande, becoming one of his closest advisors. 2 years later, Macron was appointed finance minister, continuing his political climb and catching the attention of the media. In 2016, he launched his political movement En Marche, a party name mirroring his own initials. The move distanced him from his socialist predecessor, Hollande. Critical of certain labor policies hailed by the Socialist Party, such as the 35-hour work week, Macron has called for more flexibility for companies as a means of fighting unemployment. In the 2017 election, he beat far-right candidate Marine Le Pen to win the presidency in a groundbreaking poll that shut out the country's traditional left and right-wing parties from the second round of voting for the first time in nearly 60 years. Several crises have marked his term, from the Yellow Vest movement to the Benalla affair to pension reform protests to the coronavirus pandemic. Throughout the challenges, Macron has faced growing criticism. Responding to backlash, his comments have been viewed as condescending by his opponents.
Well, let's cross to Brussels now, where Jens Stoltenberg, the NATO chief, has just come out to deliver a press conference.
This is the worst military aggression in Europe for decades. With cities under siege, schools, hospitals, and residential buildings shelled, reckless actions around a nuclear power plant last night, and many civilians killed or wounded. The days to come are likely to be worse, with more death, more suffering, and more destruction. As the Russian armed forces bring in heavier weaponry and continue their attacks across the country. At our meeting today, Ukrainian Foreign Minister Kuleba addressed his NATO counterparts, and allies expressed their solidarity and deep respect for the courage of the Ukrainian people and armed forces. We had warned for many months that President Putin was intent on invading Ukraine. That is why NATO allies made tireless efforts to find a diplomatic solution. At the same time, we made clear that Russia would pay a very high price for renewed aggression against Ukraine. Russia is paying that price now. This is President Putin's war, one he has chosen, planned, and is waging against a peaceful country. We call on President Putin to stop this war immediately. Withdraw all his forces from Ukraine without conditions, and engage in genuine diplomacy now. NATO allies have stepped up support for Ukraine, helping to uphold the country's right of self-defense as enshrined in the UN Charter. Today, ministers addressed our immediate response to the crisis and the longer-term implications for Euro-Atlantic security. We have already strengthened our deterrence and defense on land, in the air, and at sea. Allies from North America and Europe have sent thousands more troops to the eastern part of the alliance. We are deploying the NATO response force for the first time, and we have over 130 jets at high alert and over 200 ships from the high north to the Mediterranean. We will continue to do what it takes to protect and defend every inch of NATO territory. NATO is a defensive alliance. Our core task is to keep our 30 nations safe. We are not part of this conflict, and we have a responsibility to ensure it does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine, because that would be even more devastating and more dangerous, with even more human suffering. NATO is not seeking war with Russia. The Kremlin's ambition is to recreate a sphere of influence and deny other countries the right to choose their own path. So ministers discussed the need to support partners who may be at risk, including Georgia and Bosnia-Herzegovina. Russia's aggression has created a new normal for our security, where fundamental principles are contested through the use of force, and we face the threat of conflict for years to come. There is much at stake: how we organize relations between states, whether democracy or authoritarianism prevails, and ultimately what sort of world we want to live in. Ministers agreed that NATO's relationship with Russia has fundamentally changed for the longer term, but we remain committed to keeping channels for diplomacy and deconfliction open, to avoid any unintended escalation, misunderstanding, or miscalculation. there's one lesson we can already draw from this crisis. To keep our nation safe, we need North America and Europe standing together in NATO in strategic solidarity. At this dangerous moment, no country and no continent can go it alone. President Putin has failed to divide us. NATO is more united, more determined and stronger than ever. We're also working closer with like-minded partners. Today we were joined by the European Union as well as Finland and Sweden. In response to Russia's aggression, we have decided to strengthen our coordination and information sharing with Finland and Sweden. Both countries are now taking part in all NATO consultations about the crisis. And this afternoon, I will join a meeting of EU foreign ministers to address the crisis and our response. And with that, I'm ready to take your questions.
BBC.
I'm James Lambert, BBC. Can you tell us a little bit more about what sort of options were considered about helping countries like Georgia and Bosnia? Secondly, can you tell us a little bit more about whether NATO allies discussed what more military support could be provided for Ukraine? And thirdly, was the issue of no-fly zones even discussed at this morning's meetings? Thank you.
NATO has provided support, and NATO allies have provided support to Georgia, to Bosnia and Herzegovina and other partners for many years. We helped them with capacity building, reforms, strengthening their defense and security institutions. We also have a training center in Georgia. We also have common exercises. And of course we have different kinds of activities with different countries, different partners. We didn't make any final decisions, but it's a broad agreement that we need to do more to support these countries. And this is part about scaling up things we already do on strengthening the defense and the security institutions, reforms, training, but also potentially adding more activities in support of these countries. Because what we have seen with Ukraine is that they may be at risk, exposed for even more intervention, subversion, and potentially even attacks by the Russian armed forces of the Russian Federation. NATO allies provide support to Ukraine. I think we have to remember that allies have provided support to Ukraine for many years, and now they're stepping up different types of Ukraine, of support. And this is crucial in this critical time for Ukraine. On the no-fly zone, it was mentioned at the same time. Allies agree that we should not have
I do not hear Chicago.
NATO planes operating over Ukrainian airspace or NATO troops on Ukrainian
Okay, this is
territory.
just okay. Hold on, let me pull it up. Then I had it confused.
Thank you, Secretary General Steve Sedgwick,
So
CNBC.
this
Is there any
one is
evidence
this
that the
one is
support
Terrell
that
and
NATO
Val,
and its
right?
allies
Okay,
have
go ahead.
been pouring into
Go ahead. Take
Ukraine
one.
so
Three,
far
two,
is
take
going
one.
to
Three,
change
two.
the tide of battle?
Well, Terrell and Val, there are two
Although
things we're watching
Russia's
closely
bases
today.
are still
First
faulty.
is that
Is there
nuclear
anything
power
NATO is
plant,
doing
the largest
that actually
in
could
Europe.
possibly
We can
turn
now
the tide
confirm
in the
that
battle
it
in
has
Ukraine?
been taken
And
over
secondly, if I may,
by
sir, have there
Russian
been
fire.
the
Earlier there was
facility
a
that you
fire
took
in
part
the plant
in
causing a
Ukraine,
lot of concern.
and the
It
ramifications
has
from
been
that changed
extinguished,
the mindset of
however,
NATO
it
at
did
all.
not
I just
in
wondered
any way
what
disrupt the
conclusion was
integrity
in the
of the
meeting
nuclear reactors
about
there.
that.
But the company that manages
The reckless
the plant has
actions
confirmed
around the nuclear power plant
that it is operating
just
now as
highlights
normal,
the danger
but
of this war.
that employees are
War is
operating,
dangerous.
quote, at
And,
gunpoint
to
with
have
Russian
military
troops
operations,
firmly in
conflict,
control.
fighting
There
going
have
around
been
the nuclear
reports,
power plant.
however, of
That's
skirmishes in the area around the nuclear
this
power
just
plant.
makes it
So
even
there
more
remains the
important that
possibility of the
President Putin
conflict
ends this
actually
war.
reaching the plant
And,
itself.
withdraw all
Earlier, there were
Russian
reports of
troops
rockets
from
being
Ukraine.
fired towards the
engage
U.S.
in,
Embassy in Kyiv has called this
diplomatic
a war
efforts,
crime to
in good
attack
faith.
Ukraine's power
So that
plant,
was
and
the message
Ukraine's
from
President Volodymyr
ministers
Zelensky
today.
has
it's
appealed
just,
again for a no-fly zone
underpinned
to
by
prevent anything
the
happening
potential danger
at
of also
this power
a
plant.
nuclear
In the meantime, we are also looking to see whether or not any humanitarian corridors will be established today. This is something that was agreed to in principle at the ceasefire talks last night. We have no concrete details, however, about how this will be conducted and what cities would be most affected. There are several cities under siege right now that are in desperate need of getting residents out. Mariupol is one that's cut off from power and water for a few days now. Food and supplies are very low, surrounded by Russian troops on the southern Ukraine border. And of course that eastern city of Kharkiv, which has had more than 72 hours of missile and rocket strikes. Residents there are hoping for some sort of temporary ceasefire that would allow them to get to safety as soon as
NATO allies
possible.
have
Back to you.
trained and equipped the Ukrainian armed forces for many years. We started in 2014. And the NATO allies,
okay?
especially
Is
the
that okay?
United States, the United Kingdom,
Okay.
Canada, but also Turkey have provided
Okay, we got him.
equipment
Okay, we got
and
him.
military aid. And we
Okay.
have trained
Okay.
tens of thousands of Ukrainian forces. And they are now on the front line. So this support has proven to be crucial for the strength of the Ukrainian army. And we are now stepping up support with more supplies. And I think also we have to realize that compared to where the Ukrainian army was in 2014, the training NATO allies have provided, the equipment NATO allies have provided since 2014 has made the Ukrainian army much better trained, much better equipped, much better commanded, and much stronger.
Okay.
And this is
Okay.
the reason why they are able to push back the way they are able to do.
Thank you, Anna. I have follow-up question on my colleague from BBC. Secretary General, even General Breedlove, former SACU, expressed an opinion that NATO and US have to provide, as soon as possible, help to Ukraine and to close partially with humanitarian purpose only sky in Ukraine. All Ukrainians are begging for this. Do you think at some point allies can review this position? How long it will take and will be enough of Ukraine to be destroyed by Putin? Thank you.
What is taking place in Ukraine now is horrific. It's painful, and we see human suffering, we see destruction at a scale we haven't seen in Europe since the Second World War. And I would like to commend the courage of the Ukrainian people standing up against the Russian invasion, standing up against Putin's forces. And that's also the reason why we are stepping up our support, and also why NATO allies have implemented the most severe sanctions ever, and also why we are mobilizing support from the whole world in condemning and calling on Russia and President Putin to end this war. At the same time, we have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine, because that will be even more dangerous, more devastating, and will cause even more human suffering. So we have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes. And our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries, and causing much more human suffering. So that's the reason why we this painful decision to impose heavy sanctions, provide significant support, stepping up support, but at the same time not involving NATO and NATO forces directly in the conflict in Ukraine, neither on ground or in their space.
Mr. Secretary General, you said that the aim is to make Mr. Putin withdraw his troops unconditionally. So what if he doesn't comply? Is there any other off-ramp for him? You can think of any opening for negotiations, and if the sanctions don't make him back down, is there a plan B or even an exit strategy?
So we are imposing severe costs on Russia, as we warned. We told him, President Putin, that if he invades Ukraine once again, there will be significant costs for him to pay. And that's exactly what we are doing now with unprecedented sanctions. Of course, these will also have long-term effects, and they are working also all over time. Then allies are providing support, humanitarian support, financial support, but also military support to Ukraine, helping them to withstand the Russian invasion. And then, of course, together with the whole world, the UN General Assembly, we are also calling on Russia to engage in diplomatic efforts, to see if there are any political off-ramps, a way out. But then Russia has to sit down in genuine diplomatic efforts to find a solution. So far they have not been willing to do so. A minimum should be to find agreements on a humanitarian corridor or humanitarian corridors to get civilians out and humanitarian aid in. I hope that at least that could be a first step, and I welcome all efforts to try to find some kind of agreement on humanitarian support.
Let me go back to rumors from
That's right. The company that manages the plant has confirmed that Russian troops have taken over the nuclear power plant, and that employees are continuing to work, but at a gunpoint, in the words of the company. So it's unclear now if they're still fighting on the outskirts of that area where the power plant is located. It's still deeply concerning that there was even rocket shells fired in the area of the plant. It set off that fire. It was extinguished. There hasn't been any damage to any of the reactors so far. But it puts Russian troops in control of this massive nuclear power plant. The U.S. Embassy has already said in a tweet that it's a war crime to attack a nuclear power plant, and the Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA, has asked for all sides to stop fighting and secure the area around the plant.
And that is the NATO position, and I convey that message because I strongly believe that if NATO become directly involved in the conflict,
well, it would limit Ukraine's options. Well, it would limit Ukraine's options even more. At the moment, it still has control of Odessa, that important port city in the south of the country, and that gives it access to the Black Sea. If the Russian advance continues and it manages to take more of that corridor, it could seal Ukraine off, and that would mean that the only way to get anything in or out of Ukraine would be its western border, where I'm at now. We're seeing how the bottleneck that's happening is tens of hundreds of thousands flee to try and make it across the border into Poland especially, but also Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. We're also finding out bottlenecks as emergency aid tries to get back to that country. It's getting backed up at those borders. So if the port city, for example, was closed off, if Ukraine no longer had access to the Black Sea, it would mean it would be very difficult for Ukraine to get anything in or out. Well, the one thing that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is asking for is a no-fly zone. NATO is also needing to discuss the possibility of this. As of now, NATO allies have not wanted to impose a no-fly zone because it would mean NATO jets in direct conflict with Russian jets, and that would be a major escalation of what is already a horrific conflict. However, there may be other ways around this, other ways to provide aircraft assistance to Ukraine, because one of the problems here is that Ukraine's air defenses have been degraded so badly that it's finding it difficult to defend itself against a lot of these air attacks coming from Russia. So I think that's one of the things likely to be discussed, of course, in addition to further sanctions and finding other ways to give assistance to Ukraine in this invasion.
And also in Poland. So this is the immediate response, and we will do what it takes to defend and protect all allies, and if needed, we will further increase that presence. But at the same time, we started at the meeting today. The more the discussion about the more longer term changes to our presence posture, deterrence and defense
We'll go straight to the Philippines
throughout the alliance, but especially in the eastern part. And today we have some presence in the eastern allied countries. We have the battle groups in the Baltic countries and Poland. We have some presence also in Romania and
the Luklev is just generic, right? And the Luklev is just generic, right? With just
we are now
generic.
Seriously considering a significant increase in that presence. Both with more troops, with more air defense, with deterrence by defense, through defense, not only by sending a message of NATO presence. So this is, as some ministers formulated it today, it's about the difference between deterrence by presence or the deterrence by defense. We have started that discussion. We will have a defense ministerial meeting on the 16th of March. There I expect more details. We also will of course base our decisions on advice from our military commanders, and then we will take necessary decisions. But we have some time. It's not a lot of time, but some time to make that more long-term decision, because we have already implemented immediate responses by a significant increase in the eastern part of the alliance.
Ukrainian national regents.
Thanks. Dmitry Shkurko, National News Agency of Ukraine. It is understandable that there will be no NATO planes and pilots in Ukraine, but it was recently sounded the request from the President of Ukraine about some kind of selling or maybe transferring the planes to the Ukrainian armed forces. Maybe it could be done in the framework of the general technical assistance from the Russian side. And the second question, if I may, is right now we have absolutely indiscriminate shelling of Ukrainian cities, including the restricted weaponry, like, for example, Barton bombs. It is deployed in living areas. So that can we count on NATO in collecting at least information concerning the Russian crimes going on right now? Thanks.
The Russian invasion of Ukraine is a blatant violation of international law. And we have seen the use of cluster bombs. We have seen reports of the use of other types of weapons which would be in violation of international law. And of course NATO and NATO allies and partners are collecting information and monitoring very closely what is going on in Ukraine. I would also welcome the decision by the International Criminal Court to open an investigation into this, because we have to make sure that President Putin and the President of Belarus are held accountable for what they do. This is brutality, this is inhumane, this is violating international law, and we also have to make sure that the International Criminal Court really looks into this, and that's the reason why I welcome the decision by the International Criminal Court. Sorry, I didn't. Well, NATO allies provide different types of military support. I will not go into the details about that support, but the allies provide many types of support. It's publicly known also that the allies have provided anti-tank weapons, air defense missiles, and other types of support, and more details will not be given by me.
Natalia Drozdiak, thank you for the question. You mentioned the risk for Bosnia and Georgia. Are you seeing any concrete threat of invasion there? And what about Moldova? Is there any increased risk in Moldova? Thank you.
All these are different countries, and of course they face different types of risks and challenges.
Okay.
But they have in common that
and then the generic.
we have seen Russia try to
go ahead.
exercise their power to intimidate them.
So I'll do CNN
partly
Okay,
by
so I'll do CNN Philippines first. Take one for CNN Philippines. Take one for CNN Philippines. Rico, there's two things that we're watching very closely. Rico, there's two things that we're watching very closely today. The first is the situation at that nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. We understand now that Russian troops have taken over control of the plant. We spoke to the company managing the plant, and they tell us that employees have been allowed to go in and are managing the plant, but at gunpoint. Russian troops say that they have control of the area, but we are also getting reports of skirmishes with Ukrainian troops on the outskirts. So we're watching that situation very closely. The other thing we're watching is whether or not there will be the establishment of any humanitarian corridors. This was agreed to in principle last night with the ceasefire talks, but there are no concrete details as to how they will be established. Right now, there are several cities under siege that need desperately to get people out and get food and water and other emergency supplies in. Mariupol, for example, in South Ukraine, is completely surrounded by Russian troops. All power and water cut off. Kharkiv, another city, has endured 72 hours of shelling, missile strikes, and rocket strikes. And they are desperate to get residents out of there as well. So we'll be watching to see if there is any progress on getting these humanitarian corridors up as soon as possible. Back to you, Rico. Okay, that's for CNN Phil, and now I will do a generic. Okay, cool. Take one. Okay, cool. Take one, 3, 2. Take the 2, 3, 2. The two things we're watching very closely. The two things we're watching very closely today. The first is the situation at that nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. We've spoken to the company managing the plant. They've confirmed that Russian troops have taken control of the power plant in that area. In their words, employees are being allowed to operate the plant, but at gunpoint. Now we're also getting reports of skirmishes around the plant with Ukrainian troops. So that's something that we're watching very closely. In the meantime, the International Agency for Atomic Energy has said that they want to see the plant safely secured and fighting in the training to stop. The other thing we are watching is those humanitarian corridors. This was agreed to in principle at ceasefire talks last night. However, we have no concrete details of how they will be implemented. There are a number of cities under siege that are desperately to get residents out. Cities like eastern Ukraine, the city of Kharkiv, a city of about 1 million people, has been under a constant stream of shelling, missile and rocket strikes from Russian troops. They want to get people out as soon as possible. The city of Mariupol in the south is surrounded by Russian troops and has had no water for several days now. They're running very low on food and other supplies. They also desperately want to get people out. So we'll be watching very closely to see whether or not it is possible to get a temporary ceasefire in any of these cities to get people out of these humanitarian corridors. Tika Schubert in Lviv, Ukraine.
Diplomatic dialogue to prevent this invasion. President Putin decided not to
Next one at Okay, cool. We'll be back.
We are, of course,
Thanks.
always in favor of a political solution. But now we face a Russia which is using military force to try to destroy an independent and sovereign nation in Europe. the United States and Russia agreed recently to extend the New START agreement, limiting the number of nuclear warheads on long-range systems. We are, of course, we believe in arms control, but to have any meaningful strengthening of arms control architecture, we need a Russia which is not killing and fighting and invading, but a President Moscow, a regime in Moscow, which is actually seriously engaging in political efforts to reduce tensions and further strengthen arms.
We'll go with James on this question.
Yes, Professor James Defense. Sorry to hit you with another weapons question, but this really is the crucial issue right now. As you know, the EU is sending financing $500 million, and Poland's the coordinator, which makes me wonder, considering that this new rogue state could attack any country now, my question is, should NATO create a new permanent structure, or at least designate the allies on a permanent rotating basis to coordinate bilateral weapons transfers from the allies to anticipate the next crisis? I don't mean the trust funds, and I don't mean ad hoc consultations during the ministry. It's something.
We should always have an open mind to what kind of structure we should have to support partners and countries at risk. At the same time, I think we need a pragmatic approach. And what we have seen over the last years, for instance, in Ukraine, is that NATO provided some types of support. We had an office in Kyiv. We were focused on modernizing the defense and security institutions, command and control, logistics, cyber. And also we helped them with some naval capabilities. So NATO as an institution provided important help to Ukraine over many years, and we still do. But then on top of that, individual allies provided more of the lethal aid, more of the military training. And again, I don't think actually it is so important exactly how we organize this, as long as the country in need receives the support and help they need. And over the years since 2014, there are many, many thousands of Ukrainian troops, forces which are trained at the top level by NATO trainers, special operation forces. And they have advanced equipment, and they know how to use it. They're out there with cyber defense, with command and control communications. So it is this combination of something we do as an alliance with the NATO structures, something we do consulting each other, but it's provided bilaterally from NATO allied countries, and it has been especially the United States, the United Kingdom, and Canada, who has provided most of the equipment and most of the training. And then Turkey has provided some key capabilities, including drones, and also some of the Baltic states have provided some military support before the invasion. Then after the invasion, we have seen many more allies stepping up. So I don't know whether I really answer your question, but we should be pragmatic regarding exactly how we organize this, as long as NATO and NATO allies are able to provide support to allies, to partners in need. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. I'm Annette Young, and you, of course, have been watching that press conference by the NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. With me in the studio is our international affairs commentator, Doug Herbert. A lengthy press conference there, Doug, but basically, what are the headlines that emerge from it?
Well, the headlines are NATO will not be party to this conflict. NATO is a defensive alliance. Yes, it will support NATO. Yes, it can do what it's done up until now, which is supply weapons to NATO. It cannot go further for obvious reasons. It cannot obviously implement a no-fly zone, which would bar Russian planes from entering Ukrainian airspace, because that would equate to be akin to an outright declaration of war, not with Russia, between the U.S. and Russia. What you have basically here is, coming into this press conference, right, you have the question of how can the world's largest military alliance respond to a country run by an increasingly paranoid, insular leader who who seems to be more and more out of touch with reality, who invades and attacks and bombards civilian areas in a neighboring country that is not a member of NATO, i.e. Ukraine. What do you do? Like I just said, you cannot, in the U.S., which is by far the largest member of NATO, has ruled out sending boots to the ground, sending soldiers to the zone. Europe's not going to do it either, and the U.S. is not going to do it. NATO has none of those options. So what we've really seen in this press conference are a lot of tough words from the Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, basically saying this is Putin's war. This is war he has chosen. This is war he has planned and is waging against a peaceful country. He says NATO is a defensive alliance, not party to the conflict, but at the same time we are hearing those very strict limits on what effectively NATO should do. And you have people on all sides saying, what can NATO effectively do? Other people asking, should NATO even respond to this sort of thing? It's beyond their bounds. It raises ethical questions, questions of humanity and morality, obviously, but it also raises the very hard military questions. Because at the end of the day right now, yes, NATO's a military alliance, but as we just heard, it's a defensive alliance. And unfortunately for Ukraine, from NATO's standpoint, it happens to be in the wrong place geographically. It's not a member of NATO, and it doesn't have any hopes of becoming a member of NATO anytime in the near future.
Doug, we're going to have to leave it there. We're going to cut to a short break, but we'll be back with further details of clearly what is an ongoing developing story and crisis in Ukraine. So do stay with us here on France 24.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
France 24, your economy explained. Liberté, égalité, actualité. Your needs are changing, and so is France24.com. With articles, reports, the latest international news, all our programs available on replay, together with live broadcasting 24/7. Intuitive, fast, and available in 4 languages. France24.com. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Hello, welcome back from live from Paris. I'm Annette Young. It's 2:30 p.m. here in the French capital. Let's take a look at what's making news this hour. Russia has been condemned globally after an attack on a Ukrainian nuclear plant. Local officials say the fire has been extinguished and no radioactive material has been released. However, Western powers are calling it a reckless and a horrific assault that threatened the safety of Europe. Also, the diplomatic push continues, NATO having just wrapped up a meeting of its foreign ministers this Friday, and now EU foreign ministers are set to have their own meeting, including the UK Foreign Secretary, the first since Brexit happened. This is Europe seeks a united response to Vladimir Putin. And Europe's biggest nuclear power plant has fallen into Russian hands. 2 security personnel were reportedly injured during the strike that hit a building on Zaporizhzhia plant in southern Ukraine. The projectile did not damage the reactor sites, and the UN's atomic watchdog says no radioactive material was released. However, the international community has condemned Russia for what they called a horrific and reckless act. In the meantime, Russian troops continue their onslaught at the strategic southern city of Mariupol. Also, Ukrainian officials say the Russians have entered the Black Sea port of Mykolaiv for the first time. Now, NATO has just finished its meeting with its foreign ministers, and its Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg has been speaking to reporters. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
This is President Putin's war. One he has chosen, planned, and is waging against a peaceful country. We call on President Putin to stop this war immediately. Withdraw all his forces from Ukraine without conditions, and engage in genuine diplomacy now.
And watching that press conference with me was international affairs commentator Douglas Herbert. Doug, let's just go back over what came out of that meeting, and I think what we saw is the limitations that NATO actually faces.
Absolutely. I mean, despite those very strong words to Vladimir Putin, and not mincing his words at all, saying this is Putin's war he has chosen, at the same time, Jens Stoltenberg is basically reminding the world of what NATO's mission is. It is a defensive alliance, not an aggressive alliance, as he puts it. And what does that mean? That means he's laying down the limits of exactly what NATO can do when a state such as Russia, led by an increasingly insular, paranoid leader, wages a war of aggression against a neighbor that is not, even if it aspires to be, but is not a member of NATO. What can you do? Well, he said what NATO can do. It has been doing. It can send weapons. It can, as it has been doing since 2014, it can help train and better equip the Ukrainian army. It's a much different army, a better prepared army than it was 8 years ago when Russia first annexed Crimea and then subsequently occupied eastern Ukraine and Donbass area. However, and he was very clear. They cannot do it. Volodymyr Zelensky is asking NATO explicitly to do, which is to implement a no-fly zone in Ukraine. Why? Implementing a no-fly zone, a NATO member especially, trying to bar the skies to Russian jets would be tantamount to declaring war on Russia. Now, there are obviously people hearing this will say, well, if that's what it takes to prevent this type of aggression and stop the world going up in flames, so be it. NATO perhaps should overstep its mandate. But the fact of the matter is, you have a lot of people, not just the Secretary General, extremely wary of doing anything that would in any way, shape, or form provoke Vladimir Putin. No-fly zone. It's not only would it provoke Vladimir Putin, it would serve as the absolute pretext for that broader war that everyone's worried about. So it is the proverbial rock in the hard place for NATO. It is stuck with wanting to support Ukraine, wanting to thwart this invasion, thwart what he calls the war of aggression by Putin, and yet not able to do it by virtue of the very definition of NATO as a defensive alliance that can only come to the military aid with soldiers and forces of its own members.
Now, in the meantime, Russian President Vladimir Putin shows no sign of restraining his onward push into Ukraine. So the question is anybody in Moscow actually listening to what NATO has to say about this?
Sure, there are people listening and perhaps watching, although those would not be Russians watching on state TV. Even though we were standing here live, I would bet a pretty penny that they did not carry any state outlet this entire speech live. Notably because he's using terminology, Jens Stoltenberg, in this speech, that is now illegal, officially illegal as of this morning in Russia. The Russian parliament voted that you cannot It is now criminally punishable by up to 15 years in prison to use words such as war or invasion to describe the Russians' actions in Ukraine. The only officially accepted terminology in it right now is special military operation. That's Putin's language, that's his military general's language, that's his advisor's language. So by definition, no, Russians were not hearing this, they were not seeing this, because he used those very words. War of aggression, invasion, to describe what is going on right now in Ukraine. Russia's war of aggression, Russia's invasion. I would also say that Putin himself, even if he himself did have access and listened to the whole speech, he has nothing but, and he has said this explicitly, nothing but contempt for NATO. He sees NATO despite its public front of unity, as being weak and divided. He doesn't see it as a direct threat to him, even though the public discourse in Russia is that NATO is encroaching on Russia and presenting an existential threat to its very existence.
Douglas Hogan, thanks for that analysis. And joining me now from London is Natia Seskuria from the Royal United Services Institute. Natia, thanks for your time. Given all of the constraints, does NATO have any chance of stopping Vladimir Putin?
Thank you for having me. As the previous guest has discussed, NATO has clearly some limitations, and NATO is willing to provide weapons to Ukraine, but it seems like what Vladimir Zelensky has been asking for many days, the no-fly zone for Ukraine, it seems like this option is out of the table.
NATO cannot impose a no-fly zone, so physically, how much can this alliance do, particularly as the situation continues to deteriorate?
Yes, NATO allies have been consistent in terms of supporting Ukraine. A number of NATO allies are sending weapons to Ukraine, and we have seen that the West has been more united than before. Germany, for example, has halted the Nord Stream 2 pipeline and decided to send weapons to Ukraine, breaking its long-standing post-war policy of non-sending weapons to the conflict zones. German Chancellor has also made a new commitment to spend more than 3% of defense. So there is a change and there is a shift in Western stance, Western policies towards this bloody war that Russia is waging in Ukraine. However, there are certain limitations because Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and the Jens Stoltenberg has made it clear that NATO will be willing to provide some aid. However, the boots on the ground is not much yet.
But it's putting NATO in an invidious position, isn't it?
Indeed, because we have seen that Russia is not going to stop in Ukraine, and Russia has a very ambitious plan to fully digest Ukrainian sovereignty, and there is no indication that this military offensive will stop anytime soon. Negotiations continue, but despite the fact that these talks are taking place between Ukraine and Russia, there's no indication that Russia will change its uncompromised demand. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov declared that Russia insists that any peace agreement with Ukraine must include a the Russians are shelling Ukrainian cities, the Russians are killing Ukrainian people, and there are dire consequences already.
Nadia Siskioria, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And as Europe continues to respond to the growing crisis in Ukraine, EU foreign ministers are going to meet shortly in an emergency session. Joining will be the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who's in town, as well as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg and Britain's Foreign Secretary Liz Truss. It's the first time a British government minister will be joining an EU Council meeting since Brexit. Let's cross now to Dave Keating in Brussels. Dave, firstly, what are we expecting to come out of this particular meeting?
Well, the focus is going to move from NATO in one part of Brussels over to the EU in another part of Brussels. But actually, it's pretty much the same group of people. It's all the foreign ministers. And because this NATO group was actually joined by the EU, the NATO meeting in the morning was joined by the EU and by Sweden and Finland, who are not members. Essentially, the only difference for this afternoon is that Ireland and Austria will join them, the foreign ministers of those countries, and Turkey will not. So you might ask, what's the difference between the afternoon meeting and the morning meeting? Well, this afternoon meeting will not talk about military affairs, it will talk about the sanctions. So they're going to talk about the implementation of the sanctions that have been agreed so far, the progress on blocking the access to SWIFT for those Russian banks that have been blocked from it, progress on seizing assets from the Russian people and businesses that were targeted in that first round of sanctions. And I'm told that they are going to talk about further sanctions, so possible further names. And there has also been the idea floated to block Russian vessels from accessing EU ports. So this afternoon's focus is going to be really focusing on the sanctions and seeing what more might be possible.
With what you've just said, Dave, and certainly the possibility of a ban on Russian vessels entering EU ports, what sort of reaction will there be from the EU foreign ministers, given the fact that up until now they really have presented a united front?
Yes, I mean, I think that's what we're really watching for, is any sign of disunity. We haven't seen that yet. I mean, it's really been remarkable over the past week that the EU is divided on a lot of things internally, and Russia is one of those big subjects that they have been divided on, but we saw everyone fall into line, unanimously approve these sanctions, unanimously approve the very first use of EU military force to aid a country in war. And so we'll see if the further sanctions might come to disunity. There have been suggestions that energy should be included in these sanctions. So far, it's been excluded. The Russian banks through which the EU countries pay for their gas deliveries from Russia, they've been excluded from the SWIFT exclusion. The UK has been suggesting that it should be included. Easy for the UK to say that. They're not dependent on Russian gas. The countries that are most dependent on Russian gas, that includes Italy and Germany, they really see that as a too drastic step, because it would plunge people into darkness and cold, and it would, without a doubt, hurt the EU more than it would hurt Russia. There is a calculation here that Russia makes a lot of money off of selling gas to EU countries, and it can't afford to cut it off. Russia won't cut off the delivery, and the EU probably won't cut off the payments until something really drastic happens, because the repercussions of that, again, will be mostly felt on the EU side. Still, I do expect that to be discussed today, because there are some countries within the EU that are saying, no, let's broaden those sanctions out to energy and the banks that are used for energy payments.
Dave Keating reporting there in Brussels, thank you. Now, the war, of course, sparking a humanitarian catastrophe. So far, 1 million people have left the country, while the UN's refugee agency says up to 10 million could eventually flee their homes. The EU having agreed to approve temporary protection for refugees fleeing the war in Ukraine. Trego reports from the Polish border.
Buses like this one haven't stopped arriving in the town of Przemyśl, bringing refugees from the border after they cross from Ukraine. Awaiting them, private citizens who are offering to take them further on their journey, not just elsewhere in Poland, but across the entire European Union. It's an initiative that's been born spontaneously and born of a pure desire to help.
we were standing here when they came from the bus, and we were waving with our sign, and then we came with the start to talk, and then we went to the bus and, you know, just give them some love and some food and everything to calm them down. They've been on a really scary journey through Ukraine. The good thing is that we are working together with the associations, Ukraine associations in Denmark. We have two organizations and the embassy who's participating. So, and then a lot of really, really good Danish settlements are making a difference. So I'm looking forward to welcome the Ukrainian people in Denmark.
For now, such initiatives are helping to keep the flux moving, preventing bottlenecks in the small town of Przemyśl. But as the numbers of those fleeing war with Russia continue to rise, the question has to be just how long such an arrangement can last without support at the state level.
That's Luke Schrago reporting there from the Polish-Ukrainian border. Now, with Russian troops just 30 kilometres away from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital is facing a constant barrage of sirens. Many are sheltering in apartment basements, while an estimated 15,000 people, many of them women and children, are seeking shelter in the city's underground metro system. And not surprisingly, food is becoming scarce. James Vissy has the story.
Thick, black smoke rises from an office building on the outskirts of Kyiv as insecurity grows all around the capital. A resident filmed these two planes just moments before a strike.
This is what the Russians are doing to us.
20 kilometers away in central Kyiv, people are using whatever they can find to blockade roads, while others queue up outside the supermarket. The meat and vegetable aisles are empty. Fresh food is difficult to come by.
Because of the city under attack.
For many families, the underground has become their new home. And every day, women are giving birth in this hospital's basement, turned into a maternity ward when the war broke out.
The sirens go off every half hour. It doesn't make things easy. We care for them in between alerts.
Across Kyiv, ordinary residents safeguard the streets, prepared to risk their lives to save their city.
And it's time now for Tech 24, and today we're looking at the role of social media in the war in Ukraine. And for this, I'm joined by Peter O'Brien in the studio. Hi, Peter. It may seem frivolous to comment on tweets and memes when there's such a devastating loss of life.
Yeah, it may seem that way, but in fact social media is having a direct impact on the way this war is shaping up. What successes Ukraine might have had so far? Well, in part they're thanks to Zelensky and his team, who are remarkably good at whipping up support online. Zelensky, of course, being a former top media personality, he knows how to create a viral moment, and then this is not just inspired Ukrainians but people internationally as well, including business leaders and world leaders as well. So moments I'm talking about, like the famous quote, "I don't need a ride, I need ammo," the moment where he went into the streets of Kyiv just after the Kremlin had said that he'd fled to film a video of himself denying this, and sometimes not all is exactly what it seems. Snake Island soldiers, for instance, Zelensky claimed they heroically died. Now we know that they're probably alive, but he'd already created such a powerful story around this that this went viral as well, of course.
And there's a wealth of archive material of Zelensky himself from his days as an actor and comedian.
Of course there is. I mean, we've also seen millions of people watching clips of him from his TV show where he played a president, or his dance moves from Dancing with the Stars. My point is that his online star power has resulted in real geopolitical gains. And let me give you a couple of examples. Zelensky actually tweeted to thank Turkey for closing access to the Black Sea, but it was a ploy. Turkey hadn't in fact done this yet, although they subsequently did. closing the Black Sea to all warships, not just Russian ones. His team asked Elon Musk on Twitter for his Starlink satellite infrastructure. They then received this, but how effective it is, we're not yet sure. And perhaps it's not a stretch to say that wins like getting the West to impose such severe sanctions on Russia, or getting tech companies to restrict their services within Russia, are in part because of Zelensky's online clout. In any case, it's clear Russia sees this social media influence as a threat. Today, the chairman of the State Duma actually said that social media was being used as a weapon against them.
It's also, I think, a sign of the generational divide between those who are digitally savvy and those who are firmly still in the analog days. You mentioned their big tech companies. What role are they playing in all of this?
Well, we have to remember how slow the likes of Meta, Twitter and Google have been when previously addressing big topics around controversial content. But this time we've almost seen an existential change overnight because of pressure from Ukrainian politicians and local politicians. Well, they've lurched away from their kind of founding beliefs about free speech after Russian state-backed media was widely condemned for spreading misinformation about the war. Well, these social platforms banned the key Russian state-backed media in Europe and stopped them from running ads globally. Now, in response, Russia restricted access to Twitter and Meta's platforms. It's now very difficult for tens of millions of Russians to access them, although crucially they do still have access to Telegram. Russia has actually today made publishing what they call fake news about the army punishable by 15 years prison. Some Ukrainian officials want the tech giants to go further. They want them to pull out of Russia completely, but these social media companies say, no, it's important that we remain a presence there so that ordinary Russians can have access to external information.
Now, some commentators are calling this the first social media war. Do you buy into that, Peter?
Well, sort of. I think it's been called that because it's really the sheer saturation of videos that we're seeing coming out. And if you think just 30 years ago when we had something so iconic as the tank climb photo come out at Tiananmen Square, well now it's kind of mind-boggling to think that every few days we have another video come out of Ukrainian citizens stopping tanks themselves. Also bear in mind that because of TikTok, this is potentially the war which is being most viewed by young people and children around the world ever. So social media has been important in other conflicts in the last 15 years, but this is perhaps what I'd call the first social media world war, if I can, because given how invested people are globally in this conflict and following it online, but also actually participating in it in some ways as well.
What kind of participation are you actually talking about?
Well, of course, we've had huge online fundraising rounds, both with cryptocurrency and normal currency. We've also had vigilante hackers en masse on both sides, so the volunteer IT army of Ukraine now has some 280,000 members, at least on its Telegram account. Social media is actually supplying the real volunteer army in Ukraine as well. A subreddit dedicated to advice on how to get to Ukraine and how to fight there has more than 35,000 members, and it's filled with posts sort of saying, I'm going to join the fight. Even people without IT skills or military experience have been taking part. You can see here, for instance, part of the review bombing that's been going on Russian restaurants in major Russian cities on Google Maps, and Afisha.ru, which is a Russian lifestyle guide. They read things like the review, the food was good, but Putin spoiled our mood by invading Ukraine. And you might think, what's the point of all this? Well, I talked to Natalie Veremiva, who's the director of the NGO Tech Ukraine, which promotes the Ukrainian tech industry. She's actually in Kyiv right now, and she says it's all about encouraging Russians to turn against the Kremlin.
This is important because this is not because we want to get some punishment for Russians, but rather we want to create this extra pressure for every ordinary Russians. They will feel that there is something going on that is really, really wrong, and they need to correct it as soon as possible because what is happening is just not right.
Of course, whether this global participation in the social media war persists for very long, we'll have to see. The internet, as we know, has a notoriously short attention span.
So thank you so much. That's been Brian Tech24 editor. And we're going to leave you with live pictures from Kyiv, where sirens have been wailing for the past few minutes. We'll bring you more on the Ukraine war in the next few Please do stay with us here on France 24.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com. Stories that appear to be news, spread on the internet or using other media. At France 24, our job is to provide you with information that's been verified. We check sources, we check facts, we sort what is true from what is fake.
At the France 24 Observers, we verify photos and videos circulating online. If they're fake, we let you know and tell you how we spotted them.
In fact or fake, we dig into viral stories around Europe to shake out the truth from the trash.
Every day, the Info Migrants team scours social networks to fight fake news about the reality of migration.
France 24, news based on facts.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
After an attack on a Ukrainian nuclear plant, local officials say the fire has been extinguished and no radioactive material was released. However, Western powers are calling it a reckless and horrific assault that threatened the safety of people. Also, the diplomatic push continues, NATO having just held a meeting of its foreign ministers this Friday, and now EU foreign ministers are having their own gathering, including the UK UK Foreign Secretary, the first time since Brexit. This as Europe seeks a united response to Russia's Vladimir Putin. Hello, I'm Annette Young and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. And first, we do have live images of Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital, which has in the last few minutes confronted yet another barrage of sirens. As you can see there, obviously people still seeking shelter, keeping in mind that that Russian convoy is less than 30 kilometres to its north. Now, of course, this happening as Europe's biggest nuclear power plant has fallen into the hands of Russia. 2 security personnel were reportedly injured during the strike that hit the building, the Zaporizhzhia plant in southern Ukraine. The projectile did not damage the reactor site, and the UN's atomic watchdog agency says no radioactive material was released. But the international community have condemned Russia for what they call a horrific and reckless act. In the meantime, Russian troops continue their onslaught of the strategic southern city Mariupol. Also, Ukrainian officials say the Russians have entered the Black Sea port of Mykolaiv for the first time. This is a meeting of NATO foreign ministers having just wrapped up in Brussels as Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky pleads for his besieged nation
Next time I bring my gloves.
with more fighter jets. Let's cross now to Brussels to speak to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg. Also with me on the set is our international affairs commentator Douglas Herbert. Secretary General, thank you so much for your time. You and I are old enough to remember the Cold War. Things we thought were unthinkable a week ago now seem highly plausible. Do you think that this war could spill over to a NATO
Just when
member
your
state?
tummy gets away. I don't hear Miami. Why did I not hear Miami? I don't hear Miami. Why did I not hear Miami? Let's see, we're connected.
And really feel pain
that's fine.
when we see the pictures
that's
from
fine.
all the suffering
that's
taking
not
place in Ukraine, the civilians killed and the devastating damage we see across the country. NATO's main responsibility is, of course, to protect and defend all allies, and therefore we have a responsibility to make sure that this conflict doesn't escalate further and beyond Ukraine and involve NATO allied countries, and that's the reason why we have significantly increased the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance on land, at sea and in the air, to send a very clear message to Moscow that we are there to defend and protect all allies, and by that preserving peace and preventing attack on the NATO allied countries.
Then they're trying to fix somebody's SIM phone.
Secretary General,
Hey, it's
you've
Atika.
been very clear
Hey.
that NATO is a defensive
Sorry, it's Atika.
alliance. It is not
My
the
IOP, I
aggressor
cut it
in this
off.
conflict, and it does not
Yeah.
seek to be. It is not a party to this conflict.
Hello.
I'm curious, how much are you concerned, you
Hello.
and your associates in NATO, about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation, obviously an unwanted escalation? And it doesn't seem that far-fetched, given what we have seen, the scenes we've seen on the battlefield, on the ground, bombardment of Ukrainian cities. Vladimir Putin has shown he doesn't necessarily need to be provoked to accuse NATO of being the aggressor. How much are you concerned about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation?
We need to make every effort to prevent an incident or an accident from happening that involves NATO allied countries, and if it happens, to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control and create something which is even worse than what we see today, and that's a full-fledged war involving NATO and Russia.
It dropped again.
And that's the reason why we also are absolutely adamant that we need military lines of communications and deconfliction with Russia to make sure that we minimize the risks for incidents, accidents, and also that we are able to handle them if they happen. So our main focus now is, of course, to call on Russia to end the war, to withdraw all its forces and to provide support to Ukraine, but also, of course, make sure that we prevent any further escalation into NATO allied countries.
Now, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky has asked for Europe to send his country fighter jets to help stop the Russian invasion. I'm curious to know where things stand on that front, and if that happens, who is actually going to fly those planes?
Hello. Hi, I hear you.
NATO allies
Hello.
have provided support
Hi, I
to
hear
Ukraine
you.
for many years, especially since 2014 when Ukraine was invaded for the first time. And, and allies have trained tens of thousands of Ukrainian troops, provided anti-tank weapons, air missile defense systems, and many other types of military equipment. And all of this proves now to be extremely important because this is helping the courageous armed forces of Ukraine to stand up against the invading invading Russian forces. And the Ukrainian army is much better equipped, much better trained, much larger now than in 2014. We will continue, and we continue to provide them with support. I will not go into the details about exactly what kind of support different NATO allies provide, but we are providing, and allies are stepping up the support to Ukraine.
You talk about the providing of the support, and this is obviously a pillar of what NATO can do in Ukraine if it can't send troops or boots on the ground. My question is, how are these weapons getting to the battlefield? Logistically, how is NATO getting them there? Who is taking the weapons to the battlefield? And once they are there, in the hands of the Ukrainian forces, how long does it take before they're able to actually use these weapons and make them sort of operationally effective?
I am very careful going into details about that, partly because it can actually undermine the efforts of allies to provide support. But the allies have announced that equipment has reached the Ukrainian armed forces. But beyond that, I will not go into details because what matters now is that allies deliver support and that we help and support the fighting troops, forces of Ukraine. The courage they show, the courage the Ukrainian population demonstrates, and also the courage and the commitment of President Zelensky and the Ukrainian leadership inspires the whole world to step up support, and it's extremely important that we actually now deliver both military support but also humanitarian support and financial support to Ukraine.
But the situation, Secretary General, reveals what an invidious position NATO has found itself in. So I'm just wanting to know, what can NATO do, given the fears that anything it does could result in a much bigger and dangerous war?
Well, we have been planning for this and preparing for this actually for a long time because NATO intelligence, especially the United States, predicted this could happen many months ago, we engaged and tried to tireless efforts to find a political solution, but President Putin decided to use military force against Ukraine.
As of now, the NATO Secretary General, Jens Stoltenberg, has said that NATO will not commit troops or aircraft to the fight in Ukraine. There is that meeting ongoing with NATO. That's bound to be a huge disappointment for many Ukrainians, including President Volodymyr Zelensky. I don't think, though, that they're going to stop trying to push for that. And what's happened with these nuclear power plants may be one more reason to install some sort of no-fly zone. The fire has been extinguished at the plant, and fortunately it was not damaged, none of the nuclear reactors were damaged, but it's still a concern. Russian troops are in control of it, and there does seem to be skirmishes on the outskirts, and there are fears that if the fighting restarts, that you could see a rocket hitting one of the reactors, and this is why, according to the Ukrainian government, they want to see a no-fly zone that prevents any Russian air power from being deployed in the area and hitting cities, but hitting, for example, something as dangerous as Europe's largest nuclear power.
Freedom throughout Europe for decades since the end of the Cold War. And I absolutely respect the sovereign right of Finland and Sweden to decide their own future. I respect them if they decide not to apply for membership. But if they apply for membership, of course they have the right
this
to join
was particularly in the first days. Quite a few African and Asian students said that they were told that Ukrainian women and children would be prioritized. They were told to keep waiting for the next train or wait at the back of the line while other people passed. And some of them had to camp out for days in freezing temperatures at the border waiting to cross. I
less
the
NATO,
situation
but they
has
get
improved
more
since
NATO
then
closer to the borders
because
when they
of
behave the
pressure
way
on
they
the
do.
Ukrainian
They try to
government, but
divide
also
us,
because
but they
there's
get
a lot
more
simply
united
better
than NATO,
coordination on the ground.
including
There's a lot
to
more
stand
border
in very
crossings
close
that are opened up, a lot more
unity
trains
with
getting to
Finland and
those
Sweden.
border
Finland and
crossings, and
Sweden have
also
extremely close
embassies
partners,
have been
very
able
close
to
to
take
the
into
meeting
action
today,
and
that
get their
just
attachés
demonstrates
here in
that
Lviv
Russia
and other
gets
parts of the
the
country,
Constitution
making sure
also
that
would
these
be
students and
aspires for
foreign
NATO,
nationals
for
know
NATO,
where to
and
go
NATO,
and
and
how
NATO.
to get evacuated out
Finally,
of
Secretary
safely.
General,
So I think the situation has improved, but there's no doubt that for a lot of Asian and African states trying to get out, they were basically pushed to the back while others were allowed to flee first, which is obviously very frustrating for so many of them.
To deconflict, to reduce the risks of miscalculations, incidents and accidents. And allies have of course also made it clear that we are ready to engage in serious political talks. But at the same time we have to see that Russia is serious about diplomatic efforts, and so far they have chosen war, armed forces instead of serious diplomatic efforts.
Jens Stoltenberg, thank you again very much for your time. We've been talking there to the NATO Secretary General just after the meeting of NATO foreign ministers, and this, of course, as Europe continues to respond to that crisis in Ukraine. EU foreign ministers are currently meeting in an emergency session. Joining them is the US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who's in town, as well as NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who we've just spoken to there, and the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, because it's the first time a British government minister has joined an EU Council meeting since Brexit. Dave Keating has more from Brussels.
The focus is going to move from NATO in one part of Brussels over to the EU in another part of Brussels, but actually it's pretty much the same group of people. It's all the and because this NATO group was actually joined by the EU, the NATO meeting in the morning was joined by the EU and by Sweden and Finland, who are not members. Essentially the only difference for this afternoon is that Ireland and Austria will join them, the foreign ministers of those countries, and Turkey will not. So you might ask, what's the difference between the afternoon meeting and the morning meeting? Well, this afternoon meeting will not talk about military affairs, it will talk about the sanctions. So they're going to talk about the implementation of the sanctions that have been agreed so far, the progress on blocking the access to SWIFT for those Russian banks that have been blocked from it, progress on seizing assets from the Russian people and businesses that were targeted in that first round of sanctions. And I'm told that they are going to talk about further sanctions, so possible further names. And there has also been the idea floated to block Russian vessels from accessing EU ports. So this afternoon's focus is going to be really focusing on the sanctions and seeing what more might be possible.
With what you've just said, Dave, and certainly the possibility of a ban on Russian vessels entering EU ports, what sort of reaction will there be from the EU foreign ministers, given the fact that up until now they really have presented a united front?
Yes, I mean, I think that's what we're really watching for, is any sign of disunity. We haven't seen that yet. I mean, it's really been remarkable. Over the past week, the EU is divided on a lot of things internally, and Russia is one of those big subjects that they have been divided on, but we saw everyone fall into line, unanimously approve these sanctions, unanimously approve the very first use of EU military force to aid a country in war. And so we'll see if the further sanctions might prompt some disunity. Now, there have been suggestions that energy should be included in these sanctions. So far, it's been excluded. The Russian banks through which the EU countries pay for their gas deliveries from Russia, they've been excluded from the SWIFT exclusion. The UK has been suggesting that it should be included. Easy for the UK to say that. They're not dependent on Russian gas. The countries that are most dependent on Russian gas, that includes Italy and Germany, they really see that as a too drastic step, because it would plunge people into darkness and cold. And it would, without a doubt, hurt the EU more than it would hurt Russia. There is a calculation here that Russia makes a lot of money off of those selling gas to EU countries, and it can't afford to cut it off. Russia won't cut off the delivery, and the EU probably won't cut off the payments until something really drastic happens, because the repercussions of that, again, will be mostly felt on the EU side. Still, I do expect that to be discussed today, because there are some countries within the EU that are saying, no, let's broaden those sanctions out to energy and the banks that are used for energy payments.
Dave Keating reporting there from Brussels. Now, Russia's media watchdog says it has restricted access to the BBC and other independent media websites, tightening controls, in fact, over the internet. Among those impacted is the BBC, also German broadcaster Deutsche Welle, and the Russian language website of US-funded Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty. Two other news outlets, Meduza and Radio Liberty, have had their access to the services limited. We understand that requests have been made by the government's prosecutors. In the meantime, the Ukrainian president has called for more sanctions against Russia.
An immediate reinforcement of sanctions against the nuclear terrorist state is necessary. The immediate closure of the skies over Ukraine is necessary, because only this can guarantee that Russia will not strike, at least with missiles and air bombs, at nuclear facilities.
So, how Western sanctions against Moscow work. The European subsidiary of the first Russian bank to be hit by the measures has shut down operations and is now on the verge of insolvency. There are also sanctions against oligarchs, with France seizing a Russian-owned yacht in the Mediterranean on Thursday. And the French Finance Ministry is also eyeing the seizure of luxury properties, but it remains unclear if that would be illegal. James Mulholland has more.
Here, one of the first properties belonging to a Russian oligarch to be seized by France. The owner of this yacht is the Russian billionaire Igor Sechin. He's close to Vladimir Putin, and his name is on the European Union's sanctions list. Who are these oligarchs? All of them are part of the Russian president's inner circle, men who head up the biggest companies in the country with fortunes worth several billions of euros. Some have bought real estate in France, like here on the Côte d'Azur, properties that the government wants to seize as quickly as possible. So what means do the authorities have at their disposal? The past few days, the Finance Ministry has been preparing its strategy, but it's likely to be a long and complicated mission.
Le bien immobilier, contrairement à vous et moi, il ne va pas être acheté en son nom, il va être acheté au nom d'une société civile immobilière qui va ensuite être détenue par une autre société. Et c'est justement cette multitude de sociétés écrans.
And they go. France is considering seizing their assets held within its borders, but their legal channels are limited.
Le droit de propriété est un droit constitutionnel. Donc même une loi ne permettrait pas de le remettre en cause. Donc il faut aller jusqu'au terme d'une procédure qui va durer au minimum 5 à 10 ans.
According to estimations, Russian billionaires have already lost more than 100 billion euros just in the past few days.
With Russian troops just 30 kilometres away from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital is facing a constant barrage of silence. Many people are sheltering in apartment basements, while an estimated 15,000, most of them women and children, are seeking shelter in the city's underground metro system. And not surprisingly, food is becoming increasingly scarce. James Vazini reports.
Thick, black smoke rises from an office building on the outskirts of Kyiv as insecurity grows all around the capital. A resident filmed these two planes just moments before a strike.
This is what the Russians are doing to us.
20 kilometers away in central Kyiv, people are using whatever they can find to blockade roads, while others queue up outside the supermarkets. The meat and vegetable aisles are empty. Fresh food is difficult to come by. For many families, the underground has become their new home. Every day, women are giving birth in this hospital's basement, turned into a maternity ward when the war broke out.
The sirens go off every half hour. It doesn't make things easy. We care for them in between alerts.
Across Kyiv, ordinary residents safeguard the streets, prepared to risk their lives to save their city.
And earlier we spoke to France 24 senior reporter Cyril Payen, who has managed to get to Bilosovka in Ukraine, and he gave us some outline of his journey into the besieged nation.
It has been a long journey. We just did with Georgiasbek crossing from the Polish border 3 days ago from the west side of the country, and we're just basically heading through the capital. We are a dozen kilometers away from Kyiv now after this 3 days journey, and we are just doing the exact opposite of this massive exodus we are experiencing now. For instance, for the few 300 to 400 kilometers we have been driving through Ukraine from this morning to now today, we have seen a very massive long queue of cars, thousands of cars just waiting to exit this area. We are in the oblast already. We are in the periphery of the epicenter of where the war is raging. We are in the southern way to enter Kyiv, and now there is only the south and the west who are still free and not under the restrict from the Russians. So what is very impressive today is the fact that the exodus is intensifying. Why? It's because of what happened obviously 400 kilometers away from where I'm standing in Crimea, with the power plant being under assault during the night. So there is a huge fear of radiation here, so people are just leaving. So what we are experiencing and seeing here, just like now, we have been seeing 2 tanks being rushed to the way of Kyiv. The people who are just here now in this area, in this perimeter, are just some local militias, military from Ukraine. We are just here to stand for, and of course police, to stand for the country. And these people who are here, and there are thousands of them, are just building bunkers, building some checkpoints and barricades, and they will stand, as they say, whether they are young students or whatever their generations or what the field of work they're coming from. They are here to stand for the country, and they are ready to fight.
That's France 24's Cyril Payen, who's making his way to Kyiv. Now, the war, of course, sparking a humanitarian catastrophe. So far, 1 million people have left the nation, while the UN's refugee agency says up to 10 million could eventually flee their homes. The EU having agreed to approve temporary protection for refugees fleeing the war in Ukraine. Luke Traeger reports from the Ukrainian-Polish border.
Buses like this one haven't stopped arriving in the town of Przemyśl, bringing refugees from the border after they cross from Ukraine. Awaiting them, private citizens who are offering to take them further on their journey, not just elsewhere in Poland, but across the entire European Union. It's an initiative that's been born spontaneously and born of a pure desire to help.
We were standing here when they came from the bus, and we were waving with our sign, and then we came with the start to talk, and then we went to the bus and, you know, just give them some love and some food and everything to calm them down. They have been on a really scary journey through Ukraine. The good thing is that we are working together with the associations, Ukraine associations in Denmark. We have 2 organizations and the Appleseed who's participating. So, and then a lot of really good Danish settlements are making a difference. So I'm looking forward to welcome the Ukrainian people in Denmark.
For now, such initiatives are helping to keep the flux moving, preventing bottlenecks in the small town of Przemyśl. But as the numbers of those fleeing war with Russia continue to rise, the question has to be just how long such an arrangement can last without support at the state level.
And that's it for this edition. Do stay with us here on France 24.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
of the world's most influential people talk to France 24.
Government cannot do much promotional film game.
Politicians. Scientists, athletes and artists. Get all the insight.
The government is still spying.
And the voices that matter on France 24.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Thanks very much for staying with us. Time now for Eye on Africa with me, Georgia Calvin-Smith.
All the latest in politics, economics and the arts in Africa on France 24. Our journalists are in every region, every country, to report on the emergence of a continent of unparalleled riches. Bringing you Africa's stories on France 24.
Thanks for joining us. Do so again. Take care.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Russia condemned globally after an attack on a Ukrainian nuclear plant. Local officials say the fire has been extinguished and no radioactive material was released. However, Western powers are calling it a reckless and horrific assault that threatened the safety of Europe. Also, NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says the military alliance will not police a no-fly zone over Ukraine and is warning that such a move could end in widespread war in Europe. Hello, I'm Annette Young and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. But first, Europe's biggest nuclear power plant has fallen into the hands of Russian troops. 2 security personnel were reportedly injured during the strike that hit a building at the Zaporizhzhia plant in southern Ukraine. The projectile did not damage the reactor sites, and the UN's atomic watchdog agency says no radioactive material was released. But the international community have condemned Moscow for what they call a horrific and reckless act. In the meantime, Russian troops continue their onslaught of the strategic southern city of Mariupol. Also, Ukrainian officials say the Russians have now entered the Black Sea port city of Mykolaiv for the first time. This is a meeting of NATO foreign ministers was held this Friday with President Volodymyr Zelensky from Ukraine pleading to the military alliance that his besieged nation be provided with fighter jets. Earlier, we spoke to NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg from Brussels. This is what he had to tell us.
First of all, it's not possible to not be moved and really feel pain when we see the pictures from all the suffering taking place in Ukraine, the civilians killed and the devastating damage we see across the country. NATO's main responsibility is, of course, to protect and defend all allies, and therefore we have a responsibility to make sure that this conflict doesn't escalate further and beyond Ukraine and involve NATO allied countries, and that's the reason why we have significantly increased the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, on land, at sea and in the air, to send a very clear message to Moscow that we are there to defend and protect all allies, and by that preserving peace and preventing an attack on a NATO allied country.
Yes, Secretary General, you've been very clear that NATO is a defensive alliance. It is not the aggressor in this conflict, and it does not seek to be. It is not a party to this conflict. I'm curious, how much are you concerned, you and your associates in NATO, about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation, obviously an unwanted escalation? And it doesn't seem that far-fetched, given what we have seen, the scenes we've seen on the battlefield, on the ground, the bombardment of Ukrainian cities. Vladimir Putin has shown he doesn't necessarily need to be provoked to accuse NATO of being the aggressor. How much are you concerned about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation?
We need to make every effort to prevent an incident or an accident from happening that involves NATO allied countries, and if it happens, to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control and create something which is even worse than what we see today, and that's a full-fledged war involving NATO and Russia. And that's the reason why we also are absolutely adamant that we need military lines of communications, deconfliction with Russia, to make sure that we minimize the risks for incidents, accidents, and also that we are able to handle them if they happen. So our main focus now is, of course, to call on Russia to end the war, to withdraw all its forces and to provide support to Ukraine, but also, of course, make sure that we prevent any further escalation into NATO allied countries.
That's the NATO Secretary General speaking to France 24 earlier. Now, as Europe continues to respond to the ongoing crisis in Ukraine, EU foreign ministers are now meeting in an emergency session. Joining them is US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, who's in Brussels, as well as Jens Stoltenberg, and the UK Foreign Secretary Liz Truss. Now, it's the first time a British government minister is joining an EU Council meeting since Brexit. Our correspondent in Brussels, Dave Keating, has more.
The focus is going to move from NATO in one part of Brussels over to the EU in another part of Brussels, but actually it's pretty much the same group of people. It's all the foreign ministers, and because this NATO group was actually joined by the EU, the NATO meeting in the morning was joined by the EU and by Sweden and Finland, who are not members. Essentially the only difference for this afternoon is that Ireland and Austria will join them, the foreign ministers of those countries, and Turkey will not. So you might ask, what's the difference between the afternoon meeting and the morning meeting? Well, this afternoon meeting will not talk about military affairs, it will talk about the sanctions. So they're going to talk about the implementation of the sanctions that have been agreed so far, the progress on blocking the access to SWIFT for those Russian banks that have been blocked from it, progress on seizing assets from the Russian people and businesses that were targeted in that first round of sanctions, and I'm told that they are going to talk about further sanctions, so possible further names, and there has also been the idea floated to block Russian vessels from accessing EU ports. So this afternoon's focus is going to be really focusing on the sanctions and seeing what more might be possible.
Dave Keating reporting there from Brussels. Now, as Russia's media watchdog agency says, it's restricted access to the BBC and other independent websites. Among those also impacted are the German broadcaster Deutsche Welle and the Russian language website of the US-funded Radio Free Europe. Two other news outlets, Medusa and Radio Liberty, have also had their access to their services limited. So, are Western sanctions against Russia working? The European subsidiary of the first Russian bank to be hit by the measures has shut down operations, is now on the verge of insolvency. There are also sanctions against oligarchs, with France seizing a Russian-owned yacht in the Mediterranean on Thursday. This, as the French Finance Ministry is eyeing the seizure of luxury properties. However, it remains unclear if that would be legal. James Mulholland reports.
Here, one of the first properties belonging to a Russian oligarch to be seized by France. The owner of this yacht is the Russian billionaire Igor Sechin. He's close to Vladimir Putin, and his name is on the European Union's sanctions list. Who are these oligarchs? All of them are part of the Russian president's inner circle, men who head up the biggest companies in the country with fortunes worth several billions of euros. Some have bought real estate in France, like here on the Côte d'Azur, properties that the government wants to seize as quickly as possible. So what means do the authorities have at their disposal? For the past few days, the Finance Ministry has been preparing its strategy, but it's likely to be a long and complicated mission.
Le bien immobilier, contrairement à vous et moi, il ne va pas être acheté en son nom, il va être acheté au nom d'une société civile immobilière qui va ensuite être détenue par une autre société. Et c'est justement cette multitude de sociétés écrans qui rend excessivement ardue la tâche du gouvernement français.
Authorities can freeze properties to prevent them from being sold, but how much further can they go? France is considering seizing their assets held within its borders, but their legal channels are limited.
Le droit de propriété est un droit constitutionnel. Donc même une loi ne permettrait pas de le remettre en cause. Donc il faut aller jusqu'au terme d'une procédure qui va durer au minimum 5 à 10 ans.
According to estimations, Russian billionaires have already lost more than 100 billion euros just in the past few days.
And with Russian troops just 30 kilometres away from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital is facing a constant barrage of sirens. Many people sheltering in apartment basements, while an estimated 15,000, most of them women and children, are seeking shelter in the city's underground metro system. And not surprisingly, food is increasingly becoming scarce. James Fazina has one.
Thick, black smoke rises from an office building on the outskirts of Kyiv as insecurity grows all around the capital. A resident filmed these two planes just moments before a strike.
This is what the Russians are doing to us.
20 kilometers away in central Kyiv, people are using whatever they can find to blockade roads, while others queue up outside the supermarkets. The meat and vegetable aisles are empty. Fresh food is difficult to come by.
About the whole of this situation, because of the war, because of the Putin, because of the nuclear weapon, because of the city under attack.
For many families, the underground has become their new home. And every day, women are giving birth in this hospital's basement, turned into a maternity ward when the war broke out.
The sirens go off every half hour. It doesn't make things easy. We care for them in between alerts.
Across Kyiv, ordinary residents safeguard the streets, prepared to risk their lives to save their city.
And earlier we talked to our senior reporter Cyril Payan, who has made his way from the Polish-Ukrainian border to Bielorussia, which is just a dozen or so kilometres from Kyiv, and he told us the journey that he had been on.
It has been a long journey. We just did with Georgiasbek, crossing from the Polish border 3 days ago from the west side of the country, and we're just basically heading through the capital. We are a dozen kilometers away from Kyiv now after this 3 days journey, and we are just doing the exact opposite of this massive exodus we are experiencing now. For instance, for the few 300 to 400 kilometers we have been driving through Ukraine from this morning to now today, we have seen a very massive long queue of cars, thousands of cars just waiting to exit this area. We are in the oblast already. We are in the periphery of the epicenter of where the war is raging. We are in the southern way to enter Kyiv, and now there is only the south and the west who are still free and not under the restrict from the Russians. So what is very impressive today is the fact that the exodus is intensifying. Why? It's because of what happened obviously 400 kilometers away from where I'm standing in Crimea, with the power plant being under assault during the night. So there is a huge fear of radiation here, so people are just leaving. So what we are experiencing and seeing here, just like now we have been seeing 2 tanks being rushed to the way of Kyiv. The people who are just here now in this area, in this perimeter, are just some local militias, military from Ukraine. We are just here to stand for, and of course police, to stand for the country. And these people who are here, and there are thousands of them, are just building bunkers, building some checkpoints and barricades, and they will stand, as they say, whether they are young students or whatever their generations or the field of work they're coming from. They are here to stand for the country, and they are ready to fight.
Cyril Payne reporting there from close to the Ukrainian capital. Now, the war, of course, sparking a humanitarian catastrophe. So far, 1 million people have left the nation, while the UN's refugee agency says up to 10 million could eventually flee their homes. The EU, having agreed to approve temporary protection for refugees fleeing the war. Luke Schrager reports from the Polish border.
Buses like this one haven't stopped arriving in the town of Przemyśl, bringing refugees from the border after they cross from Ukraine. Awaiting them, private who are offering to take them further on their journey, not just elsewhere in Poland, but across the entire European Union. It's an initiative that's been born spontaneously and born of a pure desire to help.
We were standing here when they came from the bus, and we were waving with our sign, and then we came with the start to talk, and then we went to the bus and, you know, just give them some love and some food and everything to calm them down. They've been on a really scary journey through Ukraine. The good thing is that we are working together with the associations, Ukraine associations in Denmark. We have 2 organizations and the embassy who's participating. So, and then a lot of really good Danish settlements are making a difference. So I'm looking forward to welcome the Ukrainian people in Denmark.
For now, such initiatives are helping to keep the flux moving, preventing bottlenecks in the small town of Przemyśl. But as the numbers of those fleeing war with Russia continue to rise, the question has to be just how long such an arrangement can last without support at the state level.
And that's it for this edition. Do stay with us in our ongoing coverage of war in Ukraine.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com.
watching the interview on France 24. I'm Catherine Nicholson. With me today, the Vice President of the European Commission, Maroš Šefčovič, the European Commissioner from Slovakia, Russian speaker, and former Moscow resident, having lived there as a student from 1985 to 90 during the last days of the USSR. Maroš Šefčovič, thank you very much for being with us and giving us your perspective today.
Thank you very much for your invitation.
I'd like to start off, if I may, with the most recent developments overnight into Friday. The Russian military taking control of Ukraine's biggest nuclear reactor. The Russian military also have control of several areas of terrain in Ukraine. Do you see the Ukrainian military holding on to their territory, or is more outside help needed?
I think that it's very difficult to comment on details of the military operation. What I can say is that a country with such a tragic history like Chernobyl, and you said that I studied in Russia and Moscow. It was exactly the time of Chernobyl disasters, and we have seen that how many years, how many casualties, and what were the tragic consequences of that nuclear disaster. And therefore I'm absolutely astonished that even today there could be something like artillery shelling of biggest nuclear power plant in Europe. I think that the whole international community consider this absolutely irresponsible. Of course, all international organization system is mobilized. We of course are following very closely the recent reports of International Atomic Agency, and this is just yet another proof of what kind of approach the Russian military are taking in this absolutely senseless war. And therefore I think it's very important that we as a European Union stay united, are absolutely mobilized in providing all the assistance that the Ukraine and the Ukrainian courageous people need.
Well, indeed, Volodymyr Zelensky wants the West to send warplanes to help Ukraine. The European Commission, the European Union has already approved sending 500 million euros worth of emergency weapons. Could this include those warplanes that he's now asking for?
I have to say that if you look the trajectory, the world, Europe and the European Union has passed over the last 10 days, is just clearly unbelievable. Because if you would have these interviews 10 days ago, I wouldn't be able to give you confirmative answers that we are ready to use the EU budget and the peace facility for providing lethal weapons to Ukrainians. But when we see these nerve-wracking and heart-breaking pictures coming from Ukraine, where the innocent civilians are just shelled indiscriminately by the rocket launchers and howitzers, I think it's absolutely necessary to do everything we can to provide with armaments, ammunition, lethal weapons. And I know that the providing or the clean, safe sky for Ukrainians is something very, very important. But this is very tough military decision because we are not party to this war. We do not want to escalate this conflict into possible EU or NATO, Russia military confrontation. But we are looking for all other ways how to help Ukrainians with weapons which would help them to boost their air defense.
And just on that sending of weapons, of course, Vladimir Putin has been arguing that he invaded Ukraine in response to threats or threatening posturing from the West, from NATO. This is a historic first by the EU sending weapons. Is it something that could, in fact, antagonize Russia, play into Putin's narrative?
I think that in this particular case, we have to be very strong, united, and we are really in a new era. As I said, 10 days ago this would not be possible, but who would really believe, especially after this multiple reassurances coming from Russian president himself, that he's not going to invade the Ukraine, and then he sends the division to this peaceful cities. And when I see how the public opinion has changed, I was following the debate in Bundestag, when I see that countries like Sweden, like Switzerland are joining our efforts and are ready to provide even military assistance. I mean, it's quite clear that this is earth-shattering and we are in a new moment where simply EU has to demonstrate that we are on the good side of the history, that we cannot simply look how the people in our neighboring country are massacred by the highly efficient militaries. And therefore, I think we crossed as many thresholds, and we simply also draw the line. That's it, that we are ready to defend ourselves, we are ready to fight for our values, and we are also ready to do it in these ways, which clearly was not possible just a few days ago. So if there is any belief in Russia that we as Europeans would be divided, would be softened, I mean, it will not happen, not today, not tomorrow, not next week, and not next year, because we'll be really standing very steadfast with the Ukraine and with the resolve to protect our European way of life.
We've seen great expressions of solidarity from the EU towards Ukraine, particularly earlier in the week when the President of Ukraine made an emotional appeal to the European Parliament for support. Now, he says he wants Ukraine to get immediate accession to the EU via a new special procedure. We have heard hesitant responses to that from various EU member states. What do you think is the most likely path now for Ukraine, which obviously does have a will to be closer to the European Union in some way?
We just concluded the discussions about the European ministers of the EU, and I have to say that I'm in this business already for quite some time. I never seen such a remarkable unity and resolve to help the Ukraine and to really send very strong political signals to our Ukrainian friends and partners. I think it's quite clear that they are indeed dying for European values, they're dying for being part of Europe, and I think it's very clear, it was expressed from all ministers who participated in this discussion, this question deserves our strategic attention. There is a need for clear political signal that, of course, over some time, the Ukrainian definitely belongs with us, that its people are one of us, and that we want them in. I think now it's time for strong political messaging. We can discuss the mechanics later, but what the people of Ukraine need right now is encouragement, is assistance, and it's of course any kind of help we can provide them.
Well, speaking of help that the EU can provide to Ukrainians and people in Ukraine, refugees, of course, coming out of Ukraine in huge numbers. The UNHCR says more than 1 million have fled. Of course, your home country, Slovakia, one of the countries they're most likely to come into. Are the EU states prepared to receive this huge influx of people at this point?
I have to say that they are, and I was really personally on behalf of the whole Commission really expressing my gratitude to the new frontline states, to Poland, to my home country, Slovakia, to Hungary, to Romania, but also to other countries who are, I would say, in second line like the Czech Republic, Germany, France, and others, because the unity and solidarity here is absolutely impressive. I have to share with you that I was particularly taken by the image which was described by our Romanian colleague, who was describing the situation at the border like, I would say, gigantic kindergarten. That you see these young mothers with the babies, with the small children, who these countries are really doing their utmost to accommodate. As you rightly pointed out, it's already 1 million Ukrainian women and children who are arriving to the European peaceful, safe countries. And I have to say that there is remarkable solidarity from the local people on the ground to help them, because they see the tragedy, they see the need, and we from the European Commission side are ready to help them with our emergency assistance, with shelters, with food, with medicaments, but also with financial assistance.
An important aspect of this story, though, is about who exactly gets what protection. I'm sure it's no surprise to you that our reporters who were on the Ukraine-Poland border, for example, have witnessed racist incidents with people coming to the border and telling Africans not to come in, even trying to attack them. There is a question mark about whether all residents of Ukraine will be allowed to have protection status in the EU. At this point when we speak, it looks like short stay visas, as in for people, students from Africa, for example, would not get this protection. Can you clarify this? Is there discrimination going on?
Yes, I can clarify it, and thank you very much for this question, because I really would like to refute this fake news. I think we immediately clarified it with our Ukrainian partners, but also with all frontline countries. And what was apparently happening there, that if it comes to the war situation, of course, the women and children have the priority. And that was the first people who really needed to get to those buses to be transported to the European Union. And then the students followed immediately. We have seen the dramatic increase, and it's really in thousands of the foreign students coming to Central and Eastern European countries. Nobody is discriminated against, and let's just imagine that we had in 10 days something like 1 million people crossing. Of course, this never happened before. There might be, some issues here, some issues there, but we've been reassured by Ukrainians, by all our frontline experts, and we are beefing up our Frontex presence there. There was no discrimination, there was definitely no racism, and we did our utmost to make sure that the students would have safe passage to Europe. And we are already also working with their home countries to also organize the flights which would take them back to their countries until hopefully the peace is restored in Ukraine and they can come back as students. And as you rightly pointed out, the Ukrainians with biometric passports, they are of course under the visa-free regime, so they can travel freely. But we also adopted this temporary protection system exactly for those who simply had to flee their apartments from 1 hour into another. They do not have all the documents, but we are going to create special conditions for them to provide them with shelter, to provide them with the health care, to make sure that their children could study, and also that eventually over the time when they would absorb this dramatic shock, that they could also work in the European Union, and the system would work initially at least for 1 year, and then we will see. But the solidarity is enormous, and I'm sure that we will find a solution to this enormous challenge.
Maros Shevchevich, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
Thanks to you for watching. See you soon here on France 24.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Russia condemned globally after an attack on a Ukrainian nuclear plant. Local officials say the fire has been extinguished and no radioactive material was released. But Western powers are calling it a reckless and a horrific assault that threatened the safety of Europe. Also, NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg says the military alliance will not police a no-fly zone over Ukraine and is warning such a move could end up in a widespread war on the European continent. Hello, I'm Annette Young and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. The first and Europe's biggest nuclear power plant has fallen into the hands of Russian troops. 2 security personnel were reportedly injured during a strike that hit a building at the Zaporizhzhia plant in southern Ukraine. The projectile did not damage the reactor sites, and the UN's atomic watchdog agency says no radioactive material was released. However, the international community has condemned Russia for what they call a horrific and reckless act. As well, Russian troops are continuing their onslaught of the strategic southern city of Mariupol, and Ukrainian officials say the Russians have now entered the Black Sea port of Mykolaiv for the first time. Now, with Russian troops just 30 kilometres away from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital is facing a constant barrage of sirens. Many people are sheltering in apartment basements, while an estimated 15,000, most of them women and children, are seeking shelter in the city's underground metro system. And not surprisingly, food is becoming increasingly scarce. James Vazina has more.
Thick, black smoke rises from an office building on the outskirts of Kyiv as insecurity grows all around the capital. A resident filmed these 2 planes just moments before a strike.
This is what the Russians are doing to us.
20 kilometers away in central Kyiv, people are using whatever they can find to blockade roads, while others queue up outside the supermarket. The meat and vegetable aisles are empty. Fresh food is difficult to come by.
About the whole of this situation, because of the war, because of the Putin, because of the nuclear weapon, because of the city under attack.
For many families, the underground has become their new home. And every day, women are giving birth in this hospital's basement, turned into a maternity ward when the war broke out.
The sirens go off every half hour. It doesn't make things easy. We care for them in between alerts.
Across Kyiv, ordinary residents safeguard the streets, prepared to risk their lives to save their city.
And joining me now from Kyiv is Alina Kurska, the Ukrainian youth delegate to the UN. Alina, first of all, thank you for your time. Just tell us, whereabouts are you sheltering now?
So hello everyone. Yes, I was born and raised in Kyiv, and starting from the beginning of the Russian aggression, I was based in Kyiv, but just a day ago I left to a more safer place.
Are you taking shelter in a village? I mean, are you with other people? Can you give us a sense of what you're actually doing at this point?
So right now I'm.
Hi. Yes, I hear you now.
Hi. I'm
Yes,
talking
I
to
hear you
news
now.
media
Sorry, it was too low. The volume. I hear you.
Tell the world the truth about what is going on. So starting from Russian aggression, we need to counter disinformation and deep fakes. That is why I'm trying to say the world what is really happening in Ukraine.
But coming back to your own situation, can you paint a picture of where you now are? Are you safe? Are you in a village? Are you able to get food, water and other commodities?
Yes, thanks. For now I'm good. But when Russian aggression started, of course, for the first days we needed to come to the bomb shelter because of the alarms. So it was the time when I needed to be on the alert all the time.
Yeah. What are you hearing from people who are still in Kyiv? And what is the situation like for your family and friends?
I mean, Kyiv is for now a hot zone. And so we, from different regions, I can hear that my friends hear different explosions. So, of course, the situation is unstable.
Alina, given your involvement with the UN, and let's now take this conversation to obviously what you want to talk about, which is, getting greater international support for Ukraine against the Russian troops. At this point, NATO has said that it's not going to impose a no-fly zone, because if it does that, it will then lead to a much more widespread war across the European continent. So as a result, what do you now want from Europe? What can they give you if they're not going to be able to give you a no-fly zone?
I couldn't hear till the end the question, but as far as understood, you're asking me about the no-fly zone. Of course, we are support the establishment of a no-fly zone over Ukraine, because like due to the air superiority of Russia, like for now Ukraine can deal with Russia on-ground troops, but it's really hard to fight with the Russian air superiority. That is why there is, I know that there is a petition which almost all people can join and can support Ukraine.
Alina Kurska, we're going to leave it there, and I just want to apologise for the audio signal. Thank you, Alina, and do stay safe. As I mentioned there, a meeting of NATO foreign ministers has just wrapped up in Brussels this Friday, and as a result it was said again by the NATO Secretary General that the alliance will not impose a no-fly zone. This is Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is pleading for his besieged nation to be provided with fighter jets. Earlier we spoke to the NATO Secretary General. This is what he had to tell us.
First of all, it's not possible to not be moved and really feel pain when we see the pictures from all the suffering taking place in Ukraine, the civilians killed and the devastating damage we see across the country. NATO's main responsibility is, of course, to protect and defend all allies, and therefore we have a responsibility to make sure that this conflict doesn't escalate further and beyond Ukraine and involve NATO allied countries, and that's the reason why we have significantly increased the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, on land, at sea and in the air, to send a very clear message to Moscow that we are there to defend and protect all allies, and by that preserving peace and preventing an attack on a NATO allied country.
Yeah, Secretary General, you've been very clear that NATO is a defensive alliance. It is not the aggressor in this conflict, and it does not seek to be, it is not a party to this conflict. I'm curious, how much are you concerned, you and your associates in NATO, about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation, obviously an unwanted escalation? And it doesn't seem that far-fetched, given what we have seen, the scenes we've seen on the battlefield, on the ground, the bombardment of Ukrainian cities. Vladimir Putin has shown he doesn't necessarily need to be provoked to accuse NATO of being the aggressor. How much are you concerned about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation?
We need to make every effort to prevent an incident or an accident from happening that involves NATO allied countries, and if it happens, to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control and create something which is even worse than what we see today, and that's a full-fledged war involving NATO and Russia. And that's the reason why we also are absolutely adamant that we need military lines of communications, deconfliction with Russia, to make sure that we minimize the risks for incidents, accidents, and also that we are able to handle them if they happen. So our main focus now is, of course, to call on Russia to end the war, to withdraw all its forces and to provide support to Ukraine, but also, of course, make sure that we prevent any further escalation into NATO allied countries.
And Russia's media watchdog says it's restricted access to the BBC and other independent media websites, tightening controls over the internet as a result. Among those also impacted German broadcaster Deutsche Welle and the Russian language website of the US-funded Radio Free Europe. Two other news outlets, Meduza and Radio Liberty, have also had their access to services limited. Now, joining me in the studio is France 24's Elena Voloshin, who is the Moscow correspondent for the French channel and has just returned from the Russian-Ukrainian border. Elena, thanks for coming in. What was it like being on the Russian side of that border, especially as those troops rolled in?
First of all, I must stress on the fact that as soon as Vladimir Putin made I heard the war starting. So it was very coordinated. I saw the helicopters, I heard the first shellings, and in fact they were attacking the border in the Kharkiv region, the second Ukrainian city, which today sees a big fight for the seize of this city. So yes, I was seeing a huge military buildup, and once this border has been taken, you would see columns and columns of Russian artillery, military vehicles with the famous Z on the armories, and so they were pouring into Ukraine through this border. And then on the Russian side, it was closed. There was a checkpoint which would prevent any civil vehicles from going towards the border, maybe 10 kilometers away from the border in the next days following this first attack, which I witnessed.
Were you able to talk to Russian soldiers?
In fact, not when we were in the region, because they were all either in the temporary camps in the fields, and so they were going out from the camps to go to Ukraine on their artillery and military vehicles, so you wouldn't talk to them. They were not in the city in Russia, in the Belgorod city, which was on the border. But we saw Russian soldiers in the train when we went back to Moscow, maybe 1 week after the beginning of the attack, and that's where we could, because it was a night train, so that's where we could talk to them a little bit. And then, in fact, they were already coming back from, so they already fought. And what they told us is what we would see on social media and on Telegram channels with amateur videos from the soldiers, was that they knew at the very last moment that they were going to
as well. So what we're seeing here is, an area that's preparing not just for to defend itself, but to actually house tens of thousands of more people. It was actually
were they angry as a result about the lack of information that they were given?
Incredible how many people who are now there.
They were angry. They were
what a lot of families have done is moved in together with their grandparents and parents, and then give up their home to other people who are coming in. It's just one of the small ways that ordinary citizens are trying to help out. Also, schools have now been converted into temporary shelters for refugees coming in. Even a local theater is now building bunk
what kind of operation he's doing. He's risking his life, and he must be stuck to a cause,
numbers are not
and to a good cause in order
down.
to risk
If
his life.
anything, they're likely
And obviously
increase,
these soldiers
especially
were
if
not told what they were doing, why they were doing on the border,
that they agreed to
and again it was at the very last moment. So this is really a lack
then we'll be seeing even more people
recognition, this lack of motivation for soldiers, which already maybe have some consequences on the Russian losses from the Russian side.
Do you think that Russian support for the invasion is already starting to erode, especially as those sanctions start to fire?
The biggest concern
is very hard to measure when you look at the official polls now. The confidence
in other areas
for
around
Vladimir Putin
for example,
has raised
and of course
up to
the eastern
70%.
Kharkiv,
Although in the last 3 times, especially when Vladimir Putin changed the constitutions in order to remain in power, this support, historical support, was always around 60%, was starting to erode. But now, with the massive war propaganda which is broadcast by state television, this support apparently is again raising, and again everyone's around Putin. The Russian people seem to be behind Putin, but you wouldn't know the real picture, and you wouldn't understand the real state of Russian collective mind, because many people are just afraid to speak openly, to speak up openly, especially now where repression is tightening and is more and more strong in Russia.
Okay, thank you so much
inside.
for coming to talk to us. And that's it for this edition. Do stay with us here on France 24.
Breaking news on France 24 and France24.com. Because a new page of history gets written every day. Because breaking news can't wait. Information everywhere. In all situations. On every subject. Understanding the world. Imagining the world. France 24, a different take on the news.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Welcome to People in Profit. I'm Kate Moody. Coming up, Russia is facing a raft of financial sanctions after it invaded Ukraine, but it spent years building up its economy to protect against such measures. We take a look at Vladimir Putin's fortress economy. Plus, how the conflict could impact already struggling global supply chains, from oil and gas to wheat and corn, palladium and titanium. Supplies of all sorts of commodities stand to be disrupted. Since Russian forces invaded Ukraine on the 24th of February, the European Union, United States, and other allies have imposed unprecedented sanctions against Moscow and President Vladimir Putin. The measures include freezing the assets of Russian lenders, including the central bank, blocking some financial institutions from the SWIFT messaging system, which facilitates international transactions, and banning the sale of high-tech components like semiconductors or airplane parts. But for years, since its annexation of Crimea in 2014, the Russian government has been taking preemptive steps to protect and insulate its economy from such sanctions, a strategy some analysts have dubbed Fortress Russia. Let's bring in Alistair Milne, Professor of Financial Economics at Loughborough University. Thanks for being with us today. Talk us through some of the ways in which Russia has been preparing its economy to face more international sanctions.
Well, we've got to remember that Russia's been preparing to make itself a kind of fortress economy for, I think, more than 10 years. I think the possibility of a major international confrontation has been in the planning for a decade inside the Kremlin. And we know part of that actually is not working out so well. They've built up a huge portfolio of foreign exchange reserves, but they're still having trouble accessing that, so that's one way. But actually, the most important, and the one that's least remarked on, is food security. Russia has doubled its grain production since 2012. Putin set a target and said, we can no longer be a grain importer, we must have to produce our own food and then export it. They're now the world's largest grain exporter. And that's critical if you've got a long-term military campaign, because the two things you need to conduct a war are energy and grain.
What do we know about how all those moves have impacted the Russian population over the last decade?
Well, it's extraordinary that they haven't kind of revolted, because there's been almost a complete cessation of economic growth. So we're used in the West to the idea that, you know, it's not good every year, but consumption and incomes, we hope, are going to grow year by year, new technology, new products. The Russian citizens have seen very little of that in the last 7 or 8 years. Their economy has been stagnating, and it's been seeing very little innovation, because everything has gone into the kind of military complex and supporting the idea of Russia as an independent state that doesn't depend economically on the rest of the world.
Now, there's been a lot of focus on this decision to cut many Russian banks off of the SWIFT messaging system. It makes it more complicated, but not impossible for them to do international transactions. How significant do you think that move was, and how effective do you think it will be?
Well, I think it's been very important symbolically, because, you know, it's an international arrangement. So the fact that we're able to agree across the Western countries, let's take this move. But it's important to me primarily as a symbol. I think in reality, there's quite a few workarounds. There are other systems. There's one known as SPFS, which is actually run by the Central Bank of Russia. It's mostly for the Eurasian countries, those Kurdistan, Kazakhstan, Armenia, those sort of places. But other banks can plug, it's essentially the same technology as SWIFT. It's the same standards. So other banks around the world could easily plug into that or get someone to plug them in if they wanted. So on its own, throwing out a SWIFT makes very little difference.
So why has there been so much pressure on leaders to do that?
Well, I regret to say, I think it's our own propaganda war. So our leaders, who frankly are scared of Putin, think we must have something which shows we're strong, something we can send around the world to say we're doing things. SWIFT. well, we know it doesn't really do that much, but it sounds fantastic. So let's tell our citizens that we're doing wonderful things. So I regret that they did that. I don't think SWIFT themselves wanted to be politicized in this way. I think they should have been more honest and said, we're going to impose real sanctions, but they're going to hurt us as well as the Russians.
In your view, what are the most effective sanctions that have been announced so far?
The central bank, the freeze on central bank assets has certainly made a big difference, and for two reasons. Firstly, it's put the Russian financial markets into freefall, so that's been quite a shock. But remember, Russia doesn't depend on financial markets in the same way that we in the West do. They can still run their military machine. I think it was a bit naive when one of the leading politicians said, we're going to cut off the sources of war finance. But Russia doesn't need the financial markets or the world financial system to finance war. It will affect Russian industry, of course, they'll be badly hit. But the central bank measure has been effective. But the problem really here is the longer term. If they succeed in crushing Ukraine, and eventually it's hard to see a different outcome. If eventually they succeed in crushing Ukraine, then the kind of reality is we're going to sort of say, oh well, we didn't want this to happen. We did what we could to stop it, but we failed to stop it. And what's the point of the sanctions anymore? So then they'll be gradually wound down, and the Russian economy will be permanently weakened. But from Putin's perspective, it will still be a victory.
Do you think economic sanctions can really be effective if they don't go after Russia's energy sector?
The energy sector is important, but again, to wage war, they don't need foreign exchange in, say, the next 6 months or so. I mean, there will come a point where they need certain kind of spare parts, but it's probably more important just to ban the export of those spare parts. So they're just hanging on until we cut off the energy.
So do you think the idea of sanctioning Moscow in this crisis is a lost cause?
We're just not doing it the right way. The problem is it's what are known as executive sanctions. So it's President Biden who is well-meaning, and knows it's effective. I quite like Bruno Maire, the French minister. I think he used the right words, total war. I don't think we should go back from that. But what does total war consist of? I think it requires parliamentary, legislative action across all parliaments of the Western world, saying we fulfill it. I would suggest for the next 20 years, all financial and economic transactions with Russia. And 20 years is important because Putin himself is a lawyer. I think that will hit him hard to realise, gosh, my legacy is not the great victory of Russia. My legacy is 20 years completely in the wilderness. But it needs to be legislation, because our politicians, bless them, are very weak. It's the nature of democracy. They appeal to voters, so they're weak. So we have to use Parliament instead, not our politicians. And Parliament has to pass 20 years of sanctions so that Russia knows it has no hope.
Alistair Milne, thanks so much for joining us today.
My
Well, Russia is known as a major oil and gas exporter, but it also has huge reserves of other natural resources which stand to be disrupted. Russia produces more than 40% of the world's palladium, a key component in electronics. It's also a top supplier of platinum, gold, nickel, and aluminum. Together with Ukraine, it accounts for a quarter of global wheat exports and a fifth of corn sales. That means the spiraling conflict and ensuing sanctions could throw off supply chains for industries around the world. Chris Beecham, Chief Market Analyst at IG, joins us now. Chris, we've already seen oil and gas prices soar as this crisis escalated. How much disruption do you foresee for global energy supplies?
The energy supply element, I think, is crucial at this point. The sanctions proceeded without much reference to energy, but it's clear from Biden's speech, the State of the Union speech, that really I think we can expect further sanctions to be imposed that will really hit the global energy supply. OPEC has decided not to increase its output for the time being, but I think that is almost inevitable and have to respond in some way to the likelihood that we'll see disruptions to energy supplies across Europe, and that, of course, has a major impact on the economies there, and it feeds into the broader debate about whether markets are braced for whether stock markets certainly are braced for further falls. Commodity prices certainly look set for further gains.
Now, beyond energy, Russia does also produce a lot of raw materials, metals in particular. So these already strained supply chains could face still more problems.
Yes, exactly. I think we'll see further reductions of exports from Russia. That puts pressure on businesses across the globe, and again feeds into the rate of inflation. So we should expect to see those prices rise, even as companies look to find alternative sources. Of course, that takes time. You've got to transport them. Everything seems to threaten a more significant hit to global supply chains, and that was also a big theme of last year, and how the global economy was having to cope with those becoming strained, and now they're being strained toward breaking point, and probably beyond that as well.
When it comes to agriculture, we know that certain emerging markets are particularly dependent on wheat, corn, seed oils that come from both Russia and Ukraine. How is this going to affect them?
Well, again, we're looking at a major hit to economic growth there, of course, quite apart from the hit to food supplies, and this will sort of feed through into economic performance. So we can expect this to be another major problem that will redound not just to emerging markets, but to developed ones as well. The global economy is interconnected in a way that hasn't been ever in history. And I think you're seeing these disruptions across so many commodities, and especially in agricultural commodities, the basic essentials of life, rising in price and being disrupted in supply. It's a kind of almost perfect storm, I think, for these emerging markets, especially when you're also facing the likelihood of the Fed raising rates, even if they do so at a slower tempo than had been expected back in January.
Are there any markets or exporters that could actually wind up benefiting from this conflict?
Well, all those countries that will find themselves suddenly in high demand because they produce those metals. So you're looking at, again, Australia, if we can meet demand, but a host of African countries producing these metals will be key ones to look out for. And of course, they will see increased demand, and that should boost their performance to an extent, whether that's enough to outweigh the disruptions that we just talked about.
There's a lot more armed men here.
To be seen, but certainly I think that other emerging markets will be potential winners.
Several of them there, and then two more went that way. Now they're walking this way.
Their economies, and the output they'll have to respond by increasing that output in order to meet those increased needs from different companies.
Chris Beecham, thanks so much for joining us.
They're all very casual about it. They're all very casual about it.
Well, that's all for this week, but you can find this and all our previous programs on our website and as a podcast wherever you're
moving very quickly.
You can also get in touch with your comments and questions on social media. Until next time, thanks for watching.
Dun, 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 Does. Hi. Hi.
Russia condemned globally after an attack on a Ukrainian nuclear plant. Local officials say the fire has been extinguished and no radioactive material was released. but Western powers are calling it a reckless and a horrific assault that threatened the safety of Europe. Also, NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg says the military alliance will not police a no-fly zone over Ukraine and is warning such a move could end up in a widespread war on the European continent. Hello, I'm Nat Young and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. The first and Europe's biggest nuclear power plant has fallen into the hands of Russian troops. 2 security personnel were reportedly injured during a strike that hit a building at the Zaporizhzhia plant in southern Ukraine. The projectile did not damage the reactor sites, and the UN's atomic watchdog agency says no radioactive material was released. However, the international community has condemned Russia for what they call a horrific and reckless act. As well, Russian troops are continuing their onslaught of the strategic southern city of Mariupol, and Ukrainian officials say the Russians have now entered the Black Sea port of Mykolaiv for the first time. Now, with Russian troops just 30 kilometres away from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital is facing a constant barrage of sirens. Many people are sheltering in apartment basements, while an estimated 15,000, most of them women and children, are seeking shelter in the city's underground metro system. And not surprisingly, food is becoming increasingly scarce. James Pazina has more.
Thick, black smoke rises from an office building on the outskirts of Kyiv as insecurity grows all around the capital. A resident filmed these 2 planes just moments before a strike.
Well, I think it shows. How dangerous this conflict is. The fact that we are dealing with
20 kilometers away in central Kyiv, people are using whatever they can find to
even
blockade
rocket
roads,
shelling quite close
while
to it
others
is
queue up outside the supermarkets.
We've actually managed with the company that manages
now
under the
is
control.
difficult
It's
to
now
come
under
by.
the control of Russian troops, and employees are working there. Managers are keeping the plant stable, but at gunpoint. That was the words used by the company.
In a way,
it's almost as
For many
though
families,
Russian troops hold this
the
nuclear
underground
power plant
has
hostage
become
now.
their new home.
And keep in mind, it's not just this
And every
plant,
day,
which controls
women
by
are
the
giving
way,
birth in
quarter
this
of the energy
hospital's
needs.
basement,
But there's
turned
also
into a
the
maternity ward
where the
war broke out.
disaster zone, the
The
exclusion
sirens
zone,
go
which is
off
now
every half hour. It doesn't make
more or
things
less
easy.
control.
We care
So
for
I
them
think
in
it's
between
a very
alerts.
So I think it's a very frightening prospect, and it
Across
shows
Kyiv,
that there's
ordinary
Russian
residents
troops will go
safeguard
to
the
great
streets,
length and great
prepared to
danger
risk
to
their lives
themselves even
to save their city.
these strategic
And joining me now
assets.
from Kyiv is Alina Kozkova.
Remember, if there's something goes
Ukrainian
wrong,
delegate to the
if one of the
UN.
reactors
Alina,
is
first of all, thank you
unstable,
for your
if
time.
there is a
Just tell us,
failure of
whereabouts
some sort,
are
then
you
it
sheltering
would endanger
now?
not just Ukrainian citizens and troops, but
Hello,
also Russian
everyone.
troops
Yes,
as
I'm
well.
currently
So
based in
it's
Kyiv,
an incredibly dangerous and
starting from the
volatile
beginning
precedent.
of the Russian aggression,
It's
I
why
was
there's
based
an
in Kyiv,
emergency
but just
security
a
council,
day ago I
and
was
it's why the
I
International
left
Atomic Energy Agency has
to
to
more
ask for the
safe
fighting to stop immediately and
Are
secure
you
the
taking
power plant
shelter
as soon as
in a
possible.
village? I mean, are you with other people? Can you give us a sense of what you're actually doing at this point?
So right now I'm talking to numerous media to tell the world the truth about what is going on. So starting from Russian aggression, we need to counter disinformation and deep fakes. That is why I'm trying to say the world what is really happening in Ukraine.
But coming back to your own situation, can you paint a picture of where you now are? Are you safe? Are you in a village? Are you able to get food, water, and other commodities?
We're not sure exactly, but there are 3 different things happening, and it could be a combination of all 3. One is the possibility that this huge column, which is about 40 miles long and aimed directly at Kyiv, is having serious logistical problems. We've seen in other Russian units trying to advance.
What are you hearing from people who are
that they've run out of
here?
food and
what
fuel
is the
quite quickly
situation
with
like with
soldiers
your
sometimes
family and
reportedly ransacking supermarkets and homes to get food. We've seen social media videos of running out armored vehicles, just running out of gas. There might be a logistical problem there. The other issue is that we now know that the Ukrainian military has been conducting these hit-and-run attacks on the UN. So that may also be another impediment to the convoy moving forward. And the third is, as you mentioned, it might be a strategic cost. There may be a strategic reason why these troops have not moved forward onto Kyiv. What we have been seeing is mostly these missile attacks, on strategic locations in and around Kyiv, on the city of Kharkiv. And we've seen mostly Russian troop occupation and movement south, not in Kyiv itself. So there may be a strategic reason for this, but if there is, then we're waiting for the Russian offensive to reveal what that is and what they want the Ukrainian government to do.
But as far as understood, you're asking me about an offline zone. Of course, we are supporting the establishment of an offline zone because, due to the air superiority of Russia, for now, Ukraine can deal with Russia all ground troops. But it's really hard to fight with the Russian air superiority. That is why there is, I know, the petition which almost all people can join and can support to Ukraine.
Alina Kurska, we're going to leave it there, and I just want to apologise for the audio signal. Thank you, Alina, and do stay safe. As I mentioned there, a meeting of NATO foreign ministers has just wrapped up in Brussels this Friday, and as a result it was said again by the NATO Secretary-General that the alliance will not impose a no-fly zone. This is Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky is pleading for his besieged nation to be provided with fighter jets. Earlier we spoke to the NATO Secretary-General. This is what he had to tell us.
First of all, it's not possible to not be moved and really feel pain when we see the pictures, the suffering taking place in Ukraine, the civilians killed and the devastating damage we see across the country. NATO's main responsibility is, of course, to protect and defend all allies, and therefore we have a responsibility to make sure that this conflict doesn't escalate further and beyond Ukraine and involve NATO allied countries, and that's the reason why we have significantly increased the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, on land, at sea and in the air, to send a very clear message to Moscow that we are there to defend and protect all allies, and by that preserving peace and preventing an attack on a NATO allied country.
Yes, Secretary General, you've been very clear that NATO is a defensive alliance. It is not the aggressor in this conflict, and it does not seek to be, it is not a party to this conflict. I'm curious, how much are you concerned, you and your associates in NATO, about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation, obviously an unwanted escalation? And it doesn't seem that far-fetched, given what we have seen, the scenes we've seen on the battlefield, on the ground, bombardment of Ukrainian cities. Vladimir Putin has shown he doesn't necessarily need to be provoked to accuse NATO of being the aggressor. How much are you concerned about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation?
We need to make every effort to prevent an incident or an accident from happening that involves NATO allied countries, and if it happens, to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control and create something which is even worse than what we see today, and that's a full-fledged war involving NATO and Russia. And that's the reason why we also are absolutely adamant that we need military lines of communications, deconfliction with Russia, to make sure that we minimize the risks for incidents, accidents, and also that we are able to handle them if they happen. So our main focus now is, of course, to call on Russia to end the war, to withdraw all its forces and to provide support to Ukraine, but also, of course, make sure that we prevent any further escalation into NATO allied countries.
And Russia's media watchdog says it's restricted access to the BBC and other independent media websites, tightening controls over the internet as a result. Among those also impacted German broadcaster Deutsche Welle and the Russian language website of the US-funded Radio Free Europe. Two other news outlets, Meduza and Radio Liberty, have also had their access to services alerted. Now, joining me in the studio is France 24's Elena Voloshin, who is the Moscow correspondent for the French channel and has just returned from the Russian-Ukrainian border. Elena, thanks for coming in. What was it like being on the Russian side of that border, especially as those troops rolled in?
First of all, I must stress on the fact that as soon as Vladimir Putin made his announcement of war, I was at 15-20 kilometers from the border, I heard the war starting. So it was very coordinated. I saw the helicopters, I heard the first shellings, and in fact they were attacking the border in the Kharkiv region, the second Ukrainian city, which today sees a big fight for the seas of this city. So yes, I was seeing huge military buildup, and once this border has been taken, you would see columns and columns of Russian artillery, military vehicles with the famous Z on the armories, and so they were pouring into Ukraine through this border. And then on the Russian side, it was closed. There was a checkpoint which would prevent any civil vehicles from going towards the border, maybe 10 kilometers away from the border in the next days following this first attack, which I witnessed.
Were you able to talk to Russian soldiers?
In fact, not when we were in the region, because they were all either in the temporary camps in the fields, and so they were going out from the camps to go to Ukraine on their artillery and the military vehicles, so you wouldn't talk to them. They were not in the city in Russia, in the Belgorod city, which was on the border. But we saw Russian soldiers in the train when we went back to Moscow, maybe 1 week after the beginning of the attack, and that's where we could, because it was a night train, so that's where we could talk to them a little bit. And in fact, they were already coming back from the front, so they already fought. And what they told us is what we would see on social medias and on Telegram channels with amateur videos from Russian soldiers, was that they knew at the very last moment that they were going on war to Ukraine. They were told that they were going to military exercises, that there were massive losses from the Russian side, and what they told us is that, but you won't be told that from an official version.
And were they angry as a result about the lack of information that they were given?
Yes, of course. They were angry. They were disoriented, and we saw that in fact already during the annexation of Crimea, because I covered also the annexation, and when we were in Crimea and we saw these Russian soldiers without any recognition signs, they told us, even our chief commander Vladimir Putin is denying us. I mean, because for a soldier it's important to know what kind of operation he's doing. He's risking his life, and he must be stuck to a cause, and to a good cause, in order to risk his life. And obviously these soldiers, they were not told what they were doing, why they were doing on the border, and again it was at the very last moment. So this is really a lack of recognition, this lack of motivation for soldiers, which already maybe have some consequences on the Russian losses from the Russian side.
Do you think that Russian support for the invasion is already starting to erode, especially as those sanctions start to bite?
It's very hard to measure when you look at the official polls now. The confidence for Vladimir Putin has raised up to 70%. Although in the last time, especially when Vladimir Putin changed the constitutions in order to remain in power, this historical support, which was always around 60%, was starting to erode. But now, with the massive war propaganda which is broadcast by state television, this support apparently is again raising, and again everyone's around Putin. The Russian people seem to be behind Putin, but you wouldn't know the real picture, and you wouldn't understand the real state of Russian collective mind, because many people are just afraid to speak openly, to speak up openly, especially now where repression is tightening and is more and more strong in Russia.
Elena Voloshin, thank you so much for coming in to talk to us. And that's it for this edition. Coming up next, a 51% special on the women of Ukraine. Do stay with us here on France 24.
La média de Tripoli veut dire beaucoup pour les habitants noticias de France 24.
Thanks very much for joining us.
أهلا بكم في ثقافة في عدد اليوم.
Ravi de vous retrouver pour Afrique Hebdo. Au programme cette semaine, this storm has hit New York City a lot.
To be a president.
3, 2, 1.
Madagascar fait face à une seconde vague meurtrière.
Almost 99 million of you watch us every week. So thank you. Shukran.
Gracias. Your confidence means a lot to us.
Muchas gracias.
شكرا على هذه الثقة.
Thank you. Merci du fond de mon cœur.
Liberté, égalité, actualité.
Hello, I'm Annette Young, the host of 51%. As war continues in Ukraine in a special edition, we're focusing this week on its impact on women. With hundreds of thousands fleeing the conflict, it's also putting women and girls at heightened risk of violence. We'll be talking to those who stayed behind, some joining the fight itself, and those from afar who are now watching in horror as their country transforms into a battlefield. At first, and women of all ages are now helping to defend the besieged nation, from taking up arms to making Molotov cocktails. It's estimated women already make up more than 15% of Ukraine's military. Alison Sargent spoke to one of the female combat soldiers on the front line.
She's been fighting for her country since 2014. Olena Bilozerska is an iconic female face of Ukraine's military. Now a lieutenant, she's preparing to confront Russian troops in Kyiv. She spoke to France 24 by phone for security reasons.
I think that in a few days I will fight on the first line. I hope so, because it's my country, it's my land. I want to defend it. I obliged to defend it. I have a sufficient combat experience. I believe that every citizen of Ukraine who is capable to hold weapon must take a weapon and go to fight.
Olena is one of the reasons Ukrainian women now have the right to fight in the military. When she joined the war in eastern Ukraine in 2014, women were unable to hold combat positions, so she served in a volunteer battalion. Olena became part of the movement lobbying for gender equality and was one of 6 women fighters featured in the documentary Invisible Battalion. The laws changed in 2016, and Olena formally joined the Ukrainian army. The 42-year-old has seen a shift since 2014, when male soldiers were surprised to see her on the front lines.
They always ask me, are you a medic or a sniper? And now the army got used to a lot of positions for women, machine gunners and engineers. Even I know 2 or 3 women, they are commanders of tanks. The army changed and the society changed. I think Ukrainian army and Ukrainian society become more stronger with strong women.
As Olena sees it, fighting is a right for women, not an obligation. And from making protective gear like camouflage nets and bulletproof vests, to building homemade weapons, Ukrainian women are mobilizing, no matter how old or how young.
We're making fuses for Molotov cocktails.
If conflict in the east brought volunteers like Olena into the army, the latest Russian invasion may well bring a new wave of recruits, from an MP to a former Miss Ukraine.
And joining me now from Kyiv is Olena Starodutseva, a human resources executive who is taking shelter with family and friends in a village near the city. Also with me in the studio is French-Ukrainian filmmaker Anastasia Mikova. Olena, firstly to you, what made you decide to stay in Ukraine?
Well, it wasn't like a decision, it was natural, because all our life of my family is here in Kyiv. So we don't think about leaving the country. We really hope for the quick end of this awful war. So I just need to take my mom and my daughter and just remove to a bit safer place, because in Kyiv we are in a residential quarter, and when we awake from the explosions, it was really hard. It was unusual in my life. So my husband stay in Kyiv all days of war, but we need just to be safe.
And is it that much safer in the village where you are?
It's really much safer than in Kyiv, because in Kyiv it's always siren every second hour, and everybody need to go to basement or to some place, and it's awful. You can't stay for a long time in these places, in these shelters.
Anastasia, your own mother left the country last week, and you're clearly in touch with family and friends back in Ukraine. What are they telling you?
Well, I have my sister who is still in Ukraine with her 9-year-old daughter and my 86-year-old grandmother who were in Kyiv until very recently, and it's exactly that. They had to go to the bomb shelters all the time. The sirens go mad, and the streets where we were walking just, a few months ago and having a nice time were full of tanks, full of military, and it's very, very difficult to live like that. And so I insisted for them to go at least to the west of Ukraine and to be again in a safer place. But I have a lot of women friends who decided to stay, whether it's to help others or to fight.
Let's just pause there, Elena and Anastasia, because the Ukrainian government has forbidden men aged 18 to 60 years old from leaving the country so that they can stay and fight. As a result, a massive wave of women and children is flowing out of Ukraine and into neighbouring countries such as Moldova and Poland. Many women becoming the sole carer for their families, as Catherine Kedir-Clifford reports.
Women and children make up the vast majority of the crowds here at this crossing from Ukraine to Moldova. Since being called up to fight by their president on February 24th, few men are among the stream of refugees leaving Ukraine. As Natasha steps across the border, her thoughts turn to the person she's left behind.
Their father is a soldier. He's on duty and he will fight for the country. He will not leave. He will stay and fight because it is what he must do.
Overnight, many mothers have become the sole carers for their children. Hundreds of thousands of them are now seeking refuge in countries neighboring Ukraine. This is the second time that Elena has escaped war. In 2014, she was forced to leave the Donetsk region. Now she has fled to Poland with her autistic son.
I came with my son. My husband stayed in Mykolaiv city to fight to protect the country.
At this temporary shelter, volunteers are organizing supplies and support. Many of these Ukrainian women have one shared objective, above all else, to keep their children safe.
I didn't want to take them away. I wanted them to be at home. But what can you do? For me, it's not important how they live. It's important that they are happy.
Torn apart and uprooted, more and more families like these ones will follow. The UN Refugee Agency estimates some 5 million Ukrainians will flee the war in their country.
And joining me now from Kyiv is Elena Starodubtseva, a human resources executive who's taking shelter with family and friends in a village near the city, and also with me in the studios, French-Ukrainian filmmaker Anastasia Mikova. Elena, how is this impacting your mother and your 14-year-old daughter who are now sheltering with you? And more importantly, also, how are you coping?
It's really, really difficult. I feel my responsibility for my mom and my daughter while my husband is volunteering on Kyiv streets. So we try to be brave. Hopefully we are with our friends. Many women and kids are together in a small house in this village, so it's okay. But I really afraid about emotional and mental stay of my mom, because she is 75 and we try to support each other.
Anastasia, you're the co-director of that extraordinary documentary called Woman. So I want to ask you this question as a Franco-Ukrainian. What makes the women of Ukraine different? What makes them stand out?
What makes them unique? I think the whole world is watching and seeing that they are unique. And it's crazy because, as you were saying, the government really asked men to fight by just look how many women decided themselves without being asked to go and fight, defend their country. And I have a lot of friends, who are teachers, journalists, scientists, who decided for the first time in their life to fight. And you have to understand that Ukraine is it's quite a mixed country because you have this patriarchal past kind of way, Soviet Union past, which is still there for the older generation, but you have also this new generation which is really looking at Europe, which is really looking at Western world. You have 85% of people who have a university degree. You have a majority of young generation who travel around the world, so they know what kind of life they want. And so when we think about the future, I think that the future of Ukrainian women is somewhere there with Europe, and so that's what kind of women they are.
Elena, it's hard at the moment to think of the future right now, but in these very dark times, what hopes do you have for your country?
We still have a big hope for the victory of my force militaire, Ukrainian, and we really hope that in some time we will rebuild our country. But we really need your help, help from Europe, help from United States. Most of all, we need the help of shelter our sky, because it's the most dangerous thing in my life now, and in life of many Ukrainians. So just shelter our sky and we will do the rest.
Anastasia, your thoughts?
Well, just several days ago, Ukraine made the official inquiry to join Europe, and I think that that is our future. Russia wants us to go back, to go somewhere where Ukraine won't be anymore. And I think that maybe they didn't understand actually that men and women of this country are not ready to go back. They are looking into the future, and the future for them that gives them that power and that strength to fight every day, to wake up in the morning, to hear the sirens, to hear the bombings, but however to take their arms and to go and fight. And when I see how strong they are, I'm really confident about the future.
Anastasia, thank you so much. And also, Elena and your family, please stay safe, and thank you so much for giving us some of your time.
Thank you.
And that's it for now. You can connect with us on Facebook, that's France24.51%, and on Twitter at _51%. So until our next show, bye for now.
Your needs are changing, and so is France24.com. With articles, reports, the latest international news, all our programs available on replay, together with live broadcasting 24/7. Intuitive, fast, and available in 4 languages. France24.com. Liberté, égalité, actualité.
NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg says the military alliance will not police a no-fly zone over Ukraine, and it's warning such a move could end in a widespread war across Europe. And Russia's been condemned globally after an attack on a Ukrainian nuclear plant. Local officials say the fire has been extinguished and no radioactive material was released. But Western powers are calling it reckless and a horrific assault that threatened the safety of Europe. Hello, I'm Annette Young and welcome back to the France 24 newsroom. And we begin in Brussels, where NATO allies have just rejected Ukraine's demand for no-fly zone. The alliance saying they are not going to support such a move, but they will instead increase support. The concern being that by stepping in directly, such a move would lead to a broader, even more brutal European war. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky had been calling for Western powers to enforce a no-fly zone since Moscow's invasion began some 9 days ago. France's former Europe Minister, Nathalie Loiseau, spoke to France 24 earlier and explained why Paris is against the idea.
It's a question of NATO and European allies, and we don't want to be part of the war. We are not at war with Russia. We are helping Ukrainians who are under attack. A no-fly zone would mean that we would enter into the war in Ukraine. And so far, it has not been a decision taken by NATO. NATO is a defensive alliance. We don't wage wars.
And you can see the whole interview with Nathalie Loiseau on our website and in Talking Europe on Saturday at 1:15 p.m. Paris time. Now, earlier we spoke to the NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg himself from Brussels and asked him how dangerous the situation currently is, not only for people in Ukraine, but across Europe.
First of all, it's not possible to not be moved and really feel pain when we see the pictures from all the suffering taking place in Ukraine, the civilians killed and the devastating damage we see across the country. NATO's main responsibility is, of course, to protect and defend all allies, and therefore we have a responsibility to make sure that this conflict doesn't escalate further and beyond Ukraine and involve NATO allied countries, and that's the reason why we have significantly increased the presence of NATO forces in the eastern part of the alliance, on land, at sea and in the air, to send a very clear message to Moscow that we are there to defend and protect all allies, and by that preserving peace and preventing an attack on a NATO allied country.
Yes, Secretary General, you've been very clear that NATO is a defensive alliance. It is not the aggressor in this conflict, and it does not seek to be. It is not a party to this conflict. I'm curious, how much are you concerned, you and your associates in NATO, about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation, obviously an unwanted escalation? And it doesn't seem that far-fetched, given what we have seen, the scenes we've seen on the battlefield, on the ground, the bombardment of Ukrainian cities. Vladimir Putin has shown he doesn't necessarily need to be provoked to accuse NATO of being the aggressor. How much are you concerned about an accidental confrontation that could lead to an escalation?
We need to make every effort to prevent an incident or an accident from happening that involves NATO allied countries. And if it happens, to make sure that it doesn't spiral out of control and create something which is even worse than what we see today, and that's a full-fledged war involving NATO and Russia. And that's the reason why we also are absolutely adamant that we need military lines of communications, deconfliction with Russia, to make sure that we minimize the risks for incidents, accidents, and also that we're able to handle them if they happen. So our main focus now is, of course, to call on Russia to end the war, to withdraw all its forces and to provide support to Ukraine, but also, of course, course, make sure that we prevent any further escalation into NATO allied countries.
NATO Secretary-General Jens Stoltenberg talking to us earlier. Now, in the meantime, Europe's biggest nuclear plant has fallen into the hands of Russian troops. 2 security personnel were reportedly injured during the strike that hit a building at the Zaporizhzhia plant in southern Ukraine. The projectile did not damage the reactor sites, and the UN's atomic watchdog agency says no radioactive material was released. However, the international community has condemned Russia for what they call a horrific and reckless act. In the meantime, Russian troops continued their onslaught of the strategic southern city of Mariupol. Now, with Russian troops just 30 kilometres away from Kyiv, the Ukrainian capital is facing a constant barrage of sirens, and many are sheltering in apartment basements, while an estimated 15,000 people, most of them women and children, are seeking shelter in the city's underground metro system. And not surprisingly, food is becoming increasingly scarce. James Fazina reports.
Thick, black smoke rises from an office building on the outskirts of Kyiv, as insecurity grows all around the capital. A resident filmed these 2 planes just moments before a strike.
This is what the Russians are doing to us.
Sure. 20 kilometers away in central Kyiv, people are using whatever they can find to blockade roads, while others queue up outside the supermarket. The meat and vegetable aisles are empty. Fresh food is difficult to come by. For many families, the underground has become their new home. And every day, women are giving birth in this hospital's basement, turned into a maternity ward when the war broke out.
The sirens go off every half hour. It doesn't make things easy. We care for them in between alerts.
Across Kyiv, ordinary residents
Well, there are
safeguard
several
the
in the city
streets,
centre alone.
prepared
In
to
fact, there's
risk
a
their
very large
lives
underground network
to save their city.
because of an underground canal that was
The
here.
UN Security Council was about to hold an emergency meeting following that attack
now
by
they're
Russian
looking at
troops
using a
on
lot
the
of these
nuclear
bunkers
power
as
plant
air
in
raid
Ukraine.
shelters. We had a
Joining me now
chance
from
to
the
go
UN
see
headquarters
one
in New York is
that was
correspondent
a
Jessica
Soviet
Yeager.
era
Jessica, what are we going to
shelter
expect
bunker
to
of
come out
some
of this
sort, and
meeting?
it had been closed for 40 years. So they were digging out a lot of mud and stone to
This
try to
meeting
get to
was
it.
called
It's good
as an
condition,
emergency
still
meeting
intact.
by Western powers, including
for
UK,
example, house
to
and shelter
address the
hundreds of
situation in
people.
Ukraine.
But it does
following
need to be
that
cleared
Russian
out. So
attack
that's
on
what
the
they're
power
doing
plant
now.
in the
But it
south
is
of the
extraordinary
country.
that Ukrainians are now
Huge
digging into their
threat
Cold War
to
history,
global security,
to
to
shelter
European
from the
security. We
possibility
expect
of
there to be a
Russia
briefing
or
from
Russian
the
missile strikes.
IAEA on the latest on the situation there on the ground, and we'll hear from ambassadors, and we will expect to hear some very strong words and perhaps the mention
the convoy,
of
this huge 60-kilometer long convoy, is about 20 kilometers from Kyiv, but it has not moved forward. It's stalled. There's a few reasons for that. It looks like it's run into logistical problems. It's run out of food and fuel. But also, the Ukrainian military has been taking pot shots and run attacks on the convoy, and that's also caused a problem. But it could also be that they don't have any, they've been able to take a strategic pause, and there may be some reason for that in the Russian offensive that we don't know of yet. At the moment, there have been explosions around
what really has been a farcical situation in the Security Council
but it does not
over the
appear
course
that Russian
of this
troops
crisis,
have entered
because
the city
Russia has
just yet.
Security Council, where you have the invader, so to speak, being able to veto resolutions
We don't have an
criticising
exact
its
number
actions.
yet.
With
The
many
emergency
saying that the Security
services
Council's
here
structure
yesterday
is
had put out the
outdated.
number of 2,000
But you must remember
civilian
that the
casualties.
United Nations
You
is
know,
not
we have
the
to be
Security
cautious that
Council
we're still
alone.
trying to
The
verify
United
that. I
Nations
think
does
it's
many
fair to
other
say,
things.
however,
We did see
that the
global
number of civilian
condemnation from the General Assembly, and action in the General Assembly can then lead for example, to collecting information for a future war crimes trial, and also to galvanizing opinion across the world in order to push for peace talks and in order to make progress on diplomacy. What Putin wants, you might argue, is for multilateralism to be seen as weak at the moment, and that is why Western powers here at the United Nations say that really at this point in time the UN is more important than ever.
Jessica Lemesro reporting there from the UN headquarters. Thank you. Now, Russia's media watchdog agency says it's restricted access to the BBC and other independent media websites. Among those also impacted are the German broadcaster Deutsche Welle and the Russian-language website of the US-funded Radio Free Europe. Two other news outlets, Medusa and Radio, also been affected. Now, earlier I spoke to France 24's Elena Voloshin, who's the Moscow correspondent for the French channel and has just returned from reporting on the Russian-Ukrainian border.
As soon as Vladimir Putin made his announcement of war, I heard, I was at 15-20 kilometers from the border, I heard the war starting. So it was very coordinated. I saw the helicopters, I heard the first shellings, and in fact they were attacking the border in the Kharkiv region, the second Ukrainian city,
As soon as Vladimir Putin made his announcement of war, I heard, I was at 15-20 kilometers from the border.
So yes, I was seeing huge military buildup, and once this war has been taken, you would see columns and columns of Russian artillery military vehicles with the famous Z on the armories, and so they were pouring into Ukraine through the border, and then on the Russian side it was closed. There was a checkpoint, huge military to prevent any civil vehicles from taking towards the border, maybe tanks and Russian artillery next days following this first attack on the armories, and so they were pouring into Ukraine through the border. In fact, not the Russians were in the region because they were all either in the temporary camps, the fields, and so they were going out from the camps to go to Ukraine on their artillery days with the military vehicles. So you first attacked them. They were not in the city in Russia, in the Belgorod city, which was the war. But in fact, no Russians were in the train when we went back to Moscow, maybe 1 week after the beginning of the attack, and that's where we could, because it was a night train, so that's where we could talk to them a little bit, and then in fact they were already coming back, so they already fought. And what they told us is what we would see on social media and on television channels with amateur videos from working soldiers, was that they knew, and because it was a night train, so that's where we could talk to them a little bit, and then in fact they were already coming back, so they already fought. And what they told us is what we would see on social media and on television channels with amateur videos from working soldiers, was that they knew, and because it was a night train, so that's where we could talk to them a little bit, and then in fact they were already coming back, so they already fought. And what they told us is what we would see on social media and on television channels with amateur videos from working soldiers, was that they knew, and because it was a night train, so that's where we could talk to them a little bit, and then in fact they were already coming back, so they already fought. And what they told us is
here. One of the first sanctions list. Who are these oligarchs? All of them are part of the Russian president's inner circle. Men who head up the biggest companies in the country with fortunes worth several billions of euros. Some have bought real estate in France, like here on the Côte d'Azur, properties that the government wants to seize as quickly as possible. So what means do the authorities have at their disposal? For the past few days, the Finance Ministry has been preparing its strategy, but it's likely to be a long and complicated mission.
Le bien immobilier, contrairement à vous et moi, il ne va pas être acheté en son nom, il va être acheté au nom d'une société civile immobilière qui va ensuite être détenue par une autre société. Et c'est justement cette multitude de sociétés écrans qui rend excessivement ardue la tâche du gouvernement français.
The authorities can freeze properties to prevent them from being sold, but how much further can they go? France is considering seizing their assets held within its borders, but their legal channels are limited.
Le droit de propriété est un droit constitutionnel.
Donc même une loi ne permettrait pas de le remettre en cause. Donc il faut aller jusqu'au terme d'une procédure qui va durer au minimum 5 à 10 ans.
According to estimations, Russian billionaires have already lost more than 100 billion euros just in the past few days.
The 59th Venice Biennale of Contemporary Art in April. She joins us in the studio. Zineb, thanks for being here.
Thank you for inviting me.
Now, first, we've been speaking to another of the artists from the 58 different countries present in Venice about his work and whether he'll be able to get there. Pavlo Makov is Ukraine's chosen artist. He decided to stay in Kharkiv, although his artwork should be on its way to Italy. Here's what he told us.
The project is run also by 3 curators. This is Maria Lenko, Elizaveta German, and Boris Filoyenko. And as far as I know, Maria Lenko managed at the second day of the war put the core, the heart of the project. This is 78 bronze funnels for the fountain into her car, and she's now in Poland. And I think we will participate. The fact that I will be in Venice is, I'm very much doubt. I'm a Ukrainian artist. All my art was dedicated to this place. I spent 30 years here during our independence days, to promote, to speak about the problems, to speak about the life. Why should I leave my home? I can't understand it.
Zineb, what do you think about Pavlo's decision there to stay and send his art forward?
Well, I think it makes sense. I mean, the Venice Biennale is obviously important if you're an artist, but I think the state of your country and the politics of your country is probably even more important, especially at a moment of war. So I think it's fantastic that he's managed to get his work and that he's showing his work in Venice, and I will be very happy to see what he's doing. I totally understand the fact that he wants to stay put, and that as long as it's what he wants to do and stay put, as long as he's not stopped of moving because of all the restrictions, I guess, that are happening at the moment in Ukraine in terms of traveling. So, no, I think it's great. I'm really looking forward to see his work, really.
Indeed. Now, we also heard earlier this week that the 2 artists representing Russia, Alexandra Sukhareva and Kirill Savchenkov, are stepping down. The Biennale responded expressing their solidarity, calling this a noble act of courage. What do you think about artists being affected by their government's acts, in this case, an act of aggression, of war?
Well, I mean, like the Biennale said, I think it's extremely courageous because we don't know what the impact will go in terms of the reaction. I mean, the effect that will, it takes on their own personalities. We know that Russia is not a country where you can freely speak, and for them to have done this act, because we mustn't forget the pavilions are tactics, they're state-run spaces. So for them to refuse to go there and to openly say that they disagree with Putin in some ways, it's extremely courageous, and I hope everything will be okay for them from now on.
Now, calls for a cultural boycott are something we've been seeing this week in the media related to Russian productions, artists, and it's something that you had to deal with when you were nominated for the Biennale, because you were criticised by individuals who linked you to the boycott, divestment, sanctions movement, mistakenly, because you called for some artwork to be removed from a show in Israel in 2017. And you said about that you were unprepared for this level of intimidation. Can you explain what happened there and why you decided to stay on as the Biennale artist?
I truly believe that the problem wasn't that they thought I was part of BDS or not, because if you know a bit about BDS, you can only be a member of BDS if you're an institution. So they knew that it was impossible for me to be a member of BDS. So I think the attack came from a deeper problem. The fact that I am French, Algerian, of Muslim background, I think that was really the problem. Thank God for that. It was only a minority of people from the art world. And And yes, I decided, I mean, I think it's anyone's reaction once somebody's trying to silence you, it's to actually react by saying, actually, no, I will not. I want to create also a precedent for other artists like me of a multi-background to be able also to show at the Venice Biennale. If I would have given up, like they were hoping, that I would renounce the French pavilion, then it would have created a terrible precedent for any other artists. So of course not. I was asked to be silent, and I decided to actually speak out.
Indeed. Now, the project you are presenting in Venice is entitled Dreams Have No Titles, and it's inspired by Algerian cinema of the 1960s and 70s, especially co-productions with France and Italy. Now, your parents were born in Algeria. They left before independence, coming here to France, where you were born. I wondered, what was your relationship with Algerian cinema, with art, as a young person, as a child? Did you grow up with it?
Yes, I did. I was very lucky to have a father who was taking me every Thursday. At the time, it's when there was no school, and I was going to the cinema with my father. And a lot of my Maghreb community enough to be, part of those visits. And I remember being really, finding that space, that moment, going there with my dad, privilege, but also a magical space, because I was, of course, going there with my father, but being there in the cinema, surrounded by other people who loved watching film. And of course, at the time, the film we were watching were like Egyptian movies, so a lot of music and dancing, and then peplums or Western spaghetti. So the Italian cinema was already quite present. Although it was popular cinema, I think it did kind of really inform me. But also, my dad was taking me every Saturday to do some puppetry and some pottery classes. So I always believed that my father somehow had to do with my interest in art.
A very artistic upbringing there. Now, going back to this project, Dreams Have No Titles, it involves you making your own film, a collaborative project that's very much in the spirit of those 1960s, 1970s activist films. Can you tell us about how you approached that, and what's the main idea behind your film?
Okay, so I wanted to really look at this triangle of France, Algeria, and Italy in terms of cinema, and how cinema, or culture for that matter, can be used as a tool, or as a gun for a political situation. In my case, it was for anti-colonial, let's say. So I kind of, because I'm French-Algerian and I was showing in Venice, for me it was important to kind of make an homage to the Mostra of Venice, because in '66, the Mostra of Venice dared to give the prize to the Battle of Algiers, the Lion d'Or, the Golden Lion, to the Battle of Algiers. So it was a bit of a clin d'oeil that I was doing to the Mostra. So I decided to make a film about films, and I tried to recreate a bit of the aesthetic of that period of time, which was an aesthetic often low budget, with a lot of archival material, voiceovers, often by men. This time I've decided to use my own voice as a voiceover, and like my most recent piece showed as a jeu de paume, it's a mishmash or a kaleidoscope of my passion, my hobbies. So I'm trying to kind of bring back those films that perhaps nobody knows so much about, or we've forgotten, and definitely people don't know that Algeria had something to do with these films. So that's the way to say there was friendship. There wasn't just war and anti-war. There was also people who were working together, And when we talk now about Ukraine and Russian pavilion, I think it's fantastic to see that we can still today have some act of solidarities so strongly. I think it's great. It really touches me because it touches on my project.
And cultural sector plays a huge role there. And I believe that you're even bringing in the UK pavilion at Venice, where artist Sonia Boyce is presenting her work. We saw Laure Prouvost, the previous resident of the French pavilion, digging a tunnel to her British neighbours. Is this also a political, diplomatic move on your part?
No, it's just Sonia is a very good friend. I mean, Sonia was my neighbour for like 10 years. Our children were playing together.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it right now. I think I found...
His management have released a statement which says it's with great sadness that we advise that Shane Kyiv passed away of a suspected heart attack in Koh Samui, Thailand, today, Friday.
Ukraine's state emergency service says a fire at Europe's largest nuclear plant has now been put out.
The family requests privacy at this time and will provide further details in due course. Well, let's go straight to James Cole of Sky Sports News, who's in Antigua. And James, the England cricket team there behind you, I imagine lots of reaction there to this sad news.
Yes, a huge sense of shock and sadness here, both among all of the cricket fans in the ground, but also, as you say, the England dressing room. A minute's silence was observed this morning when the news broke. The England players looked visibly emotional. But Ben Stokes with his head in his hands. Stokes, a man who would have known Shane Warne very well indeed from the IPL, the Indian Premier League, where Shane Warne was his coach for the Rajasthan Royals. Among all the cricket fans Collingwood, in the ground, the but also, England interim head coach, played against Shane Warne in the 2006-7 Ashes series, and he was a legend of the game. 708 Test wickets, over 1,000 international wickets. He transformed the art of spin bowling. He made spin bowling cool in an era when it wasn't, when seam attacks were dominating. He invented new deliveries. He bamboozled batsmen, a lot of English batsmen. He always played a big role in Ashes series. Nearly 200 of his Test wickets were against England, and off the field he was a larger-than-life character, often the naughty boy, often in trouble, and that's probably the reason why he was never Test captain for Australia. Many feel that actually he is the greatest Australian captain to never captain the side. Such was his brilliant brain, his brilliant cricketing brain, his knowledge of the game, and that's why he then transformed after his playing days into a superb pundit as well. His analysis of the game was second to none. He would see things that even the captains on the pitch were not seeing. And yeah, there's a huge sense of sadness here, a huge sense of loss. Cricket has lost an all-time great, an absolute legend, and for many, a genius.
James Cole in Antigua, thanks very much. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, standing in solidarity with Ukraine, Kent dock staff turn away a tanker trying to deliver gas from Russia.
United Kingdom.
These last few years have seen some huge stories. And these stories have been driven by politics, by politicians, the people in power.
You must stay at home.
And it's my job to figure out how these decisions made by politicians impact all of us in our everyday lives.
This is the worst thing I've ever been through in my life. People turn up here with their child stuff in a black sack and just say, I don't want to. And that is what it is. It's first-class poverty.
Is this an example of the welfare state failing?
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world.
These are stories that affect us all. Millions of children are now having to catch up. Some stories have changed all of our lives. Because like the residents, the staff are being infected. Politicians, they make decisions all of the time, and it's our job to hold them to account.
I wonder if you will take this opportunity to apologise to those families.
But in the end, the real power doesn't actually lie with the politicians. The real power lies with the people. I'm Nick Martin. I'm the People and Politics correspondent at Sky News.
love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Americans from all
Our proven installation process ensures your gutters are in.
Do you want to do something really smart today? The Honda.
We want to talk about facts. I mean, these are facts that we see with our own eyes on video footage that's widely available around the world. And the idea that the West is the one, that the Ukrainians somehow would not have fought against an invasion of their country by a hostile power without the West's support strikes me as completely absurd. I mean, the West, there are lots of voices in the West that are also very concerned about escalation. The West was looking for diplomatic solutions, whether it's President Macron from France going to Putin, Biden making overtures. Plenty of countries have said, look, we want a diplomatic solution to this problem. And the West is also responding with economic tools rather than pouring NATO forces into Ukraine. Meanwhile, Russia has been escalating not just the size of its invasion, but also the firepower that it's bringing on. And now there's reports of thermobaric weapons, which are these vastly devastating weapons that wipe out civilians all around them, being used indiscriminately on civilians. So I find it very strange that the conversation has started by targeting the West as if that is the entity that is provoking this horrible conflict when Russia is clearly the one that invaded Ukraine.
No, you see, that is, I mean, you're absolutely, Professor, you are entirely entitled to your view in your perspective of this, and you've been critical of how I have put things, but that is from your perspective. The way I look at it more practically, and I'd like to go across to Professor Ali Tagavi from Tehran, Professor Syed Mohammad Ali Tagavi. I was just saying that if it is a question of exercising influence over Ukraine, America has influence over Ukraine. And hence, maybe America and the West can play a role in de-escalating this quickly. That's all that I was suggesting. I don't think it's a criminal proposition to put through, because if Americans tell me tonight that no, we have no influence over Ukraine, it's their own battle, their own war, their own minds, their own philosophy, their own thinking, nobody's going to believe it. Professor Beckley, I will just end with one thing. Let us not forget that this entire war has begun with a sustained effort by America over the last 1 decade for greater strategic control over Ukraine. That is a fact, and that cannot be denied. So I'd like to hear from Tehran next. Professor Tagavi, please.
Ukraine wasn't allowed to be in NATO, so I don't understand how you can say that Ukraine has been enfolded into the West.
Well, if this was, I mean, I'll let Professor Tagavi respond, and then I'll come in later. Yes, please, Professor.
Hello to you and all the participants. Thank you for having me. Actually, we think, of course, the war has started with Russia. They invaded Ukraine. However, we know that there was a lot of provocation by this the attempt of Ukraine to join NATO. I think that was important, and it has created some provocation. But however, we know that the invader is Russia, nevertheless. So the West has a kind of implicit role, I think, in the conflict. They could have stopped it before by just not helping Ukraine.
Precisely. I mean, and that's I'm going back to the point here that the West cannot say we have nothing, we have nowhere, we have no interest in what's going on. The entire world is watching, and I think the West must exercise some influence. What do you think? Daryl Kimball, weren't you concerned this morning when there were these reports about the alleged strike on the nuclear plant on Ukrainian soil? Doesn't that cause concern to you, the way it played out this morning?
Well, of course, it's of tremendous concern that the Russian forces, and it was the Russian forces who fired into the complex. That's what created the fire in the training facility next to one of the 6 nuclear power reactors. The fire was put out, but this just underscores the tremendous dangers of a war in a country with a large civilian nuclear weapons industry. Russia, by firing into this area, has violated its international commitments regarding the protection of civilian facilities. And let me just go back to a couple of things earlier in the discussion in this debate. You know, it's our position, and has been our position at the Arms Control Association, that there were some misjudgments during the 90s about the issue of NATO expansion, and Russia may have some legitimate concerns about the overall European security architecture. But let's just be clear here. There's no justification, there's no threat from Ukraine towards Russia that justifies a massive invasion by 150,000 plus Russian forces. President Putin has very clearly bypassed the option for a diplomatic solution. He's causing tremendous civilian harm, firing on cities, threatening nuclear power plants. And I would add, and this is my specialty, he's put Russian nuclear forces on alert and introduced a dangerous additional element into this crisis. So I think it's quite clear here in Washington that the Biden administration is not seeking to escalate the situation. President Biden has been abundantly clear that U.S. military forces will not become engaged, or NATO forces, with Russia. That would be very dangerous. But it is clear that the United States, Europe, and the entire international community, 140 countries, made this clear, believe that Russia's action is illegal. And it is quite understandable that the international community is trying to provide humanitarian and defensive military support to the government in Kyiv, a democratically elected government. So, I mean, that's how we see it here. I think I would agree with others that an immediate, unconditional ceasefire is necessary to avoid further bloodshed and humanitarian harm. Eventually, there needs to be a diplomatic settlement that brings Russian forces out of Ukraine. Where we go from there, it is very unclear. There is no serious international affairs analyst who can tell you exactly how this is going to play out. It's a dangerous situation. None of us know how exactly this is going to end, but the first step is to stop the fighting.
I'd like to get Professor Madhav Nalapat on this, and Mr. Kimball, just want one quick response to what you said. You have said that inevitably there will have to be a quick conversation. And I think out of all the panelists, even those in disagreement with each other on other points, everyone is of the agreement that a solution is necessary immediately. We all sat around the table, and this very channel 1 week back, we expected this to end, but the way it is playing out, it can play out for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. And I don't think the world needs to suffer the stress of a flashpoint every 5 or 6 hours. And you don't know, we don't know where this will start and where this will stop. I'm not talking about a US TV show host who's called for killing Putin. I'm not talking about Lindsey Graham, for example, a US senator who says that, you got to kill Putin, call for the assassination of Putin. I'm not talking about things like that, but I'm talking about a situation where, Madhav, more troops are moved, NATO troops from the Romania border near Ukraine. You're deploying the NATO response force. America is constantly saying we are not going to get engaged, but who knows anything about a false flag operation? I mean, you can't read what the Russians will do. If things get worse, economically for the Russians can provoke a false flag operation and create a nuclear crisis. Do we want a nuclear crisis? At that point of time, everyone will anyway have to come, Madhav, around the negotiating table, whether we like it or not. So if it's an inevitably, Professor Nalapat, why not prepone the inevitability rather than delay it? If you're all going to sit around and talk a month from now, and the whole international community will be involved, it will be. Why not do it now? And who's going to bell the cat, Professor Nalapat?
Look, Arnab, our American friends are all saying, and they are friends, they are our partners in the Indo-Pacific, and that is why we are a little unhappy about the fact that they seem to have completely forgotten about the Indo-Pacific, except in a very, if I may say so, in a very indirect way, and their focus has once again gone in the Atlantic, as though this is the USSR. Well, that aside, they all are talking about peace. They all want peace. Now, their top leadership has been talking about destroying the Russian economy. Their top leadership has been talking about the Russian people coming on their side, and what is the unique method? By destroying their livelihoods and bringing them to a situation of destitution and poverty. That seems to be, according to them, the best way of bringing the Russian people on their side. Now, the point is that a war hysteria is being created in the West, in every country in the West. I don't blame our distinguished professors in the US for talking like this. Their students will probably pelt rotten eggs at them if they do anything other than abuse Russia. In India, fortunately, we are in a somewhat different position, and we are looking at it in absolute horror. How on the one hand are you talking of peace and negotiations? On the other hand, you are demonizing a country, you are ridiculing a leader. I mean, mad is one of the most charitable things that world leaders are saying about Putin. The world leaders, I'm not talking about television anchors, I'm not talking about academics like ourselves, I'm talking of high elected officials. Now, if Arnab, if this is the way the US, the UK, the EU believe that they are promoting a good, healthy dialogue with Russia, I would like to tell them that from our perspective, it seems absolutely the wrong approach. What we are doing, Arnab, is stumbling towards a much bigger conflict. You know, you remember that the First World War, a lot of books have been written, how the world sleepwalked into war. The West is now stumbling and shambling. Correct. And really, in a confused way, it is basically leading the world to war, and we are also, the rest of the world, NATO, Russia, the West, they will be at war. The rest of the world will be collateral damage. We don't want to be collateral damage. We want good sense to prevail on our American and European partners.
That's absolutely true. Get a response here. Sergey, would you like to respond? Sergey from Bern. He's a professor of political science at Baylor University at Bern. Let me get a response from Sergey, please. Sergey, please.
Yes, I think we have to remember that what Ukraine is doing is it's fighting for its independence. And it's relying on significant military support from Western countries, not to escalate the conflict, but in order to preserve its independence, to defend its lands that are being attacked by the Russian troops. They're being attacked on totally fabricated pretext because, as other commentators already said, Ukraine is a much weaker country. It's a much smaller country. There is no comparison in terms of the military expenditures between Russia and Ukraine. Ukraine presents no threat whatsoever to Russia. Ukraine will never become member of NATO in any foreseeable future because many countries within NATO are strongly opposed to this membership. And Russia knows that very well. So Putin created a totally fabricated pretext. He claims that there are some Nazis in power in Ukraine. He claims that Ukrainians want Russians to come in, but your own television channel in front of you showing signs or images from Ukraine of Ukrainians standing and peacefully protesting against Russian troops. They are showing courage through the non-violent protest, just like Gandhi was leading the Indians against the British oppressors after World War II. In the similar manner, Ukrainians in non-violent manner are protesting against the occupiers in different towns of Ukraine. And they are showing that Putin's claims that Ukrainians are somehow willing to see Russia back on their territory are absolutely bogus. And they will never, ever tolerate Russian presence.
No, you know,
so even if Russia manages to conquer parts of the Ukrainian territory, there will be a significant instability and insurgency that will continue on these territories. Whether or not the West will continue supplying weapons, that is not important. The conflict will continue until Russia occupies Ukrainian territory.
No, it is important. No, it is important. It is very important, Professor Kudelia, and I'll tell you why. And I'd like to go across to Zachary Pekin there, who is joining us from Toronto. And my point is that I think I have had at least 3 representatives tonight of the Western point of view, Daryl Kimball, Sergey, Professor Beckley, all telling me that the questions I'm raising are unimportant. But from our perspective and the world's perspective, they are very important. And my question is very simple. Let's not complicate it. If you are saying we are, and you said, I didn't say it, Sir, Professor Kudelia, you said it. You said, listen, Ukraine can forget dreaming about being a member of NATO. If I were to slightly exaggerate what you said, in our wildest dreams, the people of Ukraine must stop thinking about becoming a member of NATO. We are never going to let you into NATO. Then why don't you say it? Why hold out this threat? Say it. Let NATO say it. End the war. I'm telling you, NATO says it tomorrow. NATO says this tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, Dr. Zakhary Paikin, NATO says the reality tomorrow. NATO says it officially to the people of Ukraine and the world and to Putin and to India and to China and to every part of the world that look here, let's not play pretend. We're never going to let the Ukrainians into NATO. Forget it. I can tell you within 1 hour the war is over. But you won't say it. You want to drag the war. Why? Because Wall Street is looking very chirpy. Because you're 6,000 miles away and you think the fallout is not going to hit you? Because your defense companies are very, very happy? Very, very happy. Their stocks are going up. They're making billions. War is good business. Raytheon CEO Craig Hayes has been gleefully saying, we would see, he says, Craig Hayes, Raytheon's chief executive officer, say, we're very happy because this is great opportunity for international sales. And if I say these things, I'll be told this is irrelevant. Please think about the suffering of the Ukrainian people. I think about the suffering of the Ukrainian people. I don't think the Americans think enough about the suffering of the Ukrainian people, truly. I don't think so. I think we in India care more about the suffering of the Ukrainian people than the Americans do. Yes, please. Dr. Zakhary Paikin, please, from Toronto.
Well, I agree indeed that it was unfortunate that Western capitals were not willing to discuss the status of Ukraine at all, but they made that a red line during the negotiations that occurred over the course of the past several months. It would have been, useful simply because we would have lost nothing simply from offering a deal to test Vladimir Putin's intentions about whether or not he was actually serious about negotiating or whether he was simply putting forward his demands so that they would be rejected and to justify a war. Of course, any offer that we made to him could have been withdrawn in the event that he decided to invade. We seem to have gotten a whole bunch of principles in the West mixed up, right? We tend to lump a whole bunch of different things together. There's Ukraine's right to be a liberal democracy. There's Ukraine's right to be a sovereign, independent state recognized within its internationally recognized borders. And then there's the question of its right or lack thereof to join a military alliance. And those are not all the same things. And we associate all those things with the so-called freedom of countries in Europe to choose their orientation. And it's that difference of perspective, unfortunately, between Russia and the West. On the one hand, the Western perspective that countries have the right to choose their orientation entirely, and that means values orientation, but also geopolitical orientation, etc. And the Russian perspective, which differs from that, which defines indivisible security in a fashion that
I don't know, but Dr. Zakhary, can I intervene? Can I intervene? I have a very simple question. I get very detailed replies to very simple questions. My question is very simple, sir. Someone answer my question. North Macedonia, in 2020, inducted into NATO. Ukraine, neither here nor there. Keep them hanging. Why? Because the longer you keep Ukraine hanging, the longer you keep Russia hanging. So keep them hanging. And let there be a world war if required. And if we come close to it, let's say the people of Ukrainians, like the charge of the Light Brigade, theirs is not to question why, theirs is to do and die. That's exactly the scenario we are seeing. Please tell me, Dr. Zakhary, you seem to be a very reasonable academic. Please tell me, why not make it clear? Why keep the whole NATO issue hanging and then say it's irrelevant? Of course it's not irrelevant, it's most relevant. This is what the war is all about.
obviously people who have supported NATO expansion for the past several decades have an incentive to say that, oh, of course, this is not about NATO. It has nothing to do with NATO. It has to do with Vladimir Putin's hatred of Ukrainian statehood and, of liberal democracy in general. You can, think about that, whatever you sort of want. I agree that, it would be useful for us to get off the fence. I think that simply promising Ukraine NATO membership for the past 14 years while not actually delivering it only results in a situation where you antagonize Russia, but with little actual gain. You got to get off the fence and basically pick a lane. And as for right now, I mean, in the middle of this hot war, I would disagree with those who have put forward the notion that the Biden administration is deliberately trying to escalate the situation. Although I don't believe that they've made enough of an effort to de-escalate the situation. Now, let's make no mistake here. This is Vladimir Putin's war. He started this war. He did not have to start this war. Countries in today's international order have an obligation to resolve their disputes peacefully, and this is an illegal war of aggression. But nonetheless, we all have, as many have highlighted as well on this panel, an interest in ensuring world peace and stability. And you have to, in order to do that, you need to have a degree you have to basically provide off-ramps that provide Putin with some sort of an incentive to de-escalate. And if you escalate the sanctions to such a high level as they are right now, without providing any indication that you're going to withdraw them, and it's very difficult to withdraw them for political reasons. I mean, Putin and Russia in general right now are reviled in the West. So if he thinks that there's no chance that those sanctions will be lifted, he's only going to try to gain what he can, which is, to basically achieve his political and military.
No, it's not about. Okay. So it's not about. My issue here is, see, if the West wants to make Russia pay economically for its strategic ambitions, it's clear to all of us. Russia is getting ambitious. Put Russia in its place. It's a small economy. It's 1/10 the size of China. We can't economically fight China. Russia is getting ambitious. Crush Russia's economy. Put Russia's in its place. That is the West design. My question is, and I want to go to Nicolae Esanu, who's joining us from Chisinau. He's former Deputy Minister of Justice of Moldova. He's former advisor to the Prime Minister there. This whole situation, how do you see it? So you're so close to the situation there on the ground. Is it so difficult to de-escalate this? Nicolae Esanu, please.
Yes, it is rather difficult to de-escalate the situation, as the situation is created by President of Russia without any reasonable explanations. In fact, we had here in Moldova, and there was debates in Russia, in Ukraine, it is possible to have a war between Russia and Ukraine? And the answer was almost unanimous. Never. Russia and Ukraine are brothers. In fact, if you recall the history, the Russia appeared in the current Ukraine. In fact, the history of Russia starts with Kyiv, Russia, and the Kyiv is called the mother of Russian cities. So no one here in this part of the war can expect it rationally that the war will start. As it started unpredictably, so it's difficult to assess when it will stop. And sorry for saying this, of course the discussion about Western, Eastern fights, about future, NATO future of Ukraine, it can be debated. But now we have one question. We have a war. And we have to speak about stopping the war. Any other discussions are, in my opinion, immoral for the moment. And when you proposed that somebody to put pressure on Ukraine to stop the war, I hardly can see how this is possible. You have an aggressor and a victim. And for sure, the war by aggressor. The victim cannot stop the war. Ukraine defend their independence. This will be a popular war. The authorities distributed from, I'm following very closely, you rightly said, we are neighbors of Ukraine. In fact, the situation in Moldova is peaceful. It's a problem of refugees. We received more than 100,000 of refugees from Ukraine, which for Moldova it's a huge effort, as the population of Moldova is 2 million, well, 2.5 million. We are looking very carefully at this. I suppose you know that in this part of the world we speak Russian, so I'm following very closely what's happened in Russia. And unfortunately, there are not signs how the war can be stopped. There are no logical arguments. So you speak about these sanctions against Russia, but the sanctions are due to the war. If Russia did not invade Ukraine, you will never succeed to have such a strong unanimity in European countries. These sanctions are discussed for a long, long time, but there was countries in Europe which did not agree. You know, the European Union are union of 28 countries. In order to adopt a decision, you need unanimous decision of 28 countries. And the invasion, Russian invasion in the Ukraine succeeded to a miracle. Nobody expected that this would be possible to achieve. And the sanctions are the only tools, more or less realistic, which would force Russia to stop the war. I do not see other options for stopping this really heavy war.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I give a slightly different perspective to this, and maybe Max can take it further from there. My response to you, Nikolay, and Dr. Zachary, and Professor Beckley, and Sergey, and Daryl, don't get me wrong. But what I'm saying here is, the war has gone on for much longer than any of us in this discussion had hoped, or wanted, or feared. And it is now getting, as Professor Nalapat said from India, into a very dangerous ground. Russia does not want to be on the losing side. And my concern, Max, is this, that a long war with severe economic sanctions crippling the Russian economy, while working well for the West in the short term, might push Russia to take what the West will then say are very irrational decisions. We need to be careful. And the Russian Foreign Ministry, said there is no guarantee that there will be, quote, no incidents with NATO. So anything can happen tomorrow. On the 2nd of March, Lavrov said if a third world war happens, it will involve nuclear weapons. I'm just telling you the sequence of events. If you don't want to see it, well and good. Yesterday, Belarus was strengthening its air defenses along the perimeter of its border in line. This morning in India, we heard about a gunfire battle within a nuclear power plant. And then some, American politicians saying, let's kill Putin. So it's getting into, we are already in a very irrational situation. That's all I'm saying. The longer it drags, the more likely it is going to go out of control, Max. That's all that I'm saying, and we'll all suffer.
And the worse the situation will be on the ground in Ukraine for Ukrainian civilians. I think we all want to see de-escalation. Everyone on this panel wants to see de-escalation. But when EU, NATO, US countries are calling for shipping in millions of dollars of Stinger missiles and aircraft and Javelin missiles from Poland, that is not de-escalation. When Hillary Clinton, the author of Libya's destruction, goes on US TV and calls for fueling an insurgency inside Ukraine like the kind we saw in Afghanistan and Syria, that is not a call for de-escalation. When Francis Macron openly calls for economic war on Russia, that is not a call for de-escalation. It is literally a call for war, when U.S. media openly encourages mercenary psychopaths and social misfits to travel to Ukraine and participate as foreign fighters, that is not a call for de-escalation.
Exactly.
When the U.S. rips up the intermediate nuclear forces treaty, that is not a call for de-escalation. When the U.S. violates the agreement with Gorbachev and expands NATO closer and closer to Russia's frontiers and places dual-use missile launchers on Russia's frontiers, that is not de-escalation. When the U.S. sends billions and billions of dollars of weapons into Ukraine and 1,000 U.S. military trainers into Ukraine at Russia's doorstep to fuel a war in eastern Ukraine that has seen 14,000 people killed, mostly on the pro-Russian side in Donbass, that is not de-escalation. It is a war that has been going on since 2014. And I don't know why so many Western analysts have trouble with context and analysis, because this is the context that people in the West need to understand to avoid further escalation and end this war. Can we imagine in America if Russia and China placed missile launchers on the U.S.-Mexico border on the Mexican side, along with Russian military trainers and proxy forces, and called for an insurgency inside the U.S.? It would be unimaginable, and the U.S. military would never tolerate it. So that's the wider context for understanding this really unfortunate and terrible war. But unfortunately, we can't get that context from our media in the U.S. All we hear is that Putin is a psychopath who wants to restore the Soviet Union. It's time for real analysis and real de-escalation to end this war.
Arnav, if I could jump in with
I'd like
perspectives here, please.
Yes, please, Daryl. Daryl responding to you. Yes, Daryl.
Yeah, let me just note that if Max, everything you just said were accurate, I might agree with you, but I have a difference of opinion with you about some of the historical points you've raised. Let me just point out that I've been working for 30 years in the nuclear arms control disarmament realm. I work every month with Russian security experts on these tough issues. I've been in touch in the last few days trying to forge a common approach to how to end this war and how to de-escalate. There are some legitimate issues of security that Russia has had before this conflict, and there are diplomatic pathways to deal with them. Some of the charges that President Putin made in his rather wild speech about justifying his invasion are just fabrications, such as Ukraine pursuing nuclear weapons. So there are diplomatic approaches to resolving the legitimate security challenges that exist in a post-Cold War European security architecture and on the nuclear arms control disarmament issues that we all want to pursue. But there is no justification. There's nothing that the United States did, 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago that justifies this illegal invasion. And so I think it's just very unhelpful to suggest that Washington, and you're selectively picking out a few names of, yes, there are always irresponsible figures in India, in Europe, in Russia, in the United States who we can cite selectively. But I think it's irresponsible to suggest that the greater West wants to inflame the situation. I think what we all need to do is we need to focus on the immediate priority, and I think we all agree that an immediate unconditional ceasefire is crucial, and that diplomacy, Arnav, you can't just dismiss that. I think that is a common agreement across the board here.
No, I'm not dismissing. I'm responding with something. Since you mentioned history, I want to give you a historical example, that's all.
Okay. And that the next step is for a diplomatic process to be pursued after the conflict ends and after Russian forces are withdrawn. How exactly that happens at this hour is not clear. It is uncertain. It may be unlikely, but that, I think, is the clear path forward that's been outlined by the vast majority of international experts, governments around the world. And it is unfortunate, and I must say, that India has, as a government, sat on the fence at the United Nations. A democracy has not stood up in support of another democracy in Ukraine. And here in the United States,
we're not sitting on the
there's
fence.
Disappointment about that.
No, we're not sitting on the fence.
That action.
One second.
You tell me
I'll tell you. I'll tell you one thing, sir. Daryl, I'll tell you one thing. Daryl, I'll tell you one thing. See, Daryl, first of all, with the greatest of respect, please understand, you're talking about India, the world's largest democracy. We have one of the world's largest economies and the world's largest armies. So I think, if you don't mind my saying this directly to you, I think this is a rather patronizing approach. Allow me to complete. I know you won't like to hear this. It's a rather patronizing approach where you assume that you have direct control over India's foreign policy. You don't. I said it yesterday on my program on numerous occasions. When it comes to India's national security, America has stood against India. Okay? You are not proving to be dependable. I can take a bet with you, Daryl. I can take a bet with you. I'm not questioning your personal intentions, that if China does to Taiwan what the Russians are doing to Ukraine, the Americans will not lift a finger at this point of time. I am, on the contrary, very, very practical. I'm saying that Russia is provoking. I'm saying the West cannot say they don't provoke. And before I bring in, yes, I will come to you, Professor Beckley. I'll just say one thing. You mentioned history. I'm saying don't let the matter boil and boil and boil and boil and boil. And please, I'm just saying don't add fuel to the fire by giving Stinger missiles, by giving weapons.
Well,
by standing on the edge of the amphitheater, at some point, please, someone like you who's involved in arms control, please look at the bigger picture. You know, you don't realize this, Daryl. Maybe you don't understand my perspective, Professor Beckley, but I think you almost pushed the world into a massive confrontation when you killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani and 9 by violating international law. Did you predict how they would respond? What did America do, what the CIA do in 1953? When they tried to destabilize the government of Iran, do you remember what you did then? You are playing by the same blueprint. You know, what did you do with Gaddafi? No, what did you do with Gaddafi? The point is, Caesar, the point is, allow me, allow me, now you don't want to hear me, you see, because I disagree with you and because I'm putting together a very solid argument to counter yours. I'm saying, sir, there's a threat hanging all over the world. And I'm not going to go into a blame game saying you did this in the past, that in the past. Of course, the Americans know what they did in the past, but I want to remind the Americans that when your president, whether you like him or not, flew down to Singapore to shake hands with Kim, who you've been caricaturing as the dictator of Korea, the American media first was curious and then it applauded. Said, wow, fantastic, look at the great generosity of our government. We're even talking to Kim. This is not Kim, this is Putin. It's a far greater threat. I'm just saying let's get practical. Over to Professor Beckley, and I think Professor Nalapat is dying to respond to that after that. Yes, Professor Beckley. Michael Beckley, please.
I think we just need to separate two things. I think you can be critical of the United States, as many people, of U.S. foreign policy, as many people in the United States are. You can be against NATO expansion. A lot of people, including myself, think that it was a mistake, and you can understand Russia's grievances against that and why it might feel threatened. But I think you can also then condemn Russia's invasion, which seems vastly disproportionate to any kind of threat that it was possibly facing from Ukraine. I mean, is there some secret plot that Ukraine had to invade Russia or to dismember it? Was there some secret agreement to bring Ukraine into NATO that I'm not aware of? I don't think so. And so I just feel like we're artificially creating barriers among this panel by saying, oh, if you don't blame the West for this particular crisis, that you're writing off all of the other bad things that the United States or other Western powers have done. I think that both those things can be true. You can be critical of past steps. And just, you know, one thing I can't let stand, though, is what Max Abrams said, where he talked about giving Ukrainians Stinger missiles, et cetera. Why is the United States and other countries doing that? Could it be that Russia has invaded with tanks and aircraft and armored personnel carriers and weapons of massive harm? You know, Max talks about, oh, it's not de-escalation when you sell arms to Ukraine. Well, you know what's also not de-escalation? Invading a country from 3 different sides with more than 100,000 troops. You know what else is not de-escalation? Putting your nuclear arsenal on high alert in the middle of the largest war in Europe since World War II.
You're openly saying you want to escalate the conflict.
I want to help civilians. I want to help civilians who are being. I want to help. Don't cut me up. I want to help civilians. I want to help civilians who are being massacred.
You want the civilians.
I want to help civilians who are being massacred
and die.
I want to help civilians who are being massacred by military forces. I want to help civilians who are being massacred
militias like the
by
Azov
military
battalion that
forces.
controls Mariupol right now. What you are calling for is a Syria-style solution, which is no solution at all. It would be a disaster for Ukrainians and for the region. It would
so what's your solution, Max?
Entire country
what's your solution to let the Russian military? Answer my question. What's your solution to let the Russian military just massacre Ukrainians? To let the Russian military overrun the entire country? What's your solution?
Do you think the Russian military hasn't prepared for Stinger missiles, that they're not going to escalate? All you're calling for is escalation.
No, they already have.
Instead
They're killing civilians.
There is a negotiation
civilians
taking
on
place
purpose.
on the Belarusian
the government
border,
you're
and
defending
that is what we should support.
is killing
but
civilians.
We should have opposed the U.S. coup, U.S.-backed coup in Ukraine, where Victoria Nuland and Jeffrey Piat openly selected who would serve in Kyiv. We should have opposed, even before that, billions of dollars going to the Ukrainian opposition to topple elected governments. We should have opposed the war in the east, which was largely fought from the Ukrainian side by fascistic paramilitaries like the Azov Battalion that were killing civilians in Donbass, something no one cares about in the U.S. 14,000 dead, and no one spoke about it in the U.S. for 8 years, and we still don't talk about it. The threat was to them. Don't you understand? Those countries were trying to declare independence, and the government in Kyiv not only was seeking to remove Russian as an official language, they're using their thug squads to massacre Russians in Odessa. They were denying those people the ability to even have elections. So I am bringing context
Max,
to this conversation.
What I'm going to do is
opposing the kind of escalation we saw in Syria.
So we are getting. I mean, there is a huge number of people watching this debate, and the interesting thing here is, I want to tell you, Professor Nalapat, not just in India, across the world. We have people watching this all across the world, especially North America. So we're reaching out to these audiences. Professor Nalapat, 30 seconds before we wrap up. We have to take this discussion forward. How do we stop this? Is it in anyone's hand? 30 seconds to you now.
Look, I would like to say a very simple thing. I'm not surprised about Daryl talking against India. Daryl will remember exactly how hard he tried to make China a preeminent nuclear power and commit nuclear blackmail against India by seeing that India was denuded of its nuclear defensive capability. Daryl knows that very well. I want to point out, Arnab, that there is a country, the world's largest democracy, the world's almost the most populous country, that has had its sovereignty and territorial integrity violated repeatedly by two countries, that one of which is did it even went to a treaty ally of the United States, and the other country is doing it when it is getting about $600–700 billion a year as surplus from the United States. The United States taxpayers are paying that country $700 billion more. I'm talking of Pakistan and China. I'm really, I'm almost in tears at the attention that is being paid by our friends to territorial integrity and sovereignty. But why aren't you concerned about Indian territorial integrity and sovereignty? I mean, you're showing as little concern as Ukrainian authorities have shown towards Indian students.
Okay,
so I would only like to say, please.
We're getting a live feed of Zelensky. I have to cut to that. Zelensky, I'm told, is speaking right now, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear.
Татися всі ми, громадяни України, не тільки військові, всі ми, хто захищає Україну від вторгнення повномасштабної війни з боку Росії проти нас, проти кожної нашої сім'ї.
But from recently, this soldier greeting, this army greeting, is something that ordinary people starting to use in their day-to-day language when greeting each other, because we are protecting our country from Russian invasion, from the Russian attack. We are protecting our homes and our land from the full-fledged and out Russian war and Russian aggression.
Сьогодні ми всі військові, всі ми захищаємо нашу державу. Кожний на своєму дуже важливому місці. Військові з автоматами на передовій, лікарі зі скальпелем в шпиталях і діти. Діти, які захищають нас своїми посмішками і сльозами. І це і є наше серце, серце України, і це і є наша мотивація.
Today we are all servicemen. Some of us are military servicemen serving our country in the army. Others are serving as doctors with scalpels in their hands during the surgical operations. Others are working to protect the children and their families. And this is our heart. This is the heart of Ukraine, standing together against the evil.
У мене є 3 хвилини мого звернення до вас.
I have 3 minutes of my address to you.
Першу хвилину я хочу віддати мовчання і вшанувати пам'ять всіх загиблих наших військових, наших спецслужбовців, поліцейських, розвідників, пожежників, всіх, хто віддав своє життя, хто зараз серед нас, але ми їх вже не бачимо.
And this first minute I would like to dedicate to the minute of silence to those who have fallen in the fight for their country, to our soldiers, to those who served in the fire crews, those who are working as pilots, those who are making heroic deeds in different areas protecting their country and have given their lives away for this.
Прошу вшанувати їх пам'ять загиблих.
Let us commemorate their souls and rest in peace.
Другу хвилину свого виступу я хочу надати також мовчанню на честь наших цивільних, дорослих і дітей, десятків і сотень тих, хто віддав своє життя, але не знав про це, віддав життя і отримав вічний спокій.
My second minute I would like to dedicate to the commemoration of our citizens, of our civil population, those people, adults and children, dozens and hundreds of them who have died without knowing so, sacrificing their lives for the independence of our country.
Прошу вшанувати мовчання, їх пам'ять.
Let us commemorate them with silence.
Дякую.
Thank you.
А третю хвилину я хочу віддати вам, народи Європи. Не мовчіть. Виходьте на вулиці. Підтримуйте Україну. Ми прагнемо цього. Підтримуйте нашу свободу. Бо це перемога. Перемога не тільки над російськими військовими. Це перемога світла над темрявою. Це перемога добра над злом. Перемога свободи над тим, що відбувається сьогодні у нас на території України. Не мовчіть. Підтримуйте Україну. Бо якщо Україна не витримає вся Європа. Якщо Україна паде, паде вся Європа.
And this third minute I would like to dedicate to you, to the people of Europe. I would like to call upon you not to be silent. I would like you to come out on the streets and support Ukraine, support our efforts and support our fight. Because if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. If we will fall, you will fall. So please don't be silent. Do not turn the blind eye on this. Come out and support Ukraine as much as you can.
І якщо ми переможемо, а я впевнений в нашому народі, я впевнений в вас, тож якщо ми переможемо, то це дійсно буде велика перемога демократії, цінності, перемога свободи. Це тоді хвилини мовчання перетворяться в роки розсуду. Європа, будь такою ж міцною, як народ України. Слава Україні!
And if we win, and I'm sure we win, this will be the victory for the whole democratic world. This will be the victory of our freedom. This will be the victory of light over darkness, of freedom over slavery. And if we win, we will become as blossoming as Europe, and Europe will be flourishing more than ever after this magnificent victory. Glory to Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Вільнюс, Франкфурт, Тбілісі, Братислава, Прага, Ліон, Париж. Кожен з вас сьогодні українець. Дякую.
Frankfurt, Prague, Bratislava, Lyon, Paris, Tbilisi, Vilnius, all of you today are Ukrainians, and thank you for this.
Махма, слава Україні!
Well, interestingly, it's a short, very well-planned speech by Zelensky, but importantly, not that one expected him to. He has not even bothered to counter the Russian propaganda that he has fled Ukraine. He has not responded to it. What do you make of that? Let me first get in. Let me get in. Nikolai to that. Nikolai, what do you make of that? He didn't even counter it. He didn't say, "I am in Ukraine. I have not fled Ukraine. I'm not in Poland."
I cannot confirm this. I saw in the news that he fled, but I doubt about this. I don't know why he did not answer it. In fact, here we have an informational war, so I follow what is saying Ukraine and what is saying Russia, and it's 180% opposite. But the Ukrainians adopted tactics not to comment on what Russians are saying. Maybe this can be an answer why Zelensky does not respond exactly to this point. But of course, I cannot comment. I have no explanation. So he's logically, I agree.
No, I think one line clearly. He has made this. He has Sergei from Bern. He has made this Europe's fight. He said, if we lose, Europe gets destroyed. If we win, the democratic world wins. He's pulling Europe in, but will Europe get pulled in militarily?
Yeah, he is repeating this. He said nothing new. He had an intervention in European Parliament. And exactly these words he told a few days ago in European Parliament.
Yes.
The West is not going to send troops to Ukraine. We know that. But the West is going to support independence of Ukraine because it has a moral responsibility to Ukraine based on the Budapest Memorandum. We know that United States and United Kingdom gave Ukrainian authorities assurances in exchange for Ukraine surrendering its nuclear weapons. In 1994, they Ukrainian territorial integrity and independence. Now is the time to show that their commitment was serious, and that is why they will continue providing us with military assistance. But going back to Zelensky's speech, One thing you need to learn from...
India's envoy at the UN Security Council is speaking. I'd like to go back. I'd like to go back to the UN Security Council. India's envoy is speaking there now. Let's go.
Immediate cessation of violence and end to all hostilities are essential. We continue to carefully follow the developments regarding the safety and security of Ukraine's nuclear power reactors and facilities. India attaches the highest importance to ensuring safety and security of nuclear facilities, as any accident involving the nuclear facilities may have severe consequences for public health and the environment. India accords the highest priority to the discharge by the IAEA of its safeguards and monitoring activities in accordance with its statute in an effective, non-discriminatory and efficient manner. We have also noted the latest information available with regard to the nuclear power plants and facilities in Ukraine, including today's updates provided by the DG IAEA on the current situation. Madam President, while we are discussing the nuclear dimension of an unfolding conflict, this Council must acknowledge that there is a pressing humanitarian crisis confronting us in Ukraine, where safety and security of innocent civilians, including several thousand Indian nationals, in particular students, are at stake. We therefore hope that the second round of talks between the two sides contributes to the immediate establishment of a safe humanitarian corridor. As reiterated by my Prime Minister in his conversations with global leaders, including of the Russian Federation and Ukraine, differences must be resolved through sustained dialogue and diplomacy. Commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, to international law, and respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all states are key principles in this regard. I thank you.
I thank the representative of India for their statement, and I now give the floor to...
Okay, I'll have a quick summary of this. I'd like to go back. How are you viewing it? I'd like to go to Professor Tagavi. Professor Tagavi, at the end, you've heard the Ukrainian president's speech. Overall picture. Overall, what is your expectation now, next 24 hours?
Look, I think Ukraine is a sovereign nation. Its territorial integrity should be respected. Its choice should be respected. It can go toward the west or the east. However, when you invite a military
overall,
alliance,
what is your expectation now, next 24 hours?
You should expect your neighbors to react. They have some reason to react, and I think this has been involved in this crisis. I don't think that it justifies Russia's attack, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Nevertheless, when you have a big alliance like NATO, I mean, you should expect. Remember the example of the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962. This was the same issue, if you remember, and when the Warsaw Pact's missiles were deployed in Cuba, there has been a reaction by NATO and by the United States in particular. So we should expect the same here. I mean, if there was a reason for the U.S. to react to deployment of missiles in Cuba in 1962, here this is the same issue. Nevertheless, I say that this doesn't justify completely the invasion of Russia. Nevertheless, we should expect some reaction. Even in Iran, we are concerned. I mean, we don't want a big alliance like NATO, which is hostile to us in some respect, to come close to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes. Well, I think you put it across, in a very summary way. And though I have overshot time, I'll just end by saying the lesson in all of this is broadly that the West has been intervening globally everywhere without any permission. There's never been a response. This time the response, Russians say is proportionate, the West says it's disproportionate. But I think it's also a lesson for the kind of Western intervention that will be allowed in the future. Fascinating debate. I thank you all who've stayed up to this point. And ladies and gentlemen, look forward to seeing you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Till then, thank you for watching. Good night and goodbye.
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates: IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharkiv and Amity University.
कीव के जो आसपास के इलाके हैं, विश्वोगोरोड इलाका है, वहां पर भी ऐसी ही तस्वीर सामने आ रही है जहां पर जोरदार धमाके हो रहे हैं। अभी जो रूस ने ताजा बयान जारी किया उसमें कहा कि हमारी मांगे ज्यादा नहीं है। उसके इतर एक तस्वीर हमने ये भी देखी कि लगातार हमले जारी हैं। एयर रेड अलर्ट्स जो हैं लगातार रात में भी सुनाई देते हैं। लोग बंकर की तरफ जा रहे हैं।
इस वक्त रूस की आर्मी की जो स्पेशलाइज्ड BTGs है वो कुछ ज्यादा नहीं कर पा रही और ये बैटल जो हम देख रहे हैं इस वक्त वो कहीं ना कहीं कीव में बहुत ज्यादा फोकस अब तक रहा है।
Good evening and welcome. The Ukrainians are dying and the Americans are making money. Lots of money. Every day, every minute that this war continues, the biggest American defense-related manufacturers are seeing their stock prices shoot up, and how? The Americans are going to make billions. Maybe trillions will be made out eventually out of this war. And most of that money will come to the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't believe me, just look at the share prices on the American stock exchanges, ladies and gentlemen, of American companies like Lockheed Martin, like General Dynamics, so many others. And you will see how the market valuation of these companies is going through the roof as Ukrainians die. As hundreds of Ukrainians die, they make lots of money, billions, the Americans. As the missile attacks destroy homes across Ukraine, and sympathetic noises come out of human rights groups in America, the Americans are actually making lots of money. As innocents like the 21-year-old student from Karnataka are killed in Kharkiv in the shelling and the bombing, Europe prepares to spend hundreds of billions in increased defense expenditure. And most of the money, I repeat, almost all of that money will be made by the United States of America. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, the USA will make a lot of money. The same country that is pushing the Ukrainians, encouraging the Ukrainians into a prolonged conflict. Yes, the Ukrainians are brave, and they have shown tremendous resolve and spirit, tremendous nationalism. But have they become victims of the American money-making game? Victims of the massive American arms industry? Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying at all that Putin is correct or that his methods are correct. They are not. I have made that amply clear. But the Americans are going to make lots of money out of this. Think about it. The shortage of gas when Russian supplies are blocked will mean that the Americans will gain a lot of money. The increased defense expenditure will mean that the Americans will make a lot of money. Even the fact that countries like Switzerland are beginning to choose a side. What does it mean? It means the Americans will eventually gain politically, geostrategically, financially. They will gain, ladies and gentlemen, they will make a lot of money as thousands of Ukrainians die. The more Ukrainians die, the more money Americans will make. And after the Americans make all of the money, countries like Japan, countries like the Netherlands, and I won't be surprised, even the Scandinavian countries tomorrow, they will want nuclear arms in the name of nuclear deterrence. And what will happen? We will all end up living in a very, very super nuclearized, extremely dangerous world. The world our children will live in. will be a completely nuclearized, dangerous world. And the Americans, they will.
Наші військові, наші герої світла.
This is how our soldiers, our heroes of the light are greeting each other these days.
Ті, хто захищають наші домівки, наших дітей, наше майбутнє, нашу свободу, нашу Європу, українську Європу, яка є частиною вашої сім'ї. Бажаю здоров'я.
So these are the people who are protecting their homes, they're protecting their Ukraine, they're protecting our Europe, they're protecting your Europe, and they're greeting each other, wishing each other good health.
Але нещодавно так стали вітатися всі ми, громадяни України, не тільки військові, всі ми, хто захищає Україну від вторгнення повномасштабної війни з боку Росії проти нас, проти кожної нашої сім'ї.
But from recently, this soldier greeting, this army greeting, is something that ordinary people starting to use in their day-to-day language when greeting each other, because we are protecting our country from Russian invasion, from the Russian attack. We are protecting our homes and our land from the full Russian war and Russian aggression.
Сьогодні ми всі військові, всі ми захищаємо нашу державу. Кожний на своєму дуже важливому місці. Військові з автоматами на передовій, лікарі, вчителя і діти. Діти, які захищають нас своїми посмішками. Хто зараз серед нас, але ми їх вже не бачимо.
And this first minute, I would like to dedicate to the minute of silence to those who have fallen in the fight for their country, to our soldiers, to those who served in the fire crews, those who are working as pilots, those who are making heroic deeds in different areas protecting their country and have given their lives away for this. Let us commemorate their souls and rest in peace.
Другу хвилину свого виступу я хочу надати також мовчання. Мовчанню на честь наших цивільних, дорослих і дітей, десятків і сотень, тих, хто віддав своє життя, але не знав про це. Віддав життя і отримав вічний спокій.
My second minute I would like to dedicate to the commemoration of our citizens, of our civil population, those people, adults and children, dozens.
Свободи над тим, що відбувається сьогодні у нас на території України. Не мовчіть, підтримуйте Україну, бо якщо Україна не витримає вся Європа. Якщо Україна паде, паде вся Європа.
And this third minute I would like to dedicate to you, to the people of Europe. I would like to call upon you not to be silent. I would like you to come out on the streets and support Ukraine, support our efforts and support our fight. Because if Ukraine will not stand, Europe will not stand. If we will...
In the global employability rankings by Times Higher Education UK, only the following 6 institutions from India are ranked amongst the top 230 in the world for having the most employable graduates. IIT Delhi, IISc Bangalore, IIT Bombay, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Kharkiv and Amity University.
What you see right now are fighter jets on the skies of Kyiv, caught on Republic camera. Take a look at it. Low-flying fighter jets that you see clearly. That's the situation right now on the... Just behind me, just behind me. The fear that this must escalate. On the one hand, the Ukrainian army perhaps has been able to safeguard Kiev, but the question in everyone's mind has been for how long. A lot of Ukrainians who are now fearing that the capital city, Kiev, would perhaps witness what the city of Kharkiv has.
Good evening and welcome. The Ukrainians are dying, and the Americans are making money. Lots of money. Every day, every minute that this war continues, the biggest American defense-related manufacturers are seeing their stock prices shoot up, and how? The Americans are going to make billions. Maybe trillions will be made out eventually out of this war. And most of that money will come to the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't believe me, just look at the share prices on the American stock exchanges, ladies and gentlemen, of American companies like Lockheed Martin, like General Dynamics, so many others. And you will see how the market valuation of these companies is going through the roof as Ukrainians die. As hundreds of Ukrainians die, they make lots of money, billions, the Americans. As the missile attacks destroy homes across Ukraine, and sympathetic noises come. Out of human rights groups in America, the Americans are actually making lots of money. As innocents like the 21-year-old student from Karnataka are killed in Kharkiv. Prepares to spend gain politically, geostrategically, financially. They will gain, ladies and gentlemen, they will make a lot of money as thousands of Ukrainians die. The more Ukrainians die, the more money Americans will make. And after the Americans make all of the money, countries like Japan, countries like the Netherlands, and I won't be surprised, even the Scandinavian countries tomorrow, they will want nuclear arms in the name of nuclear deterrence. And what will happen? We will all end up living in a very, very super nuclearized, extremely dangerous world. The world our children will live in will be a completely nuclearized, dangerous world. And the Americans, they will make a lot of money. The Americans are only interested in money. They made a lot of money when they entered the last World War. When did the Americans become super rich? They became super rich, their companies became super rich during and after the last World Wars. But
from the Delhi studios of Republic TV, it's time for Arnab Goswami on The Debate.
good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The big conversation today globally is about hashtag Where is Zelensky? The Russians are claiming that Zelensky has fled. In fact, they've been specific. They've said that Zelensky has fled, he has deserted his people, and he's gone to Poland, that he's hiding somewhere in Poland. Zelensky's core team says no, he's not fled, he's very much around. They've been claiming that in the next few minutes he's going to come.
Being carried out. Unit 4 is in operation of 690 megawatts power. Units 5 and 6 are being cooled down. Access to the Zaporizhia NPP site. Changes in the radiation situation have not been registered. Data from the automated radiation monitoring system of the Zaporizhia NPP does not work. Cooling of the nuclear fuel within Zaporizhia NPP power units is maintained by dedicated systems of power units in accordance with the requirements of technical regulations for safe operation. If at any point the cooling process is disturbed, this could cause radioactive damage across large territories and have irreparable consequences for the environment of the entire continent. Thousands of people, including civilians, who are currently unable to evacuate the area near the plant due to ongoing shelling and fighting, would be affected. Now paralyzed of the Russian ambassador about the foreign students. An appalling example of gaslighting. Example of what he probably intended to present as almost an angelic message of peace. But let me remind him and remind all of us that Satan was also an angel that rebelled against God. So I would like to ask the permanent representative of the Russian Federation if he still is able to communicate with his capital, which is probably not the case, who knows. Please make an appeal to the armed forces to ensure a safe corridor, to allow the foreign students to leave the areas of concern. Stop spreading the lies. And you know it very well, what is going on there, if you are indeed in contact with your capital. As a result of a nuclear disaster of this scale may exceed, if it happens, God forbid, all previous accidents at nuclear power plants, including Chernobyl and the Fukushima nuclear power plants disasters. Russia has deliberately undertaken an armed attack on a nuclear power site, an action that violated all international agreements within the IAEA, in particular the IAEA Charter, the Joint Convention on the Safety of Spent Fuel Management, and on the safety of radioactive waste management. The Convention on Nuclear Accident Warning and the Convention on the Protection of Nuclear Accidents and the Convention on the Protection of Nuclear Facilities and Nuclear Material. The shelling of the Zaporizhia NPP is also a gross violation of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons and the International Convention for the Suppression of Acts of Nuclear Terrorism. We are disappointed by the reaction of the IAEA, whose state go as far as to include any mention of the attacking site. We demand clear and decisive action. Go as
Poznaj płytę Varycook. Autosynchronizują.
Admiral's cross-channel retargeting.
And still, shamefully, there is a handful of those around us, or among us rather, who do nothing. Act now, or it might be too late, not only for Ukraine, but for all of you. I thank you.
I thank the representative of Ukraine for their statement. There are no more names inscribed on the list of speakers. The meeting is adjourned.
Okay, so that was Ukraine's ambassador to the UN concluding that emergency meeting of the UN Security Council there. He said it's not only Ukraine under attack, it's Europe, the world, humanity and future generations. Russia, he said, is furious about world support for Ukraine, and in retaliation it's resorted to war crimes and crimes against humanity. And he urged Russia to stop spreading lies. Well, earlier in that meeting, Russia's ambassador to the UN, Vasily Nebenzia, denied his country's military ever attacked the Zaporizhia power plant. Here are some of the comments made at the UN Security Council meeting.
Сегодняшнее заседание
Today's meeting is another attempt by Kyiv authorities to create artificial hysteria around what is happening in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. Today we have once again heard lies about how Russian troops attacked the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and this is all part of an unprecedented campaign of lies and disinformation against Russia. You're trying to present the situation in such a way as though the Zaporizhia power plant was allegedly shelled by the Russian military, as a result of which a fire broke out. These statements are simply untrue.
Nuclear facilities cannot become part of this conflict. Reliable electricity is vital for the nuclear facility, as are backup diesel generators and fuel. Safe transit corridors must be maintained. Russia must halt any further use of force that might put at further risk all 15 operable reactors across Ukraine.
The idea behind this initiative of mine as Director General of the IAEA is to agree on a framework and a compromise that would commit to not compromise these principles that we all subscribe and agree.
Obviously, that last comment was not made at the UN Security Council meeting. Let's bring in Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi. She's at the UN in New York. This, then, Kristen, was the Security Council in emergency session responding to the incident overnight in Ukraine at a nuclear plant. What did we learn from that meeting?
Well, you had the Ukrainian ambassador calling the situation nuclear terrorism, the Russian ambassador referring to it as Ukraine's hysteria being fueled by the West. We did get a briefing, though, from the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, General Rafael Mariano Grossi is his name. He briefed from a plane. It tells you how serious the situation is. I've never seen a person on a flight give a briefing to the Security Council, but that's exactly what happened. And what he said, this is an independent organization meant to oversee the safe use of nuclear energy. And his briefing to the Council said that, that there has been no release of radiation from the Zaporizhia nuclear plant. There's been no damage to reactors or security infrastructure. He said that a projectile fired by Russian forces did impact a building close to the facility. That building caught fire. The fire was put out. And the operation of the plant is continuing normally, he said, although adding that nothing is normal when you have soldiers standing over the people who normally operate that plant, which is the largest nuclear plant in the Ukraine and by some accounts all of Europe. So that's what the impartial bodies are saying. We also heard from the United States and the Russians on varying interpretations of that from the Western point of view and from the Ukraine. They're accusing Russia of firing on a functioning and fueled, those were the words of the English ambassador, the UK ambassador, nuclear facility. And as many countries pointed out, that would be a violation of international law. Russia, for its part, saying that its military is there guarding the facility and that they were attacked by a sabotage group is the way he described it, that was attempting to draw the facility into conflict. But clearly, the United Nations officials attempting to calm the situation and offering to bring both sides together to talk about securing these facilities.
Al Jazeera's Kristen Salumi there reporting live from the UN. We'll come back to the situation at the nuclear plant in just a moment, but first let's join Al Jazeera's Jonah Hull, who is live for us now in Lviv, which is in western Ukraine. Jonah, bring us up to speed with what's happening right now around the country.
Right, well, movement on the various fronts in the country from the south to the east, all the way to the north. We heard a little earlier from Charlie Stratford in Zaporizhia describing the formation of new front lines as Russian forces move up from the south along the Dnieper River, taking in the Energodar area and the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. But let's talk about what's happening in the south. These efforts to continue to build a land bridge between Crimea and the eastern breakaway regions. We've seen the fall of Kherson, of another port city called Berdyansk in the last couple of days. The big holdout in that strategic objective for the Russians is the city of Mariupol, a very significant sized port city, 500,000 people there. It's been encircled and under classical siege now for 2-3 days. No way in or out. Supplies are cut. There is no heating. There is no water. There is no way of resupply. It is said to be running low on medicines as well. Word out from the city comes from the mayor, Vadim Boychenko, who describes a scene of unfolding disaster. He made a televised appeal asking for military help and for humanitarian corridor to be set up immediately. He said, "We are simply being destroyed." He describes 40 hours of non-stop shelling and bombardment on residential areas, including schools and hospitals. But the flag is still flying. It remains a holdout city. Moving up to the east, Kharkiv, that city that has been under relentless bombardment for a few days now, again targeting residential areas on the fringes of that city as Russia tries to complete its encirclement. A relative calm today allowed residents to emerge from their bunkers and basements and get into cars and flee, as many of them who could. Long lines of traffic reported outside Kharkiv, handwritten, scrawled notes stuck to the windshield of cars saying the word children, indicating that there are children and families in these cars, hoping that would give them some measure of protection and safe passage through the multiple checkpoints they will have to cross as they journey across the country. Heavy fighting in the north around the town of Chernihiv, north of Kyiv. A big assault there on Thursday has resulted in 47 civilian deaths reported there, and lots of little attacks on the northwest and southwest outskirts of the city of Kyiv, the capital itself, with Russian forces within 20 to 25 kilometers. These little attacks happening in dormitory towns, just maintaining the pressure on the civilian population, keeping this idea of a sort of terrorizing tactic against the population going, and lots of casualties being reported. 7 killed, including 2 children in one town called Markalivka there. Also Brodyanka, I beg your pardon, where a large attack on Thursday is believed to have resulted in 100 civilian deaths still under rubble.
Al Jazeera's Jonah Hull reporting live there from Lviv in western Ukraine. Right, let's get back to that UN Security Council called in reaction to that incident overnight at Europe's largest nuclear facility. Ukraine currently staring at a possible power crisis. Most of the country's electricity comes from nuclear power plants that were built under the Soviet Union. Zaporizhzhia is the largest. It has 6 of the country's 15 reactors, according to the IAEA. Russian troops are also advancing on another nuclear plant called South Ukraine. There are 2 other plants, Khmelnytsky and Rivne to the northwest. Russian forces have control of the Chernobyl nuclear plant. Now, that hasn't had any active nuclear reactors for more than 20 years, but large amounts of spent fuel and radioactive waste remain on the site. And this is where Russian forces are in relation to the plants. Ukraine's President Zelensky says that Russian troops are seizing control of the country's nuclear power infrastructure. Tarek Rauf is former head of the Verification and Security Policy Coordination Office at the International Atomic Energy Agency, the IAEA. He joins us now live from Vienna. Good to have you with us, sir. I know you've been waiting for some time to speak to us. Many thanks for waiting. Russia says that these nuclear plants, or this nuclear plant that it's taken, Europe's biggest, is safe. Is it?
Well, we really don't know whether it is safe or not, particularly if the operators of the nuclear power plant are sitting at their desks with Russian soldiers with guns behind them. Also, according to the State Nuclear Regulatory Inspectorate of Ukraine, which is the regulator which licenses and is responsible for the safe operation of nuclear power plants in Ukraine, it has pointed out that many of these operators have been working very long shifts, have not had rest, and therefore they may not be in a position to properly monitor the control room and to monitor the reactor that is running.
Just how dangerous a situation is this?
Well, fortunately, after the Fukushima nuclear accident in 2011, all nuclear power plants were retrofitted with emergency measures, backup power in case the main electricity supply fails, and then a backup to the backup power, as well as an emergency shutdown where boron silicate rods can be dropped into the reactor by gravity, and it can shut down the reaction within minutes. But nonetheless, the nuclear fuel in the reactor is both radiologically hot and heat hot. And the cooling systems need to be running. And if the cooling system fails, then we can have a meltdown of the fuel and a meltdown of the reactor and possibly explosions from hydrogen, as happened at Fukushima.
Can you think of, am I right in thinking that this is the first time that an armed conflict has been underway in a country with nuclear power stations in it?
Yes, in the history of the nuclear age, which started in 1945, this is the first time that armed hostilities and military attacks have occurred in a country that has operating nuclear power plants, and an operating nuclear power plant has been subjected to a military attack, which is utterly reprehensible.
How well run are Ukraine's nuclear power plants?
Well, fortunately, in the middle of January this year, the IAEA conducted a nuclear safety exercise with the Ukrainian regulator, and the IAEA's website says that the IAEA was very satisfied with the high level of safety and emergency preparedness of the regulator and the nuclear power plant in Ukraine. But of course, at that time in January, Ukraine had not been attacked. It had not been subjected to bombing. The Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant had not been attacked. So the situation now is very different than what it was in sort of so-called peacetime.
It is really good to speak to you, sir. Many thanks indeed for coming on and sharing your expertise. Tarek Rauf there, speaking from Vienna.
Thank you.
It is, well, we're midway through, just after midway through this news hour. Here's an update now from Al Jazeera's Natasha Butler on what was a pretty anxious night in a dangerous conflict after the Russian army seized control of Europe's largest power plant in Ukraine, and it triggered, understandably, worldwide alarm.
Gunfire lit up the sky over Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Enerhodar in southern Ukraine. The Ukrainians say heavy shelling by Russian forces set off a huge fire in a building on the site.
As a result of strikes, there is a fire at the nuclear power plant. I repeat, as a result of strikes by the Russian Federation forces on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, a fire has erupted.
It took firefighters 4 hours to put out the blaze. Emergency crews reportedly coming under fire from Russian troops who seized the area after fierce fighting. World leaders condemned the attack as reckless. Ukraine's president accused Russia of what he called nuclear terrorism.
We survived the night that could have stopped the story. The history of Ukraine, the history of Europe. Russian troops attacked Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. It alone could be 6 Chernobyls.
Calming international fears of a catastrophe, nuclear monitors in Vienna said the plant's reactors were secure.
We, of course, are fortunate that there was no release of radiation and that the integrity of the reactors in themselves was not compromised.
The Kremlin denied attacking the plant and blamed it on Ukrainian saboteurs. 9 days into Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, Russian troops continue to push into the country. Moscow says these pictures show its tanks near Kyiv. For days, a 60-kilometer-long military convoy has stopped outside the capital for reasons that still aren't clear. But it's fueling anxiety and fear in the city. Some wonder how their lives could have changed so fast.
This is a genocide against Ukraine, the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian land. It is simply awful. Scenes like these are fired at homes all over the country.
Cities including Kharkiv in the east and the strategic port of Mariupol on the Sea of Azov continue to be pounded by Russian shells. Schools, homes, hospitals all hit, contradicting Moscow's claims that it's not targeting civilian areas.
And we will not surrender. We will stand here on our land in our city for as long as it takes.
Among the destruction, many ordinary Ukrainians continue to resist. Others are desperate to leave.
UN says that at least 1 million people have fled Ukraine for neighboring countries since the Russian invasion began more than a week ago. Thousands of people have passed through the city of Lviv. It is not far from the Polish border, and they just keep coming.
We are very scared because our parents are staying here.
Many ordinary Ukrainians...
I hope it's not our last days of our life, for all the world.
Ukrainian and Russian negotiators agreed on Thursday to set up humanitarian corridors. No word yet, though, on how or when these would be implemented. In the meantime, people across the country live in fear, face uncertainty, and a new generation is growing up with another war. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Lviv, Ukraine.
NATO foreign ministers have held a special meeting on Ukraine. It comes as allies tighten sanctions on President Vladimir Putin's inner circle. NATO's Secretary General says that the alliance has ruled out imposing a no-fly zone over Ukraine. But as our diplomatic editor James Bays reports now from Brussels, Kyiv says it needs more support.
Foreign ministers met at NATO and then at the EU to discuss what more they can do to help Ukraine as their fears grow that the Russian campaign will intensify.
We are now witnessing a full-fledged war in our borders, a war unleashed by President Putin against Ukraine, and a completely unjustified war that's creating a lot of civilian casualties, with the use of arms strictly prohibited by the Geneva Convention.
NATO and EU countries have already agreed to supply weapons to Ukraine and to put in place some of the toughest sanctions in history. But the Ukrainian foreign minister, who addressed them by video, wants much more direct support, including the imposition of a no-fly zone.
We are ready to fight. We will continue fighting. But help us. If you don't, I'm afraid you will have to share responsibility for the lives and sufferings of civilian Ukrainians.
This was the response from NATO's Secretary General.
Our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries and causing much more human suffering.
At a news conference with the President of the European Commission, the US Secretary of State warned that the conflict in Ukraine may well be a protracted one.
Unfortunately, tragically, horrifically, this may not be over soon. And so these efforts that we're making together, we have to sustain them. We have to build upon them.
Here at NATO headquarters, there is a section from the Berlin Wall. The history of the alliance can be divided into the period of the Cold War and then the period after this wall fell. The Secretary General believes the alliance has now passed a new milestone, what he's calling a new normal. And for the first time, foreign ministers have been discussing a permanent long-term presence of many more troops in the NATO countries closest to Russia. James Bays, Al Jazeera, at NATO headquarters in Brussels.
Joel Rubin is a former US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State. He joins us now live via Skype from Chevy Chase in Maryland. Good to have you with us, Joel. A couple of hours ago, we spoke to a Ukrainian MP who's also on the board of management of a children's hospital in Kyiv, where many desperately sick kids have been unable to be evacuated. They're down in the basement, away from the life-saving equipment that they need, the equipment that keeps them alive, like dialysis machines. She was pleading with us, pleading with the world through us, to implement a no-fly zone over Ukraine so that these kids could get back to the equipment they need to save their lives. Was NATO right today to say, no, we're not implementing a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
Well, it's great to be with you, and thank you for having this discussion. The no-fly zone as a construct is an incredibly military-heavy operation. It's not just a call for a no-fly zone and then aircraft cease. What this would mean is that NATO would be directly engaging Russian military aircraft, and if the aircraft were to fly, NATO would be obligated to shoot them down. So that's what we're talking about here. And it's a horrible conundrum that Vladimir Putin has aggressively and illegally invaded his neighbor, a democratic ally, Ukraine, to try to colonize it and throw in a puppet government and threaten the West, threaten the world, quite frankly, with use of nuclear weapons if he doesn't get what he wants. He didn't expect to get bogged down in the conflict like he is now, but this is the dynamic that we're stuck with. And so NATO is keeping the pressure on, but this no-fly zone could potentially lead to a direct war with Russia between the United States and Europe that could incredibly cascade out of control very quickly. And that's the problem that the policymakers are looking at right now.
All right, so Ukraine fighting for its own survival then,
Yes.
and as it does so, it's massively outnumbered by Russian forces. NATO continuing to supply arms to help Ukrainian forces fight off the Russian invasion. The longer this goes on, the longer Ukraine fights against these overwhelming odds, the bloodier this conflict is going to get, the more innocent civilians will be killed and injured. To what extent is NATO then culpable for the deaths of those people if this war gets bloodier and bloodier?
Well, first and foremost, NATO is not culpable for the killing of civilians. There is one individual culpable for that, and that is Russia's President Vladimir Putin. He could immediately stop this assault right now if he wanted to, but he's not. And he's indiscriminately bombing civilians in cities, killing women and children in untold numbers because he wants to take over a country through force. Other actions are also underway, such as highly effective sanctions that are tanking the Russian economy, isolating Russia diplomatically, pushing Russia into a corner. In many ways, we see the reaction. 3/4 of Russia's military is right now entrenched in this fight, and the Ukrainian people are valiantly fighting back, and they are getting military resupply, getting it from Germany in ways that no one anticipated only a week or so ago, getting the kinds of anti-tank missiles that they need to defend themselves. So NATO is part of that puzzle and trying to push back against Russia and to get Vladimir Putin to back off. That is critical, because if he does not back off, we're going to see this bloodshed regardless of who he's fighting. He needs to pull back, accept a negotiated outcome, and stop killing innocent civilians in Ukraine.
It's always good to talk to you, Joel. Many thanks indeed once again for being with us. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joel Rubin there in Chevy Chase, Maryland. Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, was one of Russia's first targets. Now, despite heavy shelling, the city is still under Ukrainian control. Al Jazeera's Charles Stratford reports now from a village not far from Kharkiv. Just a warning, Charles's report contains some graphic images.
Maxim was at home with his girlfriend when the shells started crashing into his village. Shrapnel ripped through his arm and face.
It happened so quickly, the explosions. I heard something flying over us. I was covered up to my waist in rubble and something started burning. I tried to free myself, then I tried to get my girlfriend. I was so weak, I couldn't pull her out.
Emergency services rescued Maxim's girlfriend. She's suffering heavy concussion and is too weak to talk. The bodies of 3 civilians lie in the morgue. A woman died in the operating theatre as doctors tried to save her life. This woman, who was afraid to talk on camera, says Russian soldiers let her family escape, but as they drove away, a bullet ripped through her husband's hand. Why did they tell us everything would be okay? Why wasn't there an evacuation, she says. We drive to the village. There's the sound of shelling and machine gun fire in the distance. The shells had slammed into houses on the side of this hill. Piles of rubble line the street. At least 30 homes were destroyed. Heavy Russian shelling of this village last night. At least 3 people were killed. A number of others injured. We understand that there are people still in the village, but we've just heard shelling in the distance and machine gun fire in the forests on the way. Thousands of cars, many of them filled with terrified families, flee south from Kharkiv. Many of the cars have a sign reading "Children" on the windscreen, a desperate attempt to protect those inside.
We are leaving everything behind us. We have been trying for 5 days to get out, but couldn't because of the shelling. It's simply hell. We are going to Dnipro, and after that, we don't know.
Alexei shows us his car that was damaged when a Russian rocket landed close to his home.
I've just spoken to friends in Kharkiv. They tell me it's worse than yesterday. They are shelling civilian areas. So many buildings are on fire.
People have painted over road signs with angry insults directed towards Russian President Vladimir Putin. In expectation of a Russian army advance, this one reads, "Welcome to hell." Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Yakovlivka, Ukraine.
Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith has just arrived in Donetsk, in the separatist-held east of Ukraine. He sent us this update a short while ago.
Russia's defense ministry says fighters from the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic armies are continuing now to move through territory in the eastern Ukraine, what is considered traditional area of Donbass. Now, before Vladimir Putin launched his invasion of Ukraine, the forces in Donetsk and Lugansk, the separatist groups, as they were called, only controlled about a third of the territory of Donbass that they lay claim to. And this is the territory that has been recognized by Moscow as now these new republics of Donetsk and Lugansk. But there's 2/3 of this territory that rests still in the hands of Ukrainian forces. Russia's defense ministry says it's through there that, with the help of the Russian army, the Donetsk and Lugansk fighters are making progress. For the last 7 or 8 years, the front lines really haven't moved much in that territory, but in the last week or so since this invasion started, then maybe advances of up to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 kilometers have been made into the territory that remains in the hands, or was remaining in the hands, of Ukrainian forces.
The Russian government has approved a law that could imprison people for 15 years if they're convicted of spreading false information about the military. Most independent media have been shut down or told by the state regulators what they can and cannot say. Al Jazeera's Torsa Jabari is in Moscow.
No to war was the final statement broadcast on Russia's last independent TV channel, TV Rain. All its employees walked out in protest against what they see as severe government censorship. And in its final seconds on air, it showed this. A nod to Russian history. The Swan Lake Ballet performance was broadcast on state TV in the Soviet era, either at times of political crises or after the death of a leader. It was famously shown in 1991 during the attempted coup that contributed to the end of the Soviet Union. For many here, it's now become a symbol of broken dreams and political instability. TV Rain was founded in 2010 with the motto, "Talk about important things with those who are important to us." Now, after the start of Russia's so-called special military operation in Ukraine, this channel is no longer able to continue because of government interference. On Friday, both houses of parliament passed a new law aimed at targeting media outlets that are accused of spreading fake information. It is now a criminal offense to spread what the government considers misinformation about its military, a crime which could land a journalist in prison for up to 15 years. Members of the Russian government believe this is crucial in protecting the armed forces.
Taking into account the situation that is happening in the media space, all those IT companies, starting from Instagram, let's say, and others are located in the United States of America. It is understandable that they're used as weapons. They are bringing hatred and lies. We must counter it and protect our armed forces.
The hammer of state censors have also targeted one of the most well-known radio stations in the country. Echo of Moscow took to the airwaves in August of 1990, shortly before the fall of the Soviet Union the following year. Its motto, "All significant points of view about events should be presented," no longer appears to apply to journalists in Russia. Tatiana Felgengauer was a journalist working at both TV Rain and Echo of Moscow.
It's terrible. It's a catastrophe, a true catastrophe. An absolutely terrific mistake by Vladimir Putin, who decided to plunge Russia into this, I will say it again, catastrophe. And I'm terribly scared both for my country and for Ukraine. I'm terribly ashamed in front of Ukrainians. It's incredible for me to realize that the president of my country started this, and I'm afraid that there's nothing good ahead for my country and for me as its citizen.
Russia's independent media are slowly disappearing, accused of falsely depicting the war in Ukraine. Novaya Gazeta is one of the last independent newspapers here, and its editor, Dmitry Muratov, who shared the Nobel Peace Prize last year, says his paper could be on the verge of shutting down. That's because, according to him, anything that's not propaganda is being eliminated. Dorsa Jabari, Al Jazeera, Moscow.
The European Union has agreed to offer protection for refugees from Ukraine. They'll be given residency rights for up to 2 years. Zain Basravi reports now from the Ukrainian border town of Shegenya.
Roman is from Kharkiv, a city in ruin from Russian attacks. He's at the border to let go of everything he loves, turn back alone, and join the fight.
Страх, збентеженість.
Feelings? Fear, confusion, hate, anger. I don't even know. One feeling is I need to send my family to safety. And next everything will be all right. We will win for sure. Nothing else. We will save our country. Everything will be all right.
You don't have to know what he's saying to understand how he feels. A country torn in two. Small villages and towns like this one are the last hurdle to safety for the hundreds of thousands of men, women, and children amassing at Poland's border. The last checkpoint, the last long line, a last chance to say goodbye. The lucky ones board buses bound for cities in Europe. Others wait.
This line is long, but it is still moving. A week into this conflict, and
the crowd, the traffic, the line at this border crossing. It's much smaller, and the system of getting across into Poland seems much more organized, much more efficient, but no less tragic for the people that are leaving their country behind.
Ukrainians trying to get to safety say they feel abandoned by the international community. They know help is coming, but not enough to stop Russian invaders destroying their cities, their homes, their lives.
Ukrainians are going to NATO, but NATO is not here in Ukraine. We need real help. Army, weapons, helmets and vests. Our army needs serious help. They really need weapons, and there is no weapon in Ukraine that would really destroy the Russians.
Each of these women have a husband or father or brother fighting to defend their cities or on the front line. They say they will never leave and help other Ukrainians however they can. At a place that divides two countries, Ukrainian families are being forced to divide themselves. Women move forward to preserve the country's future. Men go back to make sure they have a home to come back to. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, Shigenya, Ukraine.
Time to get some sports news. Here's Andy.
Thank you, Adrian. Well, one of cricket's all-time greats, Shane Warne, has died. The Australian suffered a suspected heart attack while on holiday in Thailand. He was just 52 years of age. The leg spinner played 145 test matches, took 708 wickets, puts him second on the all-time list.
Warney was an all-time great, a once-in-a-century type cricketer, and his records will live on forever. We all grew up watching Warney, idolising him. We all had posters on his wall, had his earrings. We love so much about Warney. You know, his showmanship, his charisma, his tactics, the way he just willed himself and the team around him to win games for Australia. And probably above all else, his incredible skill as a leg spinner.
Well, joining us now, one of cricket's most respected broadcasters and commentators, Mark Nicholas. Mark, thank you so much for taking some time out with us tonight. For a news audience who perhaps don't know the difference between a flipper and a googly, just give us a sense of what made him such a transformative and important figure in the history of cricket.
Gosh, that's a good question. It was a magic trick, really. I did his autobiography with him, and he begins the chapter on leg spin by saying the art of leg spin is the creation of something that isn't there. And though he can bowl a ball that spins a yard, both that way and that way, and make a ball overspin so it hits you so early, or expecting it to, it was actually the mind game that he played with you that was so clever. And he would trap you in uncertainty and then prey on you as if he were a hunter in the African bush, and nearly always move in for a successful kill. I don't think there's ever been anybody who did that to quite the level he did. I think if you were looking at the history of the game and you said that in batting it was Bradman and in all-round skills it was Sobers, you'd have to say that in bowling it was Shane Warne. I think he had the most skill, the most nous, a remarkable cricket brain, and perhaps the most ability to turn it into theatre. So he never compromised his skill level to be sure that he entertained us. And that in itself is something very remarkable. I can't think there's anybody actually that's matched that combination.
And he was happy to talk about his flaws, both on and off the pitch. And do you think that was one of the things that made him all the more popular with cricket fans around the world?
Well, that's an interesting point too. You know, he said in the introduction to his book, I've never pretended to be something that I'm not. And there's no doubt we always saw the real Shane Warne. We didn't see anything hidden. He wore it all on his sleeve. He admitted some gross errors at times. He said, I do stupid things, but it doesn't mean I'm stupid. And he sure wasn't stupid. I would say that he's one of the most remarkable people I've ever met. I would say that he's as loyal a friend as I've ever had. And I would say he's as entertaining a person as I've ever been with. And if you add that into the fact that he was quite a good cricketer too, You got a heck of a guy.
Mark Nicholas, I'd love to talk to you all night. Thank you so much for taking some time out with us at what is a very difficult time for yourself and everybody who loves cricket. Thank you, Mark, for your time tonight.
Okay, thanks.
Well, the Winter Paralympics have begun in Beijing with a message of unity and peace, but the president of the International Paralympic Committee made no specific reference to the war in Ukraine. Ukraine's athletes taking centre stage here during the opening ceremony. The head of the country's team said it was just a miracle that they'd managed to make it to China. All athletes from Russia and Belarus have been banned. The event runs until March the 13th with more than 500 competitors involved. Well, Chinese broadcasters have told the Premier League they won't be broadcasting matches from the competition in the coming days. Chinese rights holders are unhappy with the league's plan to show demonstrations of support for Ukraine. On Thursday, Everton made their Ukrainian player, Vitaly Mykolenko, team captain for an FA Cup tie. Well, Chelsea manager Thomas Tuchel admits there is some uncertainty at the club now that it's been put up for sale by Russian owner Roman Abramovich.
Maybe it has a negative effect. We cannot predict. I would like not to predict, not to start on predicting worst scenarios because we just lose focus on it. But of course, like I said, everybody has a different situation, feels different about it. Still, I hope for the best outcome.
Okay, that is how your sport is looking for.
Andy, many thanks indeed. That's it from the news. Our time for the team here in Doha to pass the baton to our colleagues in London. Just a moment. With more of today's news. See you again. Thanks very much.
Russia, Ukraine, and Europe.
This as fighting rages on, with several cities bombed, including the capital Kyiv and areas around it. Hello, I'm Mariam Noumazi in London. Welcome to Al Jazeera. Also coming up on the programme, NATO foreign ministers promised stronger action, but dismissed desperate appeals for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Russia approves a law which could put journalists in prison for 15 years and blocks independent and foreign media. Also coming up this hour, the latest from Pakistan, where a suicide bombing inside a Shia mosque kills at least 56 worshippers during Friday prayers. For several hours on Friday, the world held its breath, fearing a nuclear catastrophe on a scale that would dwarf the Chernobyl disaster. This after Russian forces attacked and seized the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warned of a possible explosion that would, in his words, be the end for everyone, the end for Europe, the evacuation of Europe. The attack sparked a fire which was eventually extinguished. A Russian projectile had hit a training center, not a reactor. Russian troops have taken control of the site. Nuclear officials in several countries have reported no radiation spikes after the attack. The key port of Mariupol, though, is believed to be completely surrounded. It suffered intense shelling and the area is running out of food. After occupying their first major city, Kherson, Russian forces are now trying to take Mykolaiv, but the regional governor is saying they've been driven out after attacking the city earlier. Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, continues to come under heavy attack, but remains under Ukrainian control. While further north, Russian forces are expanding their offensive in Chernihiv and on the outskirts of Kyiv as well, but the capital is still in Ukrainian hands. Al Jazeera's Natasha Butler begins our coverage now from the city of Lviv.
Gunfire lit up the sky over Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Enerhodar in southern Ukraine. The Ukrainians say heavy shelling by Russian forces set off a huge fire in a building on the site.
As a result of strikes, there is a fire at the nuclear power plant. I repeat, as a result of strikes by the Russian Federation forces on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, a fire has erupted.
It took firefighters 4 hours to put out the blaze. Emergency crews reportedly coming under fire from Russian troops who seized the area after fierce fighting. World leaders condemned the attack as reckless. Ukraine's president accused Russia of what he called nuclear terrorism.
We survived the night that could have stopped the story. The history of Ukraine, the history of Europe. Russian troops attacked Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. It alone could be 6 Chernobyls.
Calming international fears of a catastrophe, nuclear monitors in Vienna said the plant's reactors were secure.
We, of course, are fortunate that there was no release of radiation and that the integrity of the reactors in themselves was not compromised.
The Kremlin denied attacking the plant and blamed it on Ukrainian saboteurs. 9 days into Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, Russian troops continue to push into the country. Moscow says these pictures show its tanks near Kyiv. For days, a 60-kilometer-long military convoy has stopped outside the capital for reasons that still aren't clear. But it's fueling anxiety and fear in the city. Some wonder how their lives could have changed so fast.
This is a genocide against Ukraine, the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian land. It is simply awful. Scenes like these are fired at homes all over the country.
Cities including Kharkiv in the east and the strategic port of Mariupol on the Sea of Azov continue to be pounded by Russian shells. Schools, homes, hospitals all hit, contradicting Moscow's claims that it's not targeting civilian areas.
And we will not surrender. We will stand here on our land in our city for as long as it takes.
Among the destruction, many ordinary Ukrainians continue to resist. Others are desperate to leave.
The UN says that at least 1 million people have fled Ukraine for neighboring countries since the Russian invasion began more than a week ago. Thousands of people have passed through the city of Lviv. It is not far from the Polish border, and they just keep coming.
We are very scared because our parents are staying here.
I hope it's not all our last days of our life, for all the world.
Ukrainian and Russian negotiators agreed on Thursday to set up humanitarian corridors. No word yet, though, on how or when these would be implemented. In the meantime, people across the country live in fear, face uncertainty, and a new generation is growing up with another war. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Lviv, Ukraine.
Al Jazeera's Charles Stratford has more from the bank of the Dnieper River near the Zaporizhia power plant.
So the nuclear power plant is around 5 kilometers across the Dnieper River. What we know is that it came under heavy shelling last night. We also know that Russian forces are in control of the plant now, and that Ukrainian workers have been allowed to continue operating it, but under Russian supervision. The military here is saying that in the last 24 hours or so, there have been a couple of shells fired from the southern side of the Dnieper River in this direction. We also know that there is ongoing fighting along that southern side of the river, up to the town at least of Vasilivka. These are becoming new front lines. The situation here on this side of the river, certainly amongst the communities here, is very calm. People are going about their day-to-day business as normal. But obviously, military operations around what is Europe's largest nuclear power plant have potentially terrifying implications. Russia has been heavily criticized by the international community for its military operations around there. Russia itself says that these explosions in around the plant were caused by what it described as Ukrainian saboteurs, Ukrainian provocateurs. The Ukrainian president is describing Russia's actions around that plant as being nothing short of nuclear terror.
Just want to tune into Secretary of State Antony Blinken now speaking in Brussels.
General Stoltenberg also took part in our meeting with the EU. Never before have NATO and the European Union and other partner nations worked so closely together. This is a new kind of cooperation, and we'll bring this to bear not just in this crisis, but in the years to come. And our European allies and partners are stepping up to lead in unprecedented ways. For the first time, NATO has activated and deployed parts of its response force. Several NATO allies, including the UK, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, Spain, France, have sent troops and aircraft and ships to reinforce the alliance's eastern flank. Every NATO ally is providing either military or humanitarian aid to Ukraine. Most are providing both. For the first time, the European Union is financing the purchase and delivery of military assistance to a country under attack. The bloc swiftly adopted the biggest sanctions package in history against Russia. And the EU has granted immediate refuge to Ukrainians and others who call Ukraine home, the first time it has invoked this protection mechanism. Individual countries are also taking extraordinary steps. Germany is doubling its defense spending. Poland has opened its arms to more than 500,000 Ukrainian refugees. Switzerland set aside its tradition of neutrality to adopt the European Union sanctions on Russia. The list goes on. These and other efforts by our European allies to deepen their own capabilities and cooperation do not undermine the transatlantic security alliance, they deepen our collective might. As recently as a few weeks ago, some questioned whether, if the regional or international rules-based order came under threat, whether our European allies and partners would be willing to shoulder their fair share of the burden, the risk, the cost to defend it. In the last 9 days, European countries have demonstrated they are more than ready to stand up and stand together. And the United States is standing with Europe, pursuing complementary actions and policies in close coordination with our allies and partners. To give just a few examples, we've deployed an additional 7,000 troops to Europe and repositioned our forces already on the continent to strengthen NATO's eastern flank. We continue to tighten our severe economic sanctions on Russia. Last night, as I think you know, we extended temporary protective status to tens of thousands of Ukrainians living in the United States. And the President has requested an additional $10 billion from Congress to deliver more humanitarian, security, and economic assistance in Ukraine and the surrounding region over the coming days and weeks. Yesterday, President Putin said his so-called special military operation is proceeding exactly as planned. Well, it's hard to imagine that his plan included inspiring the Ukrainian people to defend their country with such tenacity. strengthening the resolve and solidarity of NATO and the EU, uniting the world in opposition to Moscow, including 141 countries at the United Nations, an unprecedented number of international businesses, associations, cultural institutions that have cut ties with Russia, causing the Russian economy to go into free fall, motivating tens of thousands of Russians to protest and countless more to leave the country, and increasingly turning Russia into a pariah state. If that was President Putin's plan, well, you can say it's working. Russia has never been so isolated. We have never been more united. But let me reiterate one thing, because it's very important. We take these actions not because we oppose the Russian people. We do not. We regret that tens of millions of Russians will suffer because of the dangerous decisions made by a tiny circle of corrupt leaders and their cronies who've consistently put their interests above those of the Russian people, who are doing everything they can to hide their war of choice from the Russian public. Today's discussion with NATO, the EU, the G7 affirmed that we're fully aligned on our goals and our determination to meet them. We'll deepen our support for Ukraine's brave defenders and for the Ukrainian civilians suffering as a result of the deepening humanitarian crisis. We'll continue to raise the cost for President Putin and all who carry out and enable his war of choice and the devastation that it's causing. We'll continue to strengthen our capacity to defend our collective security and deter further escalation by Russia, including by upholding our Article 5 commitment that an attack on one is an attack on all. NATO's a defensive alliance. We've never sought and will not seek conflict with Russia. But as President Biden has said, we will defend every inch of NATO territory. No one should doubt America's readiness or our resolve. At the same time, we'll keep open the door to dialogue and diplomacy, while making clear to the Kremlin that unless it changes course, it will continue down the road of increasing isolation and economic pain. And will support Ukraine in its struggle.
So we're just listening to Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking there in Brussels after the alliances, the NATO alliance's foreign ministers met, essentially saying that the US and EU will remain united in exerting pressure on Russia until the war is over. He says, of course, this comes after another day of fierce attacks across Ukraine and after global alarm following Russian forces briefly seizing the Zaporizhia nuclear site in southeastern Ukraine in an assault that briefly set fire to a part of the building in that complex, though the fire was eventually extinguished. But this comes after ominous remarks from NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg, who said that the suffering of the Ukrainian people was likely to get worse in the coming days and that there is a risk of the war spreading to other parts of Europe. Well, in terms of the other global reaction, the UN Security Council has held an emergency meeting on the seizing of the Zaporizhia nuclear plant. Western allies are demanding the Kremlin never allow an attack like that to happen again. Ukraine's UN ambassador Sergei Kislitsia says Russia's attacks threaten the entire world.
We have survived the night that could have stopped the history of Ukraine and Europe, said the president of Ukraine this morning. Indeed, every day provides us with newer and newer evidence that it is not only Ukraine under Russian attack, it is Europe, it is the entire world, it is humanity. And finally, it is the future of the next generations.
By the grace of God, the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe last night. We all waited to exhale as we watched the horrific situation unfold in real time. I applaud the ability of the Ukrainian operators to keep all 6 reactors in safe conditions while under attack and to report as they were able to their nuclear regulator. We are gravely concerned that the Ukrainian operators are now doing their jobs under extreme duress. Russia's attack last night put Europe's largest nuclear power at grave risk. It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe.
Russia's ambassador to the UN, Vasilina Benzia, denies his country's military ever attacked the power plant.
Today's meeting is another attempt by Kyiv authorities to create artificial hysteria around what is happening in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. Today we have once again heard lies about how Russian troops attacked the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and this is all part of an unprecedented campaign of lies and disinformation against Russia. You're trying to present the situation in such a way as though the Zaporizhzhia power plant was allegedly shelled by the Russian military, as a result of which a fire broke out. These statements are simply untrue.
Let's go live to Jonah Hull now in Lviv. Enormous unease, Jonah, about the nuclear site attack.
I think probably the unease around this particular attack is beginning to ease, if you like, for the time being. The site is stable. The reactor's undamaged. There was no noticeable leak of radiation, and monitoring systems are in place. Workers are working, doing what they need to do. I think the real cause for concern now is that this may not have been an isolated drama, but perhaps the first of others to come, because the troops, the Russian soldiers, the front that had moved up into Zaporizhzhia and taken this power plant is now moving westwards. Those new front lines that Charles Stratford was describing a short while ago, they're now within 80 kilometers of another Ukrainian power plant, the South Ukraine plant, 3 reactors there. Remember, Chernobyl was just 1 reactor. So there is growing unease about the safety and security of all of Ukraine's 4 working nuclear stations at the moment, and that is why the Americans are said to have set up a deconflicting hotline now with the Russians, so that they have a means of getting in touch straight away. And Rafael Mariano Grossi, the head of the IAEA, has said the time for action is now. He is suggesting a meeting. He suggests holding it at Chernobyl, an iconic and symbolic setting that would be. He says he'll chair it himself. He wants to bring the 2 sides together, the Russians and the Ukrainians, urgently, and get them to sit down and recommit to the principles of nuclear safety. No word as yet as to what they think of that.
We hear about the people who have fled Ukraine, but also many displaced inside the country, Jonah. How desperate is the need for humanitarian corridors now?
Absolutely dire, and growing worse by the hour. In peace talks, so-called, that took place on Thursday, the 2 sides agreed, or they were able to agree, was that humanitarian corridors would be set up. We haven't heard the how, when and where about that yet, but they are in dire need. It's not just cities that are encircled and besieged. It's cities that have been taken over by the Russians. It's cities and towns that are being constantly bombarded by artillery, rocket fire and missiles, hitting residential areas where people are spending most of their time now in bunkers and shelters underground, where they either can't leave or simply won't leave. It's old people and children who don't have heating, who don't have food. It's injured who can't get to hospitals, and hospitals that are running out of medicine. Let me give you a sense of it from the mayor of Mariupol. Mariupol is besieged on the Black Sea coast at the moment. He gave a television broadcast appealing for help and appealing for humanitarian corridors. He talked about 40 hours of constant bombardment. He talked about food supplies running out, no water, no heat and no electricity in freezing cold conditions. He said, we are simply being destroyed.
Thank you very much. From Lviv in Ukraine, Jonah Hull. And Bernard Smith has just arrived in Donetsk, in the separatists held east of Ukraine. He sent us this update of the situation there now and how the separatist offensive has been progressing.
Russia's defense ministry says fighters from the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic armies are continuing now to move through territory in the eastern Ukraine, what is considered traditional area of Donbass. Now, before Vladimir Putin launched his invasion of Ukraine, the forces in Donetsk and Lugansk, the separatist groups, as they were called, only controlled about 1/3 of the territory of Donbass that they lay claim to. And this is the territory that has been recognized by Moscow as now these new republics of Donetsk and Lugansk. But there's 2/3 of this territory that rests still in the hands of Ukrainian forces. Russia's defense ministry says it's through there that, with the help of the Russian army, the Donetsk and Lugansk fighters are making progress. For the last 7 or 8 years, the front lines really haven't moved much in that territory, but in the last week or so since this invasion started, then maybe advances of up to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 kilometers have been made into the territory that remains in the hands, or was remaining in the hands, of Ukrainian forces.
Well, some Ukrainians displaced by the fighting have made their way to the city of Dnipro. They are being housed in public buildings temporarily before they have to move on. Hoda Abdelhamid is there and sent us this report.
Some of the latest evacuees from Kharkiv, and among them, some of the most vulnerable of the city, still shaken by their ordeal. People like Oleg, who had gone to the city one day before the war broke out and was stuck there for a week.
We stayed in the shelter of the clinic. People helped and delivered food. Yesterday we tried to leave by train, but there were a lot of people at the station, and in my condition it was difficult to move.
Look what you have done, you animals. Are you happy now? Those were Anastasia's last words as she was leaving Kharkiv. She is 7 months pregnant and was stuck in a basement in the southeast part of the city. Her neighborhood came under shelling in the very first moments of the Russian assault and was completely surrounded.
Через 2 месяца надо уже рожать, а там негде.
We were afraid, but we had to leave because in 2 months I have to give birth, and in Kharkiv it's impossible. The maternity hospital has been hit, so you have to give birth to your child in the bomb shelter, the metro or the basement. You can only reach the doctor by phone. For the rest, you're on your own. I don't know where I will give birth.
Stories of fear and escape are common to all those who made it to this school in a village on the outskirts of Dnipro. This is just a transit point. People can stay here for 3 days, have a rest, pick up some clean clothes, whatever other necessities they need, but then they have to start moving again, going west, joining those hundreds of thousands already on the road, trying to reach the closest border. The journey ahead is still very long, not easy for women traveling alone with children. It took Nastya 9 hours to get here. She fled Luhansk region in eastern Ukraine after her village came under shelling in the early hours of the morning. She wants to return home, but her, like Elena, doesn't know who will be in control of her hometown after Russia recognized the self-proclaimed republics of Donetsk and Luhansk.
We have nowhere to return to. My mum and sister are still there. We couldn't get them out. As soon as we do, we will leave. I don't know where to.
As hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians flee to neighboring countries, more people are on the move from eastern Ukraine. Among them, many ethnic Russians, which Moscow claimed it wanted to protect. Hoda Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, in eastern Ukraine.
Well, NATO foreign ministers have held another special meeting in Ukraine. Afterwards, Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg explained why, despite desperate appeals from Ukraine, the alliance cannot impose a no-fly zone without getting directly involved in the conflict.
We have a responsibility as NATO allies to prevent this war from escalating beyond Ukraine, because that will be even more dangerous, more devastating, and will cause even more human suffering. So we have made it clear that we are not going to move into Ukraine, neither on the ground or in the Ukrainian airspace. And of course, the only way to implement a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes, fighter planes, into Ukrainian airspace, and then impose that no-fly zone by shooting down Russian planes.
So in other developments today, Russia's parliament has approved a law that could put journalists in prison for 15 years if they are convicted of spreading false information about the military. Most independent media organizations have been shut down. The move has also led to the BBC temporarily suspending journalists and staff.
I would like to wish all the best to the people of Europe.
Moscow.
Саме так вітаються у нас в Україні наші військові, наші герої світла.
This is how our soldiers, our heroes of the light are greeting each other these days.
Ті, хто захищають наші домівки, наших дітей, наше майбутнє, нашу свободу, нашу Європу, українську Європу, яка є частиною вашої сім'ї. Бажаю здоров'я.
So these are the people who are protecting their homes, they're protecting their Ukraine, they're protecting our Europe, they're protecting your Europe, and they are greeting each other, wishing each other good health.
Але нещодавно так стали вітатися всі ми, громадяни України, не тільки військові, всі ми, хто захищає Україну від вторгнення повномасштабної війни з боку Росії проти нас, проти кожної нашої сім'ї.
But from recently, this soldier greeting, this army greeting, is something that ordinary people are starting to use in their day-to-day language when greeting each other, because we are protecting our country from Russian invasion, from the Russian attack. We are protecting our homes and our land from the full-fledged and out Russian war and Russian aggression.
Members of the Russian government believe this is
Сьогодні ми
crucial
всі
in protecting
військові, всі ми захищаємо нашу державу. Кожний на своєму дуже важливому місці. Військові з автоматами на передовій, лікарі зі скальпелем, в шпиталях і діти. Діти, які захищають нас своїми посмішками і сльозами. І це і є наше серце, серце України, і це і є наша мотивація.
Today we are all servicemen. Some of us are military servicemen serving our country in the army. Others are serving as doctors with scalpels in their hands during the surgical operations. Others are working to protect the children and their families. And this is our heart. This is the heart of Ukraine, standing together against the evil.
It's terrible. It's a
У мене є 3 хвилини мого звернення до вас.
mistake by Vladimir Putin, who
I have
decided
3
to plunge
minutes of
Russia
my
into
address
this,
to
I
you.
will say it again, catastrophe. And I'm terribly scared
Першу
both for my
хвилину
country and for Ukraine.
я
I'm
хочу
terribly ashamed in front of
віддати
Ukrainians. It's
мовчання
incredible for me to realize that the
і
president
вшанувати
of my
пам'ять
country started
всіх
this.
загиблих
And I'm
наших
afraid that there's
військових,
nothing good ahead for my country
наших
and for me as a
спецслужбовців,
citizen.
поліцейських,
Russia's
розвідників,
media are slowly
пожежників,
disappearing.
ті, хто віддав своє життя, хто зараз серед нас, але ми їх вже не бачимо.
And this first minute, I would like to dedicate to the minute of silence to those who have fallen in the fight for their country, to our soldiers, to those who served in the fire crews, those who are working as pilots, those who are making heroic deeds in different areas protecting their country and have given their lives away for this.
U-turn banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from the event.
Let us commemorate their souls and rest in peace.
After making the difficult journey to China. There is one other story we want to bring you, a headline story. At least 56 people have died in a bomb blast at a Shia mosque in Peshawar in northern Pakistan. Officials have declared a state of emergency and say they expect the death toll to rise because nearly 200 people were wounded. Many of them are in a critical condition. Prime Minister Imran Khan condemned the attack. Al Jazeera's Kamal Haidar has more from Islamabad.
Я хочу надати також мовчання на честь наших цивільних, дорослих і дітей, десятків і сотень тих, хто віддав своє життя, але не знав про це. І отримав
carrying a handgun was able to surprise the policemen who were guarding the complex, killing one on the spot, critically wounding the other. He then went inside the mosque at the time because this is Friday. The mosque was packed with worshippers, and that is where he detonated his device, killing a large number of people. Most of the wounded are said to be in critical condition. An emergency has been declared in the hospitals in the city of Peshawar. The security forces also on high alert. This carries the hallmark of the Islamic State Khorasan, which has targeted the minority community, not just here in Pakistan, but also across the border in Afghanistan. It is important to note that this is not the first time that the Islamic State Khorasan has carried out this deadly attack against the minority. Just a few weeks ago, they also targeted a senior Christian priest in the city of Peshawar. And this, of course, shows that the Islamic State remnants are now trying to carry out attacks inside Pakistan, although the security forces are saying that they have also foiled a number of other plans by this particular organization to target the minorities and other security forces personnel across the country.
And one of cricket's greatest players, Shane Warne, has died at the age of 52. The Australian suffered a suspected heart attack while on holiday in Thailand. During his 15-year international career, Warne played 145 test matches and took 708 wickets, the second most of all time.
Warnie was an all-time great, a once-in-a-century type cricketer, and his records will live on forever. We all grew up watching Warnie, idolising him. We all had posters on his
I would
wall,
like to call upon you not...
earrings. We love so much about Warnie. You know, his showmanship, his charisma, his tactics, the way he just willed himself and the team around him to win games for Australia.
An upfront special on Ukraine is next.
We understand the differences and similarities of cultures across the world. So no matter what moves you, Al Jazeera will bring you the news and current affairs that matter to you. Al Jazeera.
As Russia continues its assault on Ukraine, calls for action from the international community grow louder, with debate raging on everything from the effectiveness of sanctions to whether NATO's involvement with Ukraine contributed to tensions with Moscow, and fears that direct action by NATO could translate into war across Europe. But can anything deter Putin? And what would a long war mean, not just for the people of Ukraine, but for Russian citizens as well? That's our discussion this week on an Upfront Special. Joining me to discuss the latest on Ukraine are Dr. Stephanie Babst, former Deputy Assistant Secretary General of NATO, Dr. Yevgenia Albats, Editor-in-Chief of Russia's The New Times Magazine, and Dr. Agnia Grigas, a Senior Fellow at the Atlantic Council and author of the book Beyond Crimea, The New Russian Empire. Thank you all for joining me. Yevgenia, let me start with you. You've covered the Kremlin for decades, so you understand better than most people how they make decisions. We've seen weeks of warnings from the West about an imminent invasion of Ukraine, troop buildup along the border, and of course, diplomatic efforts to avoid the outcome that we're seeing today. In your view, was war inevitable?
You know, obviously, I'm not in the business of reading the crystal ball. I'm just a journalist, but I do think that Putin made his mind pretty much last autumn. And when he realized that he was unable to force the West, the collective West, to provide him with the kind of world international arrangements that he wanted, it is to say that he wanted to divide the world into spheres of influence and assigned to Russia all the former Soviet republics. When he realized that he was not going to do that, he decided to start the war.
He seemed to be following the advice of very particular sets of advisors, particularly the most hawkish wing of his Security Council.
He doesn't have to follow advices of any hawkish members of his Security Council because he himself, a hardline politician with distrust of the West, he is a graduate of the Soviet Union's most repressive institution, the KGB, And these are the kind of institution which institutional culture and organizational culture always has been based on violence. So I would say that for Putin, it's just natural. If he couldn't get what he wanted to get, he waited and then he decided to get it by force. You know, he wants to have the kind of order, the kind of international order that Stalin agreed to have with Roosevelt and Churchill. That's what he wants. And he wants to feel himself as a nowadays Stalin.
Stephanie, in recent months, Russia has repeatedly pointed the finger at NATO. Some have even argued that NATO is at least partially responsible for the outbreak of war, arguing that its expansion in the early 2000s to include former Soviet countries is at the root of today's crisis. Would you agree with that assessment?
No, unsurprisingly, I don't agree with that assessment. Let me say, first of all, I mean that we do have principles, global principles, including the free choice of countries to determine their own security arrangements. NATO didn't go around shopping and ask people to join. It was vice versa. Countries like Lithuania, Estonia, the Czech Republic, Poland, all these countries really sought to become member of NATO because they thought it was best for their own countries, and they took a free and deliberate choice. That's number one. But number two, I would like to stress, I also recall vividly, because back then I was there, when we signed the strategic partnership with Russia. That was back in 1997. And we established a joint permanent council. So we gave Russia really quite a bit of say, if I can say so, on NATO issues. And we invited Russia to work with us jointly. And over almost 15 years, we worked with Russia. It's now almost unthinkable, I mean, to recall, but I was there, I was part of it, and I still vividly recall the many, many issues on which we worked with Russia. And NATO has never done anything wrong in terms of suggesting to Russia that we would reduce their or ignore their legitimate concerns. By contrast, we invited them to be with us, to be partner with us.
Stephanie, there are some people who would say, I agree with everything you're saying, but in the absence of NATO, Putin doesn't have the pretext, that there would not have been an invasion absent the pretext of NATO and his concerns around NATO. What do you make of that?
Well, I suggest it's all part of Putin's narrative. He tried very hard and still is trying, I mean, to basically roll back history and interpret everything which I'm talking about, the past 20 years, as something which ultimately constitutes a threat towards Russia. So this is very much a narrative, and reactions in allied countries, basically reactions around the world, now make very clear that we don't buy into this narrative. We don't want to live in a world which is divided by spheres of influences, and we don't want to go back, as Evgenia has said, to a Yalta-style power play, I mean, between the big powers. So I'm afraid to say Putin has miscalculated a lot.
Agnia, given that in his speech announcing the offensive into Ukraine, Putin also said the operation aimed to denazify the country. In your view, is the invasion, again, really about NATO, or is NATO just a pretext?
You know, NATO is absolutely just a pretext. There are many other pretexts that Putin has used. I mean, again, denazification, I mean, extraordinary statement, completely detached from reality. President Zelensky himself is Jewish, so it's very difficult to make that argument. I mean, Putin has made other arguments that Ukraine is a brotherly nation, a brotherly Slavic nation, so therefore they're gonna, invade it whether Ukraine likes it or not, to support and help their brotherly nation. So I think there are many narratives that Putin has tried playing out over the course of this time, and really since 2014, since the first invasion of Crimea, since the creation of separatist regions in Luhansk and Donetsk. At the time, the pretext was that the Russian language speakers in Ukraine were being discriminated against, so therefore he's going to go in and help them. There's been many pretexts, but at the end of the day, I think this is really for him a project of personal ambition to try to reestablish Russia's influence and control over the post-Soviet space. President Putin has stated many times that the fall of the Soviet Union was the greatest catastrophe, geopolitical disaster of the 20th century. So this is, I think, something he wants to reverse and have this as his legacy as president of Russia.
Evgenia, NATO was formed in 1949 during the Cold War, primarily to counter potential Soviet threats. Does the organization's very existence still hinge upon a certain kind of tension or the threat of war from Russia?
When Putin became the president back in 2000, one of his first moves was he said that he would like Russia to join NATO. So at the very beginning of his presidency, there was no talk about any threat from the side of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. No, it's all pretext. Putin believes that Russia and, he as a Russian Tsar has the right to decide which nation has full rights of sovereignty and which nation don't. So he decided that Ukraine doesn't have this sovereign right to decide who to ally with, and that's it. I think that it's so misleading to keep talking about NATO threats. Look, the Russian propaganda machine no longer talks about NATO. Russian propaganda machine now tells to Russian citizens that Russia had to start this preemptive war in order to prevent Ukraine from developing its own nuclear weapons.
Stephanie, the war has put the question of NATO membership for Ukraine into conversation once again. It's on the table once more, despite having been repeatedly dismissed in the past. Why has the idea of Ukraine as a NATO member always seemed so unlikely?
Well, a bit like the European Union, NATO has an acquis for new members. So it is not just, that we look at photos, pictures, and listen to nice speeches. We want to make sure, NATO wants to make sure that any new country accessing NATO can actually make a contribution, can bring to the table net military capabilities, shares the same values, doesn't have any type of territorial or other related conflict. I'm afraid to say it never actually met the criteria. There was still quite some work to do for the Ukrainians on their side. So that's more or less, the procedural aspect. But above all, there is a political aspect. And if there's one thing that I criticize when looking at my former employer, I think the decision taken back at the Bucharest summit in 2008 was not helpful because it left Georgia and Ukraine with this ambiguity. It was agreed, because there was no agreement, that we would invite Ukraine as well as Georgia to become member at some point, but we didn't specify a date. And that left the two countries in limbo. I thought, strategically speaking, politically speaking, that was not helpful neither for NATO's cause nor for the cause of the two countries concerned.
Agni, another thing that creates difficulty is this question of energy independence. Right now, Europe plans to reduce its dependence on Russia, and that is perceived by Moscow as a threat. You yourself have called for more sanctions on Russia's Nord Stream 2 pipeline, the natural gas pipeline that would double Russia's natural gas exports to Europe via Germany. In your view, has Europe's energy dependence on Russia emboldened Putin?
Absolutely. And I think this energy dependence also was one of the reasons Putin miscalculated with this invasion. But if you look at Europe today, the reality is it's at least about a third dependent on Russian gas imports. Fortunately, with the globalization of the gas markets and the United States becoming a major gas producer and LNG exporter, there are more options for European importing states. But nonetheless, today they remain highly dependent. And Nord Stream 2 is a pipeline that had a big impact on the way this crisis unfolded, because the Nord Stream 2 pipeline directly from Russia to Germany, once it was completed today, it's not certified and not operational, and hopefully it won't become so. But once it was completed, it allowed Russia to bypass the Ukrainian gas pipeline system, which was one of the primary means of sending gas from Russia to Europe. And now that there's an alternative route, there was essentially this created a green light for Putin's government to invade Ukraine and to, if damage that pipeline in the process. If there was nothing holding it back from outright war and damaging that pipeline system, because there was a belief that now they'll have an alternative pipeline system. So this gas dependence, oil dependence, really has direct links with this current war in Ukraine.
Let's talk a bit about sanctions. Evgenia, there's been a lot of debate over the impact of sanctions on Russia. Many have expressed concern that the effects of sanctions are more likely to be felt by ordinary Russian citizens rather than by the powerful, by the state itself. Are sanctions the right choice?
I'm not sure that I want to answer this question, because as a political scientist, I would say yes. I think that these harsh sanctions are going to create some pressure with Kremlin and over Putin, and may lead to the split of the elite and change of the regime. However, the sanctions that have been imposed on Russia, they affect a lot of my fellow citizens. We just yesterday and the day before yesterday, we woke up in a totally new world, in a totally new country, and it doesn't look nice. In fact, life looks ugly. A lot of private banks are insolvent now. People are trying to withdraw hard currency, dollars and euros, and they are meeting difficulties doing this. They're already not clear how Russians are going to, where Russians are going to buy their cars, or how they're going to conduct maintenance of their automobiles. There are a hell of a lot of problems that we're going to face pretty soon. However, I hate to talk about that because I feel so ashamed about what my country is doing right now to the neighboring country, to Ukraine. I see pictures from the web, and I know that hundreds and thousands of Ukrainians are dying each day, or they get wounded. The beautiful city. I traveled around Ukraine time and again. I know this country pretty well. I love it, this country. In fact, my grandma family was from Ukraine, and I see what Russian missiles and Russian bombs are doing to Kharkiv, to Kyiv, to Zhytomyr, to Mariupol, and I'm terrified that this is done by the army, which I, as a taxpayer, as a citizen of the Russian Federation, I pay for this. And that makes me sick, ashamed, and, and no sanctions are good enough if Putin and his people are not going to be punished for the kind of stuff that they have been doing to Ukraine and to Europe in general. Listen, we in Europe, we found ourselves in 1939. 1939, that was the year when the World War II started. I couldn't believe that I live in the country which lost 27 million people to the World War II, and this very country where each piece of land is somebody's grave, this country started a war and killing people right now. 21st century Europe, it's just impossible to comprehend.
Stephanie, earlier this week, Switzerland announced that it would freeze Russian-held financial assets in the country, totaling more than $11 billion. It's a big number. That's according to the New York Times. That's a rather shocking move given Switzerland's long history of neutrality. What does that kind of move tell us?
It tells me that the global community is really rallying around one point, which is to really express their opposition, their frustration, their anger, their outburst with regard to what's ongoing in Ukraine. Even smaller countries, neutral countries like Switzerland, you mentioned, have joined the chorus. I must admit, I feel a little bit ambivalent about it. On one hand, I think it's absolutely good and important that the international community comes together from various sectors, countries, tech sectors, sports, cultures, you name it, to express their opposition. But the more we do it, the more I fear, we corner President Putin considerably. And if we were to put ourselves into his shoes and consider policy options, what is it, that can actually, how can move forward? What is his exit strategy? I feel, that we ourselves need to also get smarter and develop a strategy how to actually manage such a Putin regime under global pressure. I think that's the question which is on the table now for policymakers across the board. How do we manage that?
Agnia, I'm thinking about what Evgenia says about the kind of enormity of the moment. She's making comparisons to 1939. The push that Stephanie's talking about from the global community is part of the response to this moment. What do you see as the proper global response, the proper type of pressure? Switzerland gives one model of it, but what do you see as the kind of broader response that you would expect from the global community?
Well, one specific thing I would like to see, particularly in Europe, is, and it's going to be difficult, I understand, but it's a move that Europe will have to make at some point. It's essentially sanctioning Russian sources of energy, Russian oil and gas. It's, again, not easy to achieve because Europe is dependent on this, but there are global markets. They may have to pay more. But if you look at it today, essentially the money that Europe spends or sends to Russia for oil and gas imports, this is essentially the Russian military budget. So if you want to cut off the Russian military budget, one of the primary things you could do is really start to get serious and start sanctioning Russian oil and gas. I think first with stopping the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, even stopping the operations of Nord Stream 1 pipeline. And I think Germany in this last week has really had an epiphany. They've really started re-examining their policies. Germany is Europe's largest gas market, largest client of Gazprom. So the moves they make will have a big difference. And I'm also seeing changes in Turkey as well. Turkey is the second largest market for Gazprom within the European context. And with the decision of President Erdogan to close the Bosphorus Straits to Russian military ship movement is a step in the positive direction.
Evgenia, we've seen thousands of Russians marching in anti-war protests. We've even seen some unexpected high-profile figures inside of Russia speaking out against the war. Is there any dissent, in your view, within Putin's inner circle or even within his government for what's happening right now?
I have no doubt that there are people who are strongly opposed the war, especially those on the economic, on the financial side of the Russian government because basically Russian economy will be in pieces in a matter of several months. So the situation is extremely difficult. And, Russian hard currency reserves frozen, so central bank is unable to interfere. Therefore, Russian currency lost 30% of its value. It means that prices for all goods, food, or whatever commodities will go significantly up. And those who were poor will become much, much poorer. Russian young people, they are leaving the country en masse. They're just running outside the country. Russian rich people, Russian middle class, they're also, or everybody is trying to find a way to get out of Russia. 6,000 people were detained as they took part in different protests across the country. My publication, The New Times, got blocked because, Russian government believes that we shouldn't use the word war, or there are no war, no invasion, no offensive operation. It's just some operation that Putin conducts against neighboring country. The only independent radio station left, Echo Moskvy, also was taken down by the Russian government. The only independent TV channel, TV Rain, was taken down by the Russian government as well. Its editor-in-chief and the majority of reporters decided to leave the country. I mean, it is a real disaster for my country.
Indeed, and we'll continue to cover this every step of the way. Stephanie, Evgenia, Agnia, thank you so much for joining me on Upfront.
Thank you.
That's our show. Upfront, we'll be back next week.
On Counting the Cost, can energy reserves and China help Russia blunt the impact of massive Western sanctions? With grain exports from Ukraine disrupted, worries mount about global food security. And will EU energy sanctions put pressure on Myanmar's military? Counting the Cost on Al Jazeera.
Russia has launched an attack on Ukraine. How will the world react to this latest move? And what impact will this have on the people of Ukraine and Russia? Support Ukraine! As events unfold, stay with us for the latest news and analysis from Moscow on Al Jazeera.
Dictatorships to democracies, activists to corporations, control of the message is crucial.
Oil companies have become very good at recognizing ways to phrase what they want you to hear. We care about the environment. You do too. You should buy our oil.
Be it for public opinion or profit.
Once you make people afraid, you can use that to justify stripping away basic civil liberties.
The Listening Post examines the vested interests behind the content you consume on Al Jazeera.
Talk to Al Jazeera. We ask,
do you believe that the threat of an invasion of Ukraine is currently the biggest threat to international peace and security?
We listen.
We are focusing so much on the humanitarian crisis that we forget the long-term development.
We meet with global newsmakers and talk about the stories that matter on Al Jazeera.
The Sheikh Hamad Award for Translation and International Understanding is accepting nominations for the year 2022 from February 15th until August 15th this year. For more information, go to www.hta.qa/en.
Alarm around the world after Russian forces attack and seize Europe's largest nuclear plant in Ukraine.
It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe.
Hello, I'm Mariam Namazi, watching Al Jazeera live from London with continuing coverage of the war in Ukraine. Well, fighting rages on with several Ukrainian cities bombed, including the capital Kyiv and areas around it. Russia approves a law which could put journalists in prison for 15 years and blocks independent and foreign media. For several hours on Friday, the world held its breath, fearing a nuclear catastrophe on a scale that would dwarf the Chernobyl disaster. This after Russian forces attacked and seized the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky warned of a possible explosion that would, in his words, be the end for everyone. The attack sparked a fire which was eventually extinguished. A Russian projectile had hit a training center, not a reactor. Russian troops had now taken control of the site. Nuclear officials in several countries reported no radiation spikes following the attack. Well, in other developments, the key port of Mariupol is believed to be completely surrounded, suffering intense shelling, and is also running out of food. After occupying their first major city, Kherson, Russian forces are now trying to take nearby Mykolaiv. But the regional governor there says they've been driven out after attacking the city earlier on. Ukraine's second city, Kharkiv, continues to come under heavy attack but remains in Ukrainian control, while further north, Russian forces are expanding their offensive in Chernihiv and on the outskirts of Kyiv, but the capital is still in Ukrainian hands. Natasha Butler begins our coverage now from the city of Lviv.
Gunfire lit up the sky over Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Enerhodar in southern Ukraine. The Ukrainians say heavy shelling by Russian forces set off a huge fire in a building on the site.
As a result of strikes, there is a fire at the nuclear power plant. I repeat, as a result of strikes by the Russian Federation forces on the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, a fire has erupted.
It took firefighters 4 hours to put out the blaze. Emergency crews reportedly coming under fire from Russian troops who seized the area after fierce fighting. World leaders condemned the attack as reckless. Ukraine's president accused Russia of what he called nuclear terrorism.
We survived the night that could have stopped the story. The history of Ukraine, the history of Europe. Russian troops attacked Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, the largest in Europe. It alone could be 6 Chernobyls.
Calming international fears of a catastrophe, nuclear monitors in Vienna said the plant's reactors were secure.
We, of course, are fortunate that there was no release of radiation and that the integrity of the reactors in themselves was not compromised.
The Kremlin denied attacking the plant and blamed it on Ukrainian saboteurs. 9 days into Moscow's invasion of Ukraine, Russian troops continue to push into the country. Moscow says these pictures show its tanks near Kyiv. For days, a 60-kilometre-long military convoy has stopped outside the capital for reasons that still aren't clear. But it's fueling anxiety and fear in the city. Some wonder how their lives could have changed so fast.
This is a genocide against Ukraine, the Ukrainian people and Ukrainian land. It is simply awful. Scenes like this are fired at homes all over the country.
Cities including Kharkiv in the east and the strategic port of Mariupol on the Sea of Azov continue to be pounded by Russian shells. Schools, homes, hospitals all hit, contradicting Moscow's claims that it's not targeting civilian areas.
And we will not surrender. We will stand here on our land, in our city, for as long as it takes.
Among the destruction, many ordinary Ukrainians continue to resist. Others are desperate to leave. The UN says that at least 1 million people have fled Ukraine for neighbouring countries since the Russian invasion began more than a week ago. Thousands of people have passed through the city of Lviv. It is not far from the Polish border, and they just keep coming.
We are very scared because our parents are staying here.
I hope it's not all our
last days of our life, I mean, for all the world.
Ukrainian and Russian negotiators agreed on Thursday to set up humanitarian corridors. No word yet, though, on how or when these would be implemented. In the meantime, people across the country live in fear, face uncertainty, and a new generation is growing up with another war. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Lviv, Ukraine.
And Charles Stratford has more now from the bank of the Dnieper River near the Zaporizhia power plant.
So the nuclear power plant is around 5 kilometers across the Dnieper River. What we know is that it came under heavy shelling last night. We also know that Russian forces are in control of the plant now and that Ukrainian workers have been allowed to continue operating it, but under Russian supervision. The military here is saying that in the last 24 hours or so, there have been a couple of shells fired from the southern side of the Dnieper River in this direction. What we know is that it came under heavy. We also know that there is ongoing fighting along that southern side of the river, up to the town at least of Vasilivka. These are becoming new front lines. The situation here on this side of the river, certainly amongst the communities here, is very calm. People are going about their day-to-day business as normal. But obviously, military operations around what is Europe's largest nuclear power plant have potentially terrifying implications. Russia has been heavily criticized by the international community for its military operations around there. Russia itself says that these explosions in and around the plant were caused by what it described as Ukrainian saboteurs, Ukrainian provocateurs. The Ukrainian president is describing Russia's actions around that plant as being nothing short of nuclear terror.
Well, there has been global condemnation of that. The UN Security Council held an emergency meeting on the seizing of the nuclear power plant. Western allies are demanding the Kremlin never allow an attack like that to happen again. Ukraine's UN ambassador Sergei Kislitsia says Russia's attacks threaten the entire world.
We have survived the night that could have stopped the history of Ukraine and Europe, said the president of Ukraine this morning. Indeed, every day provides us with newer and newer evidence that it is not only Ukraine under Russian attack, it is Europe, it is the entire world, it is humanity. And finally, it is the future of the next generations.
By the grace of God, the world narrowly averted a nuclear catastrophe last night. We all waited to exhale as we watched the horrific situation unfold in real time. I applaud the ability of the Ukrainian operators to keep all 6 reactors in safe conditions while under attack and to report as they were able to their nuclear regulator. We are gravely concerned that the Ukrainian operators are now doing their jobs under extreme duress. Russia's attack last night put Europe's largest nuclear power at grave risk. It was incredibly reckless and dangerous, and it threatened the safety of civilians across Russia, Ukraine, and Europe.
Well, Russia's ambassador to the UN, Vasily Nebenja, denies his country's military ever attacked the power plant.
Today's meeting is another attempt by Kyiv authorities to create artificial hysteria around what is happening in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. Today, we have once again heard lies about how Russian troops attacked the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and this is all part of an unprecedented campaign of lies and disinformation against Russia. You're trying to present the situation in such a way as though the Zaporizhia power plant was allegedly shelled by the Russian military, as a result of which a fire broke out. These statements are simply untrue.
Al Jazeera's Bernard Smith has just arrived in Donetsk and the separatists held east of Ukraine, and he sent us this update of what's happening there and how the separatist offensive is going.
Russia's defense ministry says fighters from the Donetsk and Lugansk People's Republic armies are continuing now to move through territory in the eastern Ukraine, what is considered traditional area of Donbass. Now, before Vladimir Putin launched his invasion of Ukraine, the forces in Donetsk and Lugansk, the separatist groups, as they were called, only controlled about a third of the territory of Donbass that they lay claim to. And this is the territory that has been recognized by Moscow as now these new republics of Donetsk and Lugansk. But there's 2/3 of this territory that rests still in the hands of Ukrainian forces. Russia's defense ministry says it's through there that, with the help of the Russian army, the Donetsk and Lugansk fighters are making progress. For the last 7 or 8 years, the front lines really haven't moved much in that territory, but in the last week or so since this invasion started, then maybe advances of up to 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 kilometers have been made into the territory that remains in the hands, or was remaining in the hands, of Ukrainian forces.
Well, in other developments, US President Joe Biden is meeting his Finnish counterpart at the White House as the country considers forming a closer alliance with NATO. The Northern European nation already cooperates with NATO, but it's not a member, though Finland might push to change that following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett joins us live now. What do we know about the conversations happening there between the US President and the Finnish Prime Minister?
Well, we know that the part that the media was allowed to see lasted about 3 minutes, and we're waiting for that tape playback. And the part that we're not allowed to see is still ongoing. That meeting, almost a fireside chat between the U.S. President Joe Biden as well as his Finnish counterpart, is still ongoing. Now, you're right. There has been a history of neutrality on the part of Finland for quite some time, but given the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we know that inside Finland, there has been increasingly a push by the Finnish people to join NATO. In fact, NATO itself, or rather Finland itself, really has been signaling an increased desire through its military purchases. Just last month, it purchased dozens of F-35 warplanes from the United States, just signaling again its increased ties to not only the U.S., but also to that transatlantic alliance. So we know that these are some of the conversations that are going to come up with the U.S. president and the Finnish president, essentially how to strengthen European security. And the reasons that Finland is concerned is very much obvious, given the historical concerns that Finland itself has, and also the geographical concerns. It shares a border with Russia of some 1,300 kilometers, and also the fact that prior to its independence, it was controlled by Russia. So there are many reasons that Finland, while neutral, has been increasingly leaning towards and saying that it does retain the right to join NATO should it choose to do so. We should also point out that when it comes to the relationship between these two presidents, that it has, since this invasion in the last couple of months, they have been coordinating very carefully. We know from the White House that they have spoken on the telephone at least twice, and now there is this in-person meeting. So again, we're watching carefully what more will come out of it. We are expecting that tape turnaround very shortly, but I expect that it will be heavily focused on defense and security, given the U.S., or rather given the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the U.S. and its allies' concern about that.
Thank you so much for the latest there from the White House. Kimberly Halkett. You're watching Al Jazeera live from London. More still ahead for you on the programme. Well, NATO foreign ministers promised stronger action, but dismissed desperate appeals for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. We're covering another important story this hour in Pakistan. A suicide bombing inside a Shia mosque has killed at least 56 worshippers during Friday prayers.
Frank assessments.
For China, it will benefit from the zero-COVID strategy if the rest of the world cannot get it together.
Informed opinions.
At all costs, Pakistan needs an Afghanistan that's stable.
Critical debate.
by reporting the claims that NATO constitutes an existential threat to Russia. But it's precisely his actions that's created this insecurity in the region.
In-depth analysis of the day's global headlines. Inside Story on Al Jazeera.
Cairo, home to over 2 million stray dogs, many in a terrible state. Al Jazeera World follows those helping to save them and the remarkable journey to rescue Layali.
This dog has come all the way from Egypt after having a rope embedded into its neck,
which takes an unexpected turn.
Very difficult to search for her.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah.
Visa for a Stray Dog on Al Jazeera.
Bitcoin, blockchain, and cryptocurrencies. Disruptive technology.
Join with me in introducing a bill to outlaw cryptocurrency.
Or the way to a fairer financial system.
With Bitcoin's open source software, we can create our own money without banks or governments.
Award-winning filmmaker Torsten Hoffmann looks at all sides of the complex crypto world. Cryptopia, Bitcoin, blockchains, and the internet on Al Jazeera.
Welcome back. Our main story now. Russia's military has seized control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant in southeastern Ukraine. A fire broke out at the complex overnight after it was hit by shelling, but the reactors were not affected. Western allies at the UN Security Council have demanded the Kremlin never allow an attack on a nuclear plant like that to happen again, with the US saying they put the people of Ukraine, Russia and Europe at risk. Russia denies attacking the plant. Russian forces, meanwhile, have encircled the port city of Mariupol, according to the city's mayor. Electricity and water have also been cut off. The village of Chaiki, northwest of the Ukrainian capital, has been heavily bombarded with shelling as Russian forces push closer to the capital, Kyiv. Well, in other developments, NATO foreign ministers have held another special meeting on Ukraine. Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg says the alliance can't help impose a no-fly zone without getting directly involved in the conflict. Our diplomatic editor James Bays reports from Brussels.
Foreign ministers met at NATO and then at the EU to discuss what more they can do to help Ukraine as their fears grow that the Russian campaign will intensify.
We are now witnessing a fully-fledged war in our borders, a war unleashed by President Putin against Ukraine, and a completely unjustified war that's creating a lot of civilian casualties, with the use of arms strictly prohibited by the Geneva Convention.
NATO and EU countries have already agreed to supply weapons to Ukraine and to put in place some of the toughest sanctions in history. But the Ukrainian foreign minister, who addressed them by video, wants much more direct support, including the imposition of a no-fly zone.
We are ready to fight. We will continue fighting. But help us. If you don't, I'm afraid you will have to share responsibility for the lives and sufferings of civilian Ukrainians.
This was the response from NATO's Secretary General.
Our assessment is that we understand the desperation, but we also believe that if we did that, we'll end up with something that could end in a full-fledged war in Europe, involving many more countries and causing much more human suffering.
At a news conference with the President of the European Commission, the US Secretary of State warned that the conflict in Ukraine may well be a protracted one.
Unfortunately, tragically, horrifically, this may not be over soon. And so these efforts that we're making together, we have to sustain them. we have to build upon them.
Here at NATO headquarters, there is a section from the Berlin Wall. The history of the alliance can be divided into the period of the Cold War and then the period after this wall fell. The Secretary-General believes the alliance has now passed a new milestone, what he's calling a new normal. And for the first time, foreign ministers have been discussing a permanent long-term presence of many more troops in the NATO countries closest to Russia. James Bays, Al Jazeera, at NATO headquarters in Brussels.
Well, Henrik Larsson is a senior researcher at the Centre for Security Studies. He's also a former political advisor with the EU delegation to Ukraine and joins us live from Zurich by Skype. So there have been these continuous calls for there to be a no-fly zone in the skies over Ukraine. Is there an accurate understanding of what that means?
I mean, it's quite clear now that of the commentators that have advocated the no-fly zone, that it was people that have political responsibility are unwilling to take that step because that means escalation to a NATO-Russia. A no-fly zone is not something that is just declared and then it works. It's something that is enforced with military means. So it would be, you could imagine a scenario in which a NATO warplane would shoot down a Russia warplane. And then Russia most likely would feel it had to retaliate against the warplane itself or against the airport from where the warplane came from. And then you would have an attack on NATO territory. And then NATO would have to think of what should we do then, because that's an attack against us. And then you see the escalation going up. So it was quite clear that the line goes with a no-fly zone as opposed to other means of military support like arms or intelligence. That's on the safe side of support. I mean, help Ukrainians defend against the Russians without playing a direct role.
This dashcam footage will shock you. This U.S. security officer built a device to protect your car. And thanks to him, thousands
could be potentially catastrophic because there could be this escalation in the war because it means a direct confrontation with Russia. Is there any prospect that this might change, particularly if we see the conflict spreading across NATO borders?
I mean, you could imagine a scenario in which Russia would decide to go, make a new Grozny out of Kyiv. So you have immense human suffering, like shelling or using air bombers to destroy large parts of Kyiv. Then you could feel the pressure would increase on NATO to do something, stop the carnage. But even so, I think the political will to fight for Ukraine is simply not there. It has never been there. It will not be there. And we have to take into consideration as well that the Russian president has threatened with the use of nuclear weapons. So we have to count that into it. Could be a NATO-Russia war, and that could involve nuclear weapons. And that's why the red line goes with, NATO can only provide indirect help and not playing a direct combat role in Ukraine.
How does NATO read that threat to use nuclear weapons by the threat to use nuclear weapons? Is it something that they see as likely to happen?
I mean, Putin he's trying to play on this madman image like Richard Nixon did in the 70s. So I think there's that element too. But no one would dare test the Russian intention. I mean, it's unlikely to imagine a Russian nuclear attack against a NATO member, but it could try to use tactical nuclear weapons in Ukraine to show that it's serious. So definitely something we cannot take off the table. I mean, if the Kremlin feels that it's cornered in the conflict, if it feels that the Western policy is regime change, for instance, then, I mean, you never know what paranoia could take place in the Kremlin, because the Kremlin sees regime security, its own security, as equivalent to national security. So you can never really exclude it. And we have to approach these issues with extreme caution.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us tonight. Larsson Henrik from Zurich there. Well, Russia is continuing to crack down on what it considers the spread of false information about its armed forces. Its parliament has passed legislation to introduce prison terms of up to 15 years for spreading false news. People found guilty also face huge fines. The law is likely to target social media posts as well as news on Russia's military losses and movements not backed by the defense ministry. The staff of one of Russia's most prominent independent television stations has resigned live on air. No to war was the final statement made on Rain TV. The channel suspending operations after its website was blocked earlier this week. In its last seconds on air, the channel broadcast Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake Ballet, which Soviet state TV played on a loop after the death of the leader and during the 1991 attempt to overthrow President Mikhail Gorbachev. It's one of several independent outlets forced to close in recent days. Well, in other developments, Beijing's Winter Paralympics have opened under a cloud of controversy. On Thursday, organisers made a dramatic U-turn, banning Russian and Belarusian athletes from the event, following threats of boycotts by other participating countries. Ukraine's delegation was given a warm welcome at the opening ceremony after making the difficult journey to China. The Russian Paralympic Committee says it will not appeal the decision following legal advice. We want to move to our other top story this hour. At least 56 people have died in a bomb blast during Friday prayers at a Shia mosque in Peshawar in northern Pakistan. Nearly 200 worshippers were wounded. Many of them are in a critical condition. Officials have declared a state of emergency and say they expect the death toll to rise. Pakistan's Prime Minister condemned the attack. Kamal Haider has more from Islamabad.
Widespread condemnation from the Pakistani Prime Minister, Mr. Imran Khan, and the country's president after a deadly attack targeted Shia worshippers in a mosque in the old part of the city. This is a congested area with narrow alleyways. A lone suicide bomber carrying a handgun was able to surprise the policemen who were guarding the complex, killing one on the spot, critically wounding the other. He then went inside the mosque. At the time, because this is Friday, the mosque was packed with worshippers, and that is where he detonated his device, killing a large number of people. Most of the wounded are said to be in critical condition. An emergency has been declared in the hospitals in the city of Peshawar. The security forces also on high alert. This carries the hallmark of the Islamic State Kherson, which has targeted the minority community, not just here in Pakistan, but also across the border in Afghanistan. It is important to note that this is not the first time that the Islamic State Kherson has carried out this deadly attack against the minority. Just a few weeks ago, they also targeted a senior Christian priest in the city of Peshawar. And this, of course, shows that the Islamic State remnants are now trying to carry out attacks inside Pakistan, although the security forces are saying that they have also foiled a number of other plans by this particular organization to target the minorities and other security forces personnel across the country.
One of cricket's greatest players, Shane Warne, has died at the age of 52. The Australian suffered a suspected heart attack while on holiday in Thailand. Warne played 145 test matches and took 708 wickets, the second most of all time across his 15-year international career.
Warney was an all-time great, a once-in-a-century type cricketer, and his records will live on forever. We all grew up watching Warney, idolising him. We all had posters on his wall, had his earrings. We love so much about Warney. You know, his showmanship, his charisma, his tactics, the way he just willed himself and the team around him to win games for Australia.
More coverage and analysis of the war in Ukraine right here, AlJazeera.com. Plenty of analysis there that takes you behind the headlines, but also a picture of where the Russian military buildup is taking place and which parts of Ukraine are suffering the greatest concentration of attacks. Well, Russia's military has seized control of Europe's largest nuclear power plant in southeastern Ukraine. A fire broke out at the complex overnight after it was hit by shelling, but the reactors were not affected. Meanwhile, Western allies at the United Nations Security Council have demanded the Kremlin never allow an attack on a nuclear plant like that to happen again. Ukraine's UN ambassador says Russia's attacks that threaten the entire world.
We have survived the night that could have stopped the history of Ukraine and Europe, said the President of Ukraine this morning. Indeed, every day provides us with newer and newer evidence that it is not only Ukraine under Russian attack. It is Europe. It is the entire world. It is humanity. And finally, it is the future of the next generations.
Meanwhile, Russia's ambassador to the UN denied his country's military ever attacked the power plant.
Today's meeting is another attempt by Kyiv authorities to create artificial hysteria around what is happening in Ukraine. And they're being assisted in this by their Western backers. Today, we have once again heard lies about how Russian troops attacked the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, and this is all part of an unprecedented campaign of lies and disinformation against Russia. You're trying to present the situation in such a way as though the Zaporizhzhia power plant was allegedly shelled by the Russian military, as a result of which a fire broke out. These statements are simply untrue.
Meanwhile, inside Ukraine, Russian forces have encircled the port city of Mariupol. According to the mayor, electricity and water have been cut off. The village of Chaiky, northwest of the Ukrainian capital, has been heavily bombarded with shelling as Russian forces push closer to the capital, Kyiv. In other developments, Russia is continuing to crack down on what it considers the spread of false information about its armed forces. The Parliament, or Duma, has passed legislation to introduce prison terms of up to 15 years for spreading false news. People found guilty also face huge fines. The law is also likely to target social media posts, as well as news on Russia's military losses and movements not backed by the Defense Ministry. The bottom line is coming up next with David Asher, the US government's Mr. Sanctions, as he's known, about the economic war against Russia.
Hi, I'm Steve Clemens, and I have a question. As the war in Ukraine gets uglier, will the massive global sanctions now imposed against Russia and many Russian oligarchs and Vladimir Putin himself work? Let's get to the bottom line. In response to the Russian attack on Ukraine, the U.S. and its allies have chosen to punish it in part with financial weapons. The plan, in theory at least, is to cut the Russian government from its hundreds of billions of dollars in reserves and shut it out of the global financial system. Sanctions aren't a new form of warfare. The U.S. has been targeting Iran, Venezuela, North Korea, and Cuba for decades. Russia itself has been living with lower-level American sanctions since 2014, when it annexed the Crimean Peninsula from Ukraine. But Russia produces huge amounts of gas and wheat and other global commodities, which give it some leverage. And Russian gas is not affected by the sanctions right now, but at least one senator, Joe Manchin of West Virginia, has said it's time to unleash the real economic atomic bomb, which is boycotting Russia fuel imports to the United States. So can sanctions actually force Russia to change course, or do they just make life miserable for the average Russian citizen while the government finds other ways to fund itself? Are sanctions just a way to fake action when there are few other options to stop a power play from happening? Today, we're talking with Lee Jones, professor of political economy and international relations at the University of London. He's the author of Societies Under Siege, exploring how international economic sanctions, in parentheses, do not work. And then David Asher, a senior fellow at the Hudson Institute here in Washington, D.C., who's been an advisor to the U.S. government on sanctions evasion, including economic warfare campaign strategies against the Islamic State, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Iran. David, let me start with you. When have sanctions worked? What are the characteristics of making sanctions efficacious, particularly in the cases we're looking at Russia right now, but looking at other historic cases?
Steve, they've worked effectively when they're part of a campaign of a broader policy to disrupt or affect or even deter a state or society or transnational organization, a terrorist organization, drug cartel, for example. Ronald Reagan had an economic war campaign that he founded in the form